Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's June 3rd, 2025. It's a Tuesday afternoon. Things are pretty busy around here. Quick, do something boring for the next 20 minutes. I need to finish my audiobook before I have to return it. For a while, we're going to be talking just about gerunds. That was the most boring thing I could think of quickly, the word gerund. Grid always has great intro music. Game of Droids, how's it going? Thank you. That one's been on the playlist, I think, ever since the playlist has existed. I do think there's a couple songs that come up that I want to kind of cull. I'm like, this is not doing it for me anymore. And then I do add songs somewhat inconsistently. I feel like I did such a good job that one time where I really like locked in and went to my music licensing website and grabbed all the good tracks. And now they obviously add new tracks all the time. But finding that niche overlap, it's been hard. I feel like my conversion rate of finding a cool track versus putting time into finding a good track, it's just been getting worse and worse and worse. Not that I stopped trying, but you know how it is sometimes. Hey Elwin, good morning. Gerund, a form that is derived from a verb, but the functions as a noun. In English, ending in ing. Example, asking. In, do you mind my asking you? Swimming. How you doing? Hey Nelson, good morning peeps. How you doing? Hey Tom the Giant, hi, welcome. Shout out to the Twitch side. Lunar, yippee, how you doing? It's a Tuesday. This afternoon is a bit chaotic around here. We have our landlord who is bringing a plumber in. They're breaking for lunch right now. They're going to be back. My partner is in the front where her office is, and she's going to be annoyed because they keep coming in and asking her questions, even though she's on a call and can't like obviously do that. I'm back here streaming. It's we'll see. It might be a bit disruptive, but we're in the middle also of like doing some cat sitting. And so there's actually a litter box behind me. That's not normally there as much as now. This streaming studio is technically a cat toilet. But we're cat sitting, and the cat that we're cat sitting does not, well, actually Nanako the cat who's sitting over here does not get along with that cat, which like, could have seen that coming, you know, really. She's not a very social cat. So now our apartment also has to be divided into two like warring nations with divided, you know, borders. And so Nanako now lives on this side of the apartment and has her food and everything here. And she's like beside me sleeping because she doesn't have that much other places to go. So it's like, it's a tense week. Once Friday comes along, there'll only be a one cat nation. It's okay. We'll get over that. Be fine. Hey, Justin. How's it going? Good morning. Hey, Melanomi Rare being on in the morning. Hi. I saw BANGUN in the title and I was in. Yeah, I guess it's early on the west side, right? How you doing? We're going to be doing some BANGUN today. We have some like storytelling to do first, because this weekend there was a cool Netrunner event. There was the Nachos and Netrunner, which is like a really fantastic event. Super happy that I was able to go out this time, so we'll talk about that. I went to a Flesh and Blood pre-release. I had a pretty bad time, honestly. We'll talk about that for only like 10 minutes, I think. But yeah, I think I want to talk about the weekend because we went to a GNK. There was like I think 14 or 13 players, and it was in someone's kitchen. It was in Eddie's kitchen, which is kind of sick. Just a really cool vibe where we had 13 people, super comfortable. There was food. Eddie and I believe his nephew made nachos, and it was like such a smooth operation. It was Eddie's birthday the following day, so people brought beer and we hung out, and it was it's a really nice event. We played like 6 rounds of single-sided Swiss on a rainy Saturday afternoon in the suburbs. It was quite cool. Happy Pride. Yeah, Milanomi, happy Pride. It's June. Happy Pride, everyone. Throw a brick, throw a brick as is tradition. Is it Bangun that I'm saying? Jared Casas, how's it going? Yeah, we're gonna be trying some Bangun today. I am not a big Bangun fan. There is footage of me saying that many places on the internet. I do think it's probably a bit more interesting than I think. I know my first testing was like really bad. But I know Josh from Toronto has been posting a list that he believes in. But there's some other like weird Weyland upsets that are happening right now. I played into a Bangun on the weekend too, a new player. And then we'll talk about this in the recap, who has only played like a handful of games. And even that matchup, I was like, I gotta play this pretty carefully or I'll mess up. Saturday, rain reached all the way to Montreal. Solomir, it feels like it's been raining every single weekend. I think it's raining next weekend too, but it's like every weekend has been really rainy weather. It's still been okay, but fine. Tom says, printout sheet with all the answers for the engineers. Yes, we turned it off and on again. No, the water only started flooding in last hour. Yeah, I don't know. They're struggling to deal with water coming into the apartment below, and they're like convinced it's us. They're like, you should get a longer shower curtain. I'm like, the length of the shower curtain doesn't matter. It goes into the tub. It could be like a kilometer longer. It has no impact. I don't know. They've been like fighting this for such a long time, and well, at least to bring in a professional today. Hey, David, everything will be in balance until the Fire Nation attacks. So how you doing? This isn't boring at all. What the heck? I'm sorry, Brennan. Back to the Jaren talk. Hey, Jai. Ayo, Mr. Mitchell. Heyo, chat. Told y'all Nuvem was good. So Jai won the May AMT, I'm not sure. It was a small event. I think it was like maybe a dozen players, but you can watch it. It was all streamed. I believe Juniper was doing the stream alongside some people who dropped in. I think I heard Eli. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I know the list is published. It is a Nuvem list. The Nuvem list like hinges on cards that I think are really cool in Nuvem. And I think the big thing that's actually doing really well in Nuvem is like, yeah, Petty Cash is really cool in Nuvem and healthier, it feels like Subliminal, which is good. I was always frustrated with Subliminal because if you're not running, they're firing it and then their ID does something. But the two big things is Seamless Launch. And I think when we play Nuvem and enjoyed playing Nuvem, Seamless Launch is one of our favorite cards, just because you can get this into the bin aggressively. I think Slash and Burn's a really good card. This is only one of in the deck, but the one Nano Management is actually really cool too. Because if you manage to score a Basalt Spire, they can kind of do whatever they want. Because they actually can score out a 4-2 from hint, no problem, by playing Nano Management twice. This can score out relatively quickly. The question is how consistent it is. I'm not sure. Probably looks good. I think not Treeline. I think Logjams are really good ice right now. And resing a Logjam for 4 credits on face check in the early game is like totally fine. So yeah, I don't know. Probably not my favorite Weyland. I played Weyland on the weekend and had a great time, but we'll try this sooner than later. And I think this one won't. I think the cards that you need, and like I think double measured response actually wins a lot of these games. Or again, once you score Basalt Spire, you just need a single measured response. I think this card got so much better when there's now a 2-card combo that's the same card twice. Like that helps a heck of a lot. So we'll see how that works out. Ran close to a dozen demos for nearly 20 people over the weekend at Tabletop Oahu of Netrunner. How'd it go? That's sick. The AMT was fun, but I had more time writing my outco. I had even more time writing my outco write-up. Warlock, you were the finals, right? It was you versus Jai, if I'm not mistaken. I believe I saw your name there. How'd it go? Hey, Dan's leaving up Eternal decks for folks to borrow at our Mega City side event. The Mega City is not this weekend, it's the next weekend, right? I think the Pittsburgh Mega City is the 14th, 15th, so that's coming up. Daojen, long time no see. How you doing? Hopefully your weekend was good. I got to see Daojen on the weekend. So let's do a quick recap of stuff just to do a bit of a story time, and then we'll get back to some Netrunner. We'll talk about some Netrunner. I think I'm just going to start story time really quickly with a Flesh and Blood tangent, so apologies if you don't care about this game. I'm not trying to sell you on a TCG. Again, I don't like TCGs, but just to explain a card game situation and card game feelings, which is kind of, you know, it was interesting. I think I learned something about myself this weekend. I got kind of upset. So Flesh and Blood is a game. It's a TCG from New Zealand. It's been out for, I think, 5 years, 5-6 years. And they come out with sets, feels like about 2 sets a year. And so I go to things called pre-releases. Pre-release is really exciting because the cards aren't out yet. You can't buy them. And I don't care about that so much, but it's like the first time we can all see the set. And if you ask me, the best time to play a game, a lot of times, especially a competitive game, is as soon as possible because nobody knows what they're doing. And so the playing field is a lot more leveled. If you try and jump into the Flesh and Blood set once it's out for like a month or weeks or, you know, again, half a year or whatever, people generally know what's good. They know which cards to not play. They know which cards to play. And you're kind of on the back foot. I play Flesh and Blood super casually, where mostly I just go to pre-releases. And in a pre-release, you play sealed format. So you open up somewhere between like 6 to 8 packs. And then based off of the pool of cards you've opened, you have to go build decks and then play in tournaments against other people who have those same restrictions. So it's cool because cracking packs is like unfortunately a bit fun. But then you're learning and reading all these new cards for the first time. This set actually was really cool. So the set that just came out was called, what's it called? High Seas. And it's a pirate themed set, which is not something we've seen in Flesh and Blood so far. And it's all themed highly around pirates. So you're opening up things with pirate ships and mutinies and gold and treasure and stuff like that. It's exactly as you imagine it would be, which is pretty cool. One of the cool things they did is that there's 3 heroes in the set. One of them is a necromancer, Gravy Bones, who summons the pirate army from the bin. That's cool. I played Puffin. Puffin is a mechanologist pirate. So mechanologists have been around for a long time, and they're basically kind of like tinkerers that invent things, and they use their inventions to fight in combat. And the pirate side basically makes Puffin kind of like a Final Fantasy like air pirate. So instead of having ships, they have airships, which is charming and fun. And then you're firing guns and cannons, and you're doing that sort of stuff. I mostly, when I used to play Flesh and Blood, played Ranger, and the Ranger in the set is Marlin, the treasure hunter. And Rangers classically were people with bows and arrows, and in the pirate set, instead, it's someone with harpoons and cannons, and they are attacking very, very, very heavily. And so it's cool to see 2 ideas like mech and pirate, mech and ranger being re-explored in the pirate setting, as much as necromancer is entirely new, and having a pirate necromancer is just kind of goofy. Gravy Bones is the worst pirate name I've ever heard of. Yeah, people have strong opinions about how bad that name is. The one really cool thing about the set that actually the people at Second Legend Story Studios, they've worked a lot to make this land, is that everyone thinks that there's 3 heroes in the set because there functionally are, but technically on the first world like reveal of this set, where people played it for the first time in a competitive setting at Taipei like 2 weekends ago, people started opening packs and they found a 4th hero. There's actually a hero that they hid this whole time named Scurv. Scurv is a pirate thief, a stowaway. It was Scurv the Stowaway. And this card you could just open randomly in a pack. It's a rare. It's not super uncommon, but it's not very common. And if you unlocked, or if you open Scurv Stowaway, you suddenly got a 4th character that you could play who interacts with thief cards, which is a thing that we also haven't seen so far. And there's just a bunch of cards in the set that say like, if you're a thief, gain this additional benefit too. And it turns out Scurv is actually really good and limited or sealed, but you have to open Scurv. I thought this was a really cool surprise that people open the packs for the first time and find this 4th hero and be like, whoa, there's a stowaway on this ship. And then you can play as a stowaway, and the stowaway actually is quite good, as much as they can't play mech cards or necromancer cards or ranger cards. So they play generalist, but it's very good generalist. Anyways, I go to the pre-release, I go with a couple friends. It's nice. I know some of the cards. I watched a bit of footage from the tournament on the weekend past, Taipei, which is of a high level. And so I have an idea of what some of the cards do. I know what the good cards are. Generally, you're going to be playing mostly a deck of commons and rares. If you open like a Majestic, which is not the most rare, but it's pretty uncommon. It's like 1 Majestic in like every 5 packs or something. That's generally a card you should build around because the Majestics are usually pretty powerful. And I opened a really good Mechanologist Majestic, and I'm like, I'm definitely going to be playing Puffin. I'm going to be out there doing some cool aerial pirate ship combat. And I built a deck, and I don't know what I'm doing. It's a really high skill set for sealed, for limited. There's a lot of different mechanics. This is like kind of overwhelming in terms of mechanics, as much as I appreciate it, right? Like we have all our mechanologist stuff. They added this new thing to the set called tap and untap. And oh man, I think the symbol they picked was actually really bad. It's really bad. I don't think I can show you the symbol, but tap and untap are now new things in this game. Like they've gone so far without having tap and untap, you know, like Magic. So now there's cards that basically have a once per turn ability that you can tap them or untap them. The symbol for tap is this. You see this? Oh, you don't see my mouse. You see this? That's the tap symbol. I think it looks bad. It was on Scurv, yeah. All the heroes have it, I believe. No, actually, maybe Gravy Bones doesn't. But that is meant to be like half an arrow, kind of like a quarter arrow. That's not good. It's not a good symbol. Untap is a bit worse. Like this, I actually see the negative space more than I see the black space, if that's meant to be the negative space. Anyways, I don't like the symbol, but whatever. They added that. That is a new mechanic, so now you can tap and untap, and it's fine. They technically untap at the end of turn, which is different than Magic and other games, but they added that just to basically have a nice way to trigger once per turn abilities. And on top of that, if you have things that untap, you can fire them twice. Gravy Bone has it. It loots. Okay, Gravy Bone does have it. Hey, Eddie, glad you can make it out and enjoy your Dawkins art. Oh, I gotta pull out the Dawkins art. We have to talk about that. But Eddie, thanks so much for hosting on the weekend, and happy birthday too. Did you open the ship that breaks equipment? The ship that breaks equipment? No, I don't know if that existed. I got hit by the ship that eats the arsenal. That was pretty bad one time, I guess. Anyways, I go into round 1 and I actually don't know what I'm doing. It's very clear that me and my opponent were like learning our decks for the first time, and that's going to happen. I'm playing Young Puffin, the Mechanologist, and wow, that's not good resolution. But Puffin's text says, I'll just look at Adult Puffin. Adult Puffin has more health. When you play limited, you play the younger heroes, so they have half as much health. But it says the second time you crank each turn, draw a card. That is text I played the whole game out without knowing, and I was cranking a couple times. Card draw in this game is really, really good. My opponent also missed a very important interaction with Marlin, so we were playing like this game where we're kind of learning at the same time. Opponent was super nice. I got down to like 3 health. My opponent got down to like 1 health. And then my opponent did this overpower attack, which means I only block with 1 card. And my deck, I know I have a block card I put in my deck specifically so I could deal with this interaction. And it was the next card that I was going to draw. And at this point, my deck is like 6 cards. And so I know that it was actually the 5th card, but unfortunately my hand size is 4. So I pitched it just to draw it, but I drew it 1 card too late. I wonder if there's anything I could have done to draw it a bit faster, but I had an idea what to do. Very close game, really good, really fun. But I lose my first round. That's fine. The incentive to win is not that if you come in first place, you get something sick. There's no trophy. There's nothing great. But every time you win, you get a pack, which is exciting and fun because opening packs is fun, but also because the set is not out. So that's also kind of cool to be able to open packs before the set's out. Round 2, I play against a person that I've known for a long time. When I used to play Flesh and Blood many moons ago, this person was playing back then. They're a judge. They're one of the local judges, so they really care about the sort of stuff about community building. They do all the judge exam works. They're really a great person, and I was really excited to still see them playing the game. They've been playing for a very long time, and we had a good game. I think I made some big mistakes. The game was close, came down to like 1 health to 1 health, and then I lose. That's fine. And then my opponent looks over at the weapon I'm playing, and turns out my weapon taps to attack, so I could not attack with it multiple times in a turn, which I was constantly doing because I could give it go again. So I played in a totally wildly illegal game against the judge, and the judge didn't realize until after, neither did I. So now I realize the way I played on game 1 and game 2, which is not legal, and so my deck is a lot worse. And so I have to keep changing my deck, and you can edit your deck between games. So anyways, great game, was fun, played it not well. I'm currently 0-2, which is not a great spot to be in. And so 3rd round, I get the bye. And that actually really sucks. It's a free win, which if you want a free pack, that's good. But the reason I go out to Flesh and Blood pre-releases is not to win. It's to play games, because this is my time to play the game, to experience the new set, to build decks, to like, you know, figure things out while people are also figuring things out. But then I have 40 minutes that I just sit around and do nothing. I talk to Adam at Silver Goblin and walk around and stuff. It's not the worst. I'm just a bit upset. And then 4th round, I finally get my last game in. It's only 4 rounds, and I play against a player who's playing Marlin again. I didn't get to see Gravy Bones. I played against Puffin, Marlin. I played against 2 Marlins and a Puffin, and this one just really annoyed me. I don't think I ran into this so far, but obviously when you're playing this game, a lot of the times people are going to be playing cards, and you don't know the cards because they're not your hero's cards, let alone their new cards. So you have to ask your opponent, hey, is it okay if I read that? And I always ask my opponent, can I read that? And once they say yes, I reach over, grab their card, and read it closely, right? That's how card games work. It's no different in Netrunner. And I brought dice. I brought those like big chunky dice you might have seen on camera before. The really nice spin down dice that I'd be using for a lot of things. And this game does track things. Certain things will have counters. You want to check how much resources you have. So dice are really good for that. And at some point in the game, my opponent who didn't bring dice, I don't know why this like tilted me so bad. Just instead of asking me to use my die, reach over all the way across the table, and it's the furthest part across the table. It's not like on the front of my playmat, it's on the back of my playmat where I have my notepad. Reaches over and just takes one of my die and starts using it for his stuff. And I was so stunned. I should have said something. I should have been like, dude, what are you doing? No. Not only do like it's fine that you can share dice, but you need to ask before you take somebody's stuff. The guy just reaches over and takes it, and I've tilt out of my mind. I'm so upset about this. I'm like, the nerve. I'm already playing poorly. I made some bad turns, so I'm already like, oh man, I'm throwing this game and I'm losing. And then that happened, and I'm in such a worse spot too. And I'm like, I should have said something. I can't say something now. It's too late. And I just like tilted. I kind of crashed out of the game. At this point, I was like considered conceding. Like that was just so much emotional damage to me. And at the end of the game, I'm packing up and I'm like still trying to be like, good game. I take my stuff back. I pack it up. I'm like, I'm done. We can get out of here. And then the guy was like, not reading the room really well, I don't think. I was saying like, yeah, I messed up on a turn. I arsenaled the wrong card. He's like, yeah, but I did a really good job. I'm like, fuck off. I don't care. Anyways, definitely not an angle shoot. I think the person just like thought that was okay. I don't know. The Netrunner community, you don't see shit like that, and it's weird that that tilted me out so bad. But I basically went 0-3 at my Flesh and Blood pre-release. It's the worst I've ever done. I think my deck was like fine. I don't think I played it well. Clearly, I got the rules wrong, which is going to happen. Getting the buy sucked because I just want to play another game. I don't care whether I win a pack or not. But that was my Friday night. It was like, it was fun to see people. Like I got to see Benoit, who you might know on the channel, who was like the national North American national champion in Netrunner many moons ago. He hasn't played Netrunner in a long time. Credits, who a player from Toronto and now lives in Montreal, was also out there. That was nice. All psychological warfare. It was definitely not intended. It's just like, fuck off. You can't do that. This is a nightmare scenario. How's it going floating? It's like not my favorite, that's for sure. Anyways, set looks really cool. Oh, one thing I want to say about the set that I think is the coolest thing about this set, whether or not you know Flesh and Blood, it's just like a really cool design point. So Flesh and Blood, you're attacking your opponent. So you play a card, the card says like attack for 4, and then while reducing your hit points, your life to 0 is how you win. A lot of cards, especially the good cards, will say if this hits the opponent's hero, it'll have some effect. And so it's not just about trading damage, it's also about like, oh, if I block this, because you can choose to block by spending cards from your hand, which will be resources on your turn, let alone the attacks on your turn. That is the game. The idea is like they're sending damage that has hopefully an on-hit effect, you're blocking, and you're deciding basically what is the cool trade. And it's like a fighting game. You're trading blows. You can't, perfect block. That's not the point. And sometimes you'll just take a bunch of damage because you think your hand is better. And it's a really cool game. The system's actually really, really good. I have played in some limited formats in which like you just send all the damage because you just have more damage than your opponent. That's not interesting. But it seems like the limited set of this set was entirely built around this card called Treasure Island. And I am so impressed by this card. This is like one of the coolest design things. Is this called a macro? This is what this type of card is called, a macro. Oops. And macros aren't things you can really play in standard constructed, but there's something that start in play when you play limited, so sealed or draft, when you're playing this pirate set. And what Treasure Island says is the first time a turn somebody attacks their opponent, you get to put a gold counter on this, a gold. And then whenever somebody hits somebody, for as much damage as that hit does, you take that much gold off of Treasure Island and it's your gold now. So if I attack for 4 damage and my opponent blocks for 3, I do 1 damage, which means if there's 1 gold on Treasure Island, and there will be 1 gold on Treasure Island because I just attacked for the first time I turn, I get that gold. And this is such a cool system for 2 reasons. Firstly, all the heroes need gold. So for instance, Marlin spends gold to build harpoons that she can throw at you. My character uses gold to build these cogs, which powers up her guns and stuff and does cool stuff with the airship. And then Gravy Bones spends gold to basically recruit people from the bin, draw cards, throw out cards, and hopefully build an army, recruiting a pirate army. And in constructed, that is a resource that you can actually get more in your deck because you built your constructed deck, so you can build a bunch more gold generation effects. But unfortunately, when you're playing, lower power level like sealed or limited or sealed or draft, you might not have all the gold that you want for your deck to be functional. And so ensuring on the table there's a way to generate gold is really cool. But the coolest thing by a mile is that it basically means every attack in the game matters. So if someone just attacks me for 3 with no text, it just says do 3 damage. A lot of times I won't block that. But now in context that will actually get 3 gold off Treasure Island, the game became so much more interesting. It was like this one card hypercharged the entire limited format, and it's so sick. And even watching competitive play, how people are like trying to manage their gold. Sometimes you'll let a bit of gold come off Treasure Island so that in the future, if someone attacks and you don't block, they don't take all 7 gold or whatever. It's just fascinating. It's really, really cool as like a single card that was clearly the set was built around that makes limited play much more interesting. Because that's sometimes the problem I have when playing Flesh and Blood limited, especially Flesh and Blood Blitz. It's like you have 20 health. The best thing you can do is send damage all the time. And this sort of thing mixes it up, which is good. What's the gold for? Gold itself is a token, and you can use gold in Flesh and Blood, spending 2 resources to draw a card. So this is gold from an original set. Technically, the gold looks different than Pirate set. But basically, you spend 2 resources, and a card can generate up to 3 resources to draw a card. So if you have a lot of big resource cards, you actually can cycle and go up cards, sort of, or at least go neutral. But what I was playing, for instance, Puffin and all the other heroes all have a way to spend gold. So Puffin says action tap, destroy a gold to create a golden cog, and golden cogs are things that the mechanologists use to power their shit. It's really cool. Is it 1 copy of Treasure Island? You share it. Everybody opened one when you get there, so everyone has a copy to go home with. But for every match, hey, how's it going, Terrence? There's only 1 on the table between you 2 people. Yeah, so you share it. Gold is a token you can sell for more cards, but all the ID in the sets trade gold for cool things. Yeah, all the IDs need gold. And that's actually the really awkward thing about Treasure Island that it came up, is that when people are on 1 health, it's impossible to generate gold. Because if I'm on 1 health and my opponent is at 1 health, if I attack them and do damage to get gold off Treasure Island, I win the game. So clearly you just you get starved out for gold in the end game, and it's really, really strange. And then the gold gets so interesting because there's this whole set of cards that are really good called mutinies. And the mutinies are blue cards as much as this one is. Oh, let's look at this one. And the mutinies all say like, if your opponent has more gold than you, take a gold and then do an effect. So sometimes you're actually cool leaking a bit of damage so your opponent gets gold at the end of their turn and then you steal the gold back. So like the gold dance in this was like really hyper cool. Cool Lava, how's my weekend? I'm doing good. Yeah, Flesh and Blood on Friday was a bit of a mess, but we had a really cool Netrunner event on Saturday, which we're gonna elegantly story time to in a second. People in my local use my stuff without asking. I wouldn't care if a stranger did so. I'd probably vomit into my rubber mask and empty onto the table before conceding. It was a shock. And like, shout out to the Netrunner community for being really damn cool. But that one really got me. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? I'm out. Hey, Kaku. Hey, Nanako the cat. Oh, she's just off screen. Bye now, little friend. Let me just catch up a bit on chat. Love to see 2 other demo events while we were at UKGE demoing. Hey, Matt. It's part of the promise you built to Kickstarter that will never have format, removes cards in rotating manner, and reserve lists so keeps value forever. Flesh and Blood and Psychological Warfare. I think I missed a question. Also, TMKF, how you doing? Cool. Anyways, that was my Flesh and Blood event. The set looks really cool. Limited looks really cool. Again, I don't play Flesh and Blood because it's a TCG and it's very expensive. I do have an old collection of cards that's probably worth a fair bit of money that I either should hold on to or move. I think if you can pick up Flesh and Blood pre-constructed decks like Blitz decks, it's a really fun game. Like the game is genuinely very good. It makes interesting decisions. Shout out to Treasure Island. But otherwise, yeah, set looks really cool. Looks like a good set. Soccer streams are chill. How's it going, Meteor? Really hope if it makes mistakes that someone will nicely tell me. Oh yeah, I imagine if someone like makes a faux pas like that in a Netrunner event, they'll be like, oh hey, sorry, in the future, do you mind asking? But like, I don't know. I was caught really off guard and I don't think I've seen something like that. I wouldn't like be stressed that you're gonna mess up somewhere. All right, otherwise this weekend, story time, we went to a G&K. This G&K we went to is called Nachos and Netrunners. Nachos and Netrunner. This has been organized. This is the second time. Shout out to Eddie the Eddie, who's been organizing this and just having a bunch of people over at his house in the kind of suburbs. And we had 13 people come in, and it was all in a kitchen. And there was comfortable seating. Eddie and nephew made nachos for everyone. They were vegetarian. You could like have no cheese. You could do. We even like wrote on the side of the little things that got baked individually what your order was. It was like such a smooth operation. That weekend was Eddie's birthday on Sunday, so for that weekend Eddie was on his own. His kids and his partner were out somewhere else, and Eddie had the space to run this event, and it was just like such an absolute treat. It was really quite nice. So we show up there Saturday afternoon and we're out by like 9 o'clock. We're there all afternoon. NRDB is now, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? It's not loading really well. I was going to show you my deck list. I guess not. Yo, Solom, how's it going? Congrats on a thing. You won the Mega City this weekend? Did I see that correctly? I know I saw your name attached to something. Thanks, yep. Aw, sick. Yeah, really, really cool. There's a Mega City down in, I want to say Denver, right? I think it was like maybe 22 people. Denver Mega City, yeah. Really, really cool. Solom plays good Netrunner. Fab is a fun game to make cubes for. Yay, Joel. Yeah, I know. It is. The draft in Fab is actually really cool. I have an unopened box of Welcome to Wraith that I promised I'd open with some of the West Coast Netrunner people. I just haven't got to it yet. But I really enjoyed drafting that set. I haven't drafted Arcane. I've heard it's really bad. But I've just had a great time drafting some of the older sets too. We'll be bringing my buy up to y'all in Montreal. Oh, hell yeah. Looking forward to it. Sick. That's really nice. I forgot about the buys. No local meetup tonight because I got COVID. Oh, hopefully you're feeling better, Kaku. Okay, so the event... Welcome to the Grey Void. The event is a casual event. It's technically like a GNK, so it's not a CTK. It's the most casual tournament, but I don't think that really stops people from bringing the stuff they want to bring. We have a lot of competitive players in our meta. It looks like it's back up. And so people can bring some sharp things. The meta right now is pretty sharp in certain ways, right? Like there's a lot of things that corps are forcing you to do. I think the narrative right now is that firstly, corporations can't score out. I brought a scoring deck. And that people are trying to hurt you with assets and damage combo. So what was weird going into this tournament is that what I felt kind of emotionally was probably the opposite of what you'd expect. I thought for bringing a corporation deck, I had so many choices. For as butt as corporation might feel to play, I was actually like jumping between multiple corporation decks I would consider bringing to the event. There was a lot of different options. It was the runner side that was a lot harder for me. The runner, I didn't know what to do. I think a lot of people think runners are really good right now, but I actually felt much more limited on the runner side. And I do think as a Netrunner player, I'm a bit more risk averse. And I feel like we're in the sort of meta that, at least is my guess, that I felt like we've been in metas like this before, where what the corporations are doing can kind of snowball really bad or feel somewhat unfair because they're like fast advance or like damage combo, that if you don't produce the right tech or you don't play like a well-oiled deck, you find yourself in situations where you don't feel like you can impact the game well. So for me, I know that I have to bring enough tech to be able to deal with assets. I don't want Alco to run away with it. I don't want to be falling behind whatever asset spam that I'm expecting. I also think there's going to be a bunch of fast advance and fast advance damage combo. So don't lose to Nebula. Don't lose to Nebula false lead. You know, like there's a lot of weird things they have to deal with. I don't want to die to touch-ups and the line combo from Probdivost. And so all these sort of things are like making me more stressed about my runner choice than the corp choice. On the corp side, I know like I can bring kind of probably nearly whatever, but there's like every faction has 2 or 3 corp decks I would consider on the corp side bringing it to the event. But for the runner side, I'm like, I feel like I really need to nail some fundamentals or I'm not going to have a good time. Because again, the sort of meta, whereas like if I can't deal with the Bladderwort behind a single ice on turn 2 against Auko, that game gets away from you really quickly. And then I'm sitting there like, you know, kicking myself thinking like, oh, why didn't you bring something more consistent than your like 1 Orca, 1 Lobisomero, no tutoring Pudma deck? So I didn't know what to do with it. So I decided to play it, and I'm not going to show the deck here. I just sleeved up Reg Sable, really good Reg Sable. It's a list I cribbed from Rotom Appliance, a teammate, and obviously very good criminal player. So I'm like, I'll just take this version of the deck. It's trying something slightly different with its influence, but I'll take it. It seems fine. It looks like it'll be fine against assets. I can run it down centrals against Nebula. I have 2 pinhole threadings. I have a bit of damage prevention. So it just seems like a smooth, easy deck to play. And I'm just really surprised to come to that conclusion, that with this meta feeling the way that it feels, is that on the corp side, I'm really happy to do whatever, but on the runner side, I'm playing reg boring crim. And I like reg crim, like I like fundamentals crim. And let me just tell you, in terms of my, like, I don't play that much reg sable, as much as like reg crim fundamentals are totally fine. I had way more fun than I thought I would. It's kind of the issue where it's like people, you know, bemoan Hoshiko, but then they play Hoshiko and then realize like, wait, I was in control of the game. I felt like I could do everything. I felt like on this turn, it wasn't, there's only one thing I was capable of. I could have done all these different things, as much as like most of the options were incorrect. That's how it felt to be Reg Sable. I had enough money. My breakers weren't amazing. They were good enough. My card draw was smooth. Everything that I was doing was putting on pressure. It just felt fantastic. And overall, I think it was the right choice. But I do realize that I'm coming to that on the corp side, I feel like I have options. On the runner side, it's like, did you want to play Reg Sable? Did you want to play Reg Hosh? Did you want to play Seb, which I don't think I had the reps in? Or do you want to play Boring Shaper? And I feel like there was nothing else in there for me, and which is very, very weird. It's a difference maybe between perceived power level and options, but on the runner side, and maybe this is not super surprising if you saw how Jeff and I's runner tier list worked out from Elevation. It feels like all the Elevation cards are just like fundamentals cards, and there's not a lot of runner stuff that's really exciting for me. So Reg Hosh, Reg Sable, Reg Mags, yeah, I kind of agree. And that sat with me pretty weird. I was actually really stressed about what runner to bring. Corp, not a problem. Can't believe you didn't play Kaku Padma. I'm glad I didn't. It would have been terrible at the event. It would have been awful. I would have had a horrible time. Talking about being risk averse. I tried playing Reg Sable and just didn't get it. Oh, it was really, really fun, Solom. Really enjoyed it. Reg Sable's the best fair runner in the format, better than Hosh. Yes, I said it. I think that might be true. And I think there's even something to be said that Reg Sable might be better than Deep Dive Sable because it's like harder to tech into inherently. But yeah, it's good. I don't know. I've started putting more breakers in my decks for sure. Is that kind of what you're talking about? I'm not sure if that's exactly what I'm talking about, but this deck did have multiple breakers. It had 2 Fractors, 2 Decoders, 2 Killers, and it had 2 Boomerangs. So I was a bit better at drawing into my breakers, which was nice. Unfortunately, both Hermes and Penny Shaver really want to be installed ASAP. Yeah. Feel like if your runner ID isn't making credits, you're already behind. I wouldn't say that. Like, Hosh doesn't exactly make credits, but makes card draw, and that becomes credits. Sable definitely doesn't make credits, but you make a free run. That can easily be clicks and credits back. That's really important. But I honestly don't think that your ID needs to make you credits. It just needs to make you some sort of appreciable value. Is it ever the case they play Hermes and Penny Shaver and decide which comes up if what you need it? I think you could CAQ. I'm not sure though. I think if you're a Penny Shaver deck, you want to build slightly more into it, where that will influence some of your slots more than others. I don't actually know if it's that big of a deal. And I do think Hermes is just very, very good in certain matchups. Like if I'm playing against, and I did play against Nebula, would I rather have Hermes or Penny Shaver? I think I'd rather have Hermes. You could. It's just like slots are so hard. struggling to even figure out what I should bring to my local meetup tonight. And that's the issue, is like, even on a casual level, and like, this is not bemoaning my opponents, and I think their choices, what they bring to events, is really cool and interesting. But people are, you know, there's a lot of sharp stuff out there. It's a lot of stuff that, like, if you're not teched for, you just die. Like, you could just lose to it, and that's okay. Just like when it comes to a casual event, I think what I'm trying to get at is like, the current meta is pushing me towards safety more than it's pushing me to exploration. And like, I don't know if I love that. Feels like the meta from early last year where we are so many orthogonal corps. Exactly. And I think that pushes me to safety for sure. Oh no, the BANGUN streaming. It's going to be as bad as a Nuvem stream. No, I think it'll be worse. Actually, how's it going, by the way? I checked the first episode of the podcast, and the fact that you have so many nice things to say about Canada really warms my heart. I had a blast with Lou at the start of the format. Oh, I haven't played Lou just yet. Really hopeful the next set is more weird. 100% it will be more weird, Emily, because like, this set specifically is meant to be a core set, right? It is like, you know, Weyland lost agendas, so they reprint Hostile, they reprint Atlas, right? Oh, you know, Anarch lost Imp, here's a new Imp. It's just the set that's not meant to be flashy, because it's meant to be the fundamental set. That being said, we do have flashy cards like Cacophony. Transfer Wealth, I would say, is a bit more fundamentals than flashy, but a very powerful and important card. But it's like, here's the set where they reprint Dirty Laundry. It's not meant to be the flashiest set, and like, of course not. It's meant to be core, and then ideally the cycles are where the spice comes in and eventually leaves the meta a bit more organically, so it'll happen. Hey John, I know disasters, that's what I needed. Versus Dive Sable, you can stress them out by icing all centrals, but it's harder to justify versus Reg Sable when you're staring down Chesva Bounty. Yeah, I played one game in which I drew off of my class act into Nebula. I drew both Wake Implant and Info Bounty, and I took the Wake Implant, which I think turns out to be right, but like, losing that ability to run archives for value was pretty rough. We're doing BANGUN? Yeah, we'll get to BANGUN. But how you doing? You should love it. Reg Runner is better than Weird Runner. I think Reg Runner is really satisfying. And I think that's also a frustration, again, with the card pool being small. And I've had this conversation with other people. It feels like my options when I'm building a criminal list feel smaller. And that's because the card pool is literally smaller than it's been in like almost 10 years. It's a very small card pool comparatively. But the games are still really good, right? Like, I feel like I'm stressed as a content creator because we're going to run out of ideas to make interesting flashy decks. The format is just small. If it does, it takes another year for a new set to come out. Like, I don't know what to do with that information. That's going to be really, really hard to deal with. But regardless, based off of the size of the card pool, the games that I am playing against my opponent are really interesting and really fun. So like, the game is still good. I'm worried that the lack of options at some point will catch up, but I can't tell. I wonder if you should play one Dive and Sable. I think it's really tricky, Meteor. I've heard teammates talk about this sort of idea, and the influence cost on your deck that pushes you away from playing Reg is like pretty expensive. It's not slots, obviously, but like basically spending 5 influence on the card, I think you do end up feeling it because you don't build your whole deck around it. Content creator Andre should just start playing Eternal. I don't know if that lands that easily. Hey Roshni, how you doing? Conversely, at casual level, I've had a lot more success with my nonsense runners than my silly corp decks. Oh, that's true, but silly corp decks usually get stomped in any like supposedly runner favored meta. If I can send you the one good BANGUN deck, I'm gonna play former teens first, Ba, and then if that doesn't work, I'm assuming yours is Orbital into touch-ups, right? I wish that Weyland had a card which could allow access but prevent the steal other than Trebuchet. Do you think you need another card that does that? Actually, it might be interesting to do a card pool size comparison. AKA, when the FG card pool surpass what we have today. I think Jai, I think it's just Sansan. I think it's just strictly Sansan. So hold on, we'll get back to the story because we'll talk about the games and the decks I played. But actually, we might not because Netrunner DB is not working. Is Orbital seriously part of the meta now? Yeah, it is. Seriously, it is. So currently, the set size is, I'll open up calculator. You won't be able to see it. Elevation is 82 cards. Liberation is 130 cards. Oops. That didn't work out. Why did I F that up? 82 plus 130. Plus Borealis is 135. System update is gone. Systems gateway is actually only 75 cards because we don't count the IDs. Is that it? System gateway, system update. Oh, Ashes, of course. 137. So the card pool is like 559 cards right now, okay? 559. Sorry, you can't see calculator.app, but it's just calculator. So how long was it to beat 559 cards? Clear. So core says 113. We add all of Genesis, that's 120. We had Creation Control, that's 55. We had Spin, that's 120. We add Honor and Profit, it's 55. We add Lunar. Yeah, that's it. That's to Lunar. It was literally 2 years of the game. In 2 years of the game, the card pool was bigger than it is now. All the way up to Lunar before Order and Chaos, this card pool was 583 cards. This is the smallest it's been since 2014. It's very, very small. I have a document with this I created like 5 years ago, yeah. 20-year banned? Oh yeah, I don't care about ban lists. Admittedly, there's a lot more cards banned now because they just didn't ban cards all the way up to like, I don't know when they started banning cards, but like I think we got to Lunar without any bans for better or for worse. Lunar 5? Yeah. Because full Lunar is like 580 cards. It'd be more interesting to see you play Reg Host and have interesting games and some nonsense you don't enjoy. I do think I enjoy a lot of nonsense, but when System Gateway came out, Startup was fun for a bit, but the way the rotation has been, but we could always go back to Standard then. Yeah, I haven't seen Modern Startup right now, let alone Core, which I should. But anyways, the UK found its new single score into Kill Deck, of course. Good. Anyways, so what I had brought to the event is on the Corp side, which I felt like I had a lot more options, I ended up bringing this deck, and this is a deck that I've been playing for a long time, and I made one change that I actually am really happy with the change because it's really goofy and really interesting. So this is the Rejoice deck that I've been playing for a while now. This is one of the first decks I built in the modern meta. I think this was the deck I don't know if I played this on day one, but this is the deck that I functionally built on day one. Since day one, I've changed some things. I think I was on 2 copies of Val and Chow. I moved some cards around. But this deck had 1 measured response. I think I'm now on 2 measured response in the modern version. I don't think I changed this. No, this is on 2 measured response. Cool Battle Fennec, if I'm not mistaken, brought a deck very close to this to 4th place at the Summer Showdown, just like, was it 2-3 weekends ago? But this is the 13 agenda Zwicky list, and Zwicky draws cards. And so when I built this deck originally, it didn't look like this. It looked like this. Rejoice, Rejoice, Rejoice. Again, we played this on stream before. And so all I wanted to do is fast advance. So you play 13 agendas. A bunch of them are 2-pointers. So you have Above the Law and you have Off the Books. Those are your natural 2-pointers. Slash and Burn is such an important card. And then you have Eminent and Green Mail, which if you score out an Eminent, you either get a Bioac or in the late case, you can actually get a Plutus, which is fine. And sometimes if you Slash and Burn it, you can even get a Spin Doctor to protect your Slash and Burn. Not great. Sometimes that's the play you make. Now this list, the Ice is fine. Masquerade is really good. Logjam's actually better than I thought it was. This card's really good. Might want to play more than one. The Code Gates are kind of a mess. I think now I'm not playing Val and Chow and I'm actually playing a Shylendra, which is fine. I think I probably won't play Descent anymore and I'll play 2 Fly Swatters because Fly Swatter is just so good and I haven't used the text on Descent and 1 strength doesn't functionally matter. And then the Sentries, we have 3 Bioacs because of course we do, and then 2 Winchesters because we have to protect HQ because this deck does want to draw a lot of cards, so HQ does get flooded. Our operations were Zwicky, so we need to play transactions that draw cards, so we're playing many of them. We have Hedge Fund, Petty Cash. KPIs, okay. I don't think I want to play 3 of them. The awkward thing with KPIs, if you want to draw a card, you have to gain 2 credits, which is not the best mode on this card, but you'll still play it because you draw cards. And then I'm playing Red Level Clearance, which is actually really important in this deck for a couple reasons. Firstly, you can clicklessly draw cards, which is nice. If you gain 2 credits, you draw a card, or you can just draw 2 cards, which is usually better, and then gain a click. But we're also playing Moonpool. And I started with Moonpool on the basis that we have 13 agendas and Moonpool is really good into the modern meta. And with Red Level Clearance, you can do some pretty wild things with Moonpool, where you can install it clicklessly. And then with Moonpool, you can start fast advancing from hand. You can fix cards that you throw out. The problem is a lot of the ways that we instant speed throw out our agendas from hand, like Slash and Burn when we expend it for a click, or Rezzing a Plutus, those discard our cards face up. So Moonpool was like still good, but not good enough. It was like a bit clumsy. And so in short, I wanted to basically use this list, this shell, and I wanted to spend the 6 influence somewhere else. Why Anthill over another credit gain operation? I think the modern version I'm playing is on 2 Anthill, and Anthill actually like underperforms. It is a card you want to put in the remote server in the early game, but in the early game, you're actually pretty good jamming an agenda. I wanted to have enough cards to put in the remote server because it keeps the runner busy, especially when it's behind a Bioac and you're on 5 points. Like they have to run anything you put in the server. But Anthill was definitely an underwhelming card, and I don't want to play 3 of them. I ended up playing 2 in the list I played on the weekend. The problem is like I don't actually know what other operation we should play in this slot. Because without spending influence, and we'll talk about our influence, there is no, like Weyland has a really bad transaction pool if you don't want to play government subsidy. And I don't want to play government subsidy because I'm never on 10 credits. And the way that I play this deck aggressively is I never really want to wait to 10 credits. I want to play a hedge fund on turn 1 and then res ice immediately go back to 5 credits. They sometimes eat a pinhole. Hey, there's Battle Fennec. Yeah, they sometimes eat a pinhole, which is totally fine. Like, it's nice to have things in their mode server. The worst case scenario is if it fires, it's a card and a credit, which is not awful. And then you can choose to use the remote server. But usually what happens is the Anthill fires for 1 or 2 turns while you're scoring from hand. So then you put another pressure on the table. Biggest card in this deck is actually Spin Doctor. Like I ice Spin Doctor up, and because once you ice the Spin Doctor, I can slash and burn from hand. That is just a really good play pattern. This is one of the most important cards in the deck, but this is the earlier version. And I played one Measured Response because it's cheesy. I think it actually have killed people, but it's super unlikely. When people find it, they always trash it. I think it does force people to slow down. They don't know how many copies you're playing. I think Fennec's version from the last weekend was playing 2 copies of this. So this is what I ended up changing. Firstly, I dropped 2/2 Antil, which makes sense. The deck is still on 3 Plutus, and I'm actually convinced this deck should be on 2 Plutus. I don't think this is a Plutus deck. I think it's a deck with Plutus in it, and it does Plutus well, but Plutus is never your main goal. 3 is probably okay. The problem is you always open with 1 in your opening hand, and I always throw it out because my first Plutus, I never want to let fire. I think there's so much pinhole and ways to cheat through early ice that I only really want Plutus once it's like in the mid game, especially if I know how many pinholes are played, and that's how I want to go from 5 to 7 points. But I honestly don't think Plutus is that great. So I'd end up like cutting Plutus eventually. The other changes, I'm on 2 Measured, which makes it slightly more consistent. I think I'd probably cut these. I think the meta right now is so good at not dying that I probably wouldn't play Measured. I think like I played against Hoshiko. Hoshiko installs a Stone Chip Chart Room. Okay, these are totally blank. Like it just doesn't seem very, very useful. So I think I'll just cut this. I'm on the Shylendra instead of the Valenchow, as much as you could Valenchow off of an Eminent, but I haven't done it. And I do think I'd still cut a Descent for a Fly Swatter. Probably even play another Logjam. Starting to believe Plutus is only good if the deck is on planograms. So this is why I'm playing this. And I was so impressed with this, how much play it gave me into games in which felt like I was in a bad spot. Sudden Commandment is not a transaction, so you don't actually make money off of this with Zwicky. You also can't replay with Plutus, but this deck just naturally has so many ways to gain a click, let alone you just basically clicklessly draw 3 cards with this in the mid to late game. And because we're a slash and burn deck, all that we have to do in the mid to late game is like clicklessly draw as many cards as we can, because if we're on 5 points, all we have to do is draw the right 2 cards. So what are the play patterns? Once you're on threat 3, and I'd probably only play this on threat 3. If I have it in my opening hand alongside another cheap transaction we can play, maybe I'll do it. But if you play Sudden Commandment, you play 1 to draw 2. Say that you have a hedge fund, you now play the hedge fund, so you draw another card. So we've drawn 3, and then we've made 3 credits. Technically, we paid 1, paid 4. You can just pay for the 3 credits back. So it just becomes this like weird drift where you clicklessly draw 3 cards, which for this deck, it was actually really quite good. But then it gets even better because we have a bunch of cards naturally in our deck that give us click back. So if we Sudden Commandment into a Petty Cash, you can play the Petty Cash, and you're allowed to play the Petty Cash. You won't get the click back, but you don't get the click back, but you can still do it. The bigger one is Red Level Clearance. This one actually gets the click back. So if you play this into Red Level Clearance, just like you've seen in other decks, you can gain the click back from this and then pay for the click back with the Sudden Commandment. And then you end up having like 4 clicks, and you also did draw a bunch of cards, right? Because the idea is that you can either draw 4 or you can draw 3 and then pay only 1 credit. It was kind of cool. It get you to that mid to late game point and you stop stalling out. I think arguably you could play Predicted Planogram in the slot. The problem with Predicted Planogram with Zwicky is that Zwicky only draws a card if you gain a credit from the ability. So if you Zwicky and you draw 3 from Planogram, you're just naturally playing Planogram. I think Planogram is still a really good card right now. And in a world, this is why I like Zwicky so much, because Corps just feel like they lost a lot of card draw losing Rashida. And so just having that 1 influence card that draws 3 is totally fine. People in chat are suggesting Hanse. I don't really like Hanse in this deck because you're generally pretty flooded. I think Peer Review also showed up in Fennec's deck, and I really don't want to play Peer Review because my hand is often holding 2 to 3 agendas, and you have to show your opponent one of those agendas, as much as Peer Review would work with Plutus and gives you that click install, free click, which is nice and important if you want to score out. You could also play Greasing. I just feel like Greasing's not worth the influence because Greasing's only really good if you're playing Plutus, and we probably don't play Plutus. In fact, most games, not most games, but in some games I didn't res a Plutus. Counter Peer Review is funny. I don't want to show the hand. I think that's really bad for this deck, where the best thing you could do against this deck is run the hand. Plano specifically for when you get zeroed out, like from transfer. Yeah, I don't struggle too much for that. I don't try and get zeroed out. If you get zeroed out, the best you have is Red Level Clearance. Petty Cash on 3 really does matter. But yeah, if you want to play Planogram, you can recover from 0 credits. That's for sure. Plutus recovers not on 0 credits. We have no 0 credit econ cards. So like there's some value to that, but it's strange. I was just like kind of impressed with the weird kickflips I could do, where I feel like I'm locked out and all I'm trying to do is draw into the right combo, and then you Sudden Commandment into Hedge Fund, get the click back, you draw 3 cards, and then you have your whole turn. Like that kind of felt cool. For Infaction, 3rd KPI or Extract is the only one that fits Rush. Armed Acid and GovSub don't seem good. Yeah, I don't want the 3rd KPI because I don't think KPI is actually that good in this deck. Generally your ice installs, your deep ice installs happen off of Eminence. So a lot of times you're just like gaining 2 and then like installing a piece of ice. And the way that Zwicky works too is you don't want too many transactions in the deck, funny enough, because it only fires first time a turn. So you're actually going out of your way not to play like 2 KPIs or hedge fund into KPI as much as sometimes you do. I also don't often play petty cash. Like, you draw so much from Zuki, I'm actually hoping to discard the petty cash. If I have a petty cash in my hand, I will play it. And again, you can play this off Sudden Commandment because you haven't finished an action if you really need to. But it's a sort of card that you actually don't want to play. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I've been playing planograms in the started version of the deck and they do feel amazing. Yeah, I could believe that. I'm assuming we draw 3, or do we gain like a card in 3 credits? Like, that feels like such a weird click. I don't know. It's like, would I play Beanstalk in this deck? Yeah, I would. I actually would. So maybe I should play that. If you're playing Predicted for money, Extract is relatively the same. Yeah, but the other one we can play on 0 credits, and I think that actually matters a fair bit, Kaku, is not only that we can play it for 0 credits, but also we can draw 3 cards. Like, the modality of it's really important, where the modality of Extract is like, do you just want more money? And the biggest thing is that we can play it from 0. So if we start a turn with 0 credits, Extract is useless, right? It's like, that's actually where Armed Asset might be a bit better. It's because we can do credit, Armed Asset, and then Zwicky draw at a minimum. Anyways, that's this deck. I like the changes. It's still not perfect, but I brought a scoring deck to the meta. And so we had 6 games. I'm not going to spend too long talking over the games. I guess I'll talk over like 1 or 2 things, but first matchup is against Pat. Pat is playing Moosely Hot. The game goes pretty well. I think Pat like installs an early decoder, which I wouldn't advise installing your breakers early against Weyland, and then loses it to a Biowac, and then the game becomes a bit clumsy. I think he gets 1 good jailbreak in. I'm really scared about a reprise. I think he also loses a Kurapira to something. I think he loses a Kurapira. But I know he's like short on breakers, and then I'm actually really scared because I know he's on reprise, because he's obviously on reprise. And while I have a logjam on HQ, which has like 4 counters on it already, I know if he bounces that logjam to hand with a reprise, the game can get blown wide open. So I'm just playing the game a bit cautiously because I just don't want to get reprise. So I'm actually like double icing R&D, which I don't do all the time, and then we end up getting to 7 points. Was Pat on the 100% Moosely Hot? No, Pat was playing like console. Pat was playing Debbie. Pat was playing what was his other non-cards? But no, it wasn't 100%. It was a smaller thing. Armed Asset has been a workhorse for me in Nuvem. Yeah, for sure. Nacho report. This is the Nacho report. Hey, Condi. Anyways, that went well. Round 2, I'm playing against Eric. Eric is playing a list that's similar to this. The Montreal testing group is trying different versions of this. This is the version that Brandon won the NPC Toronto event with, and like is kind of rough. I don't know if I'm going to find it. Apology, NetRunnerDB is not working too well today. But it's basically, I played into 2 Nebulas. There's a lot of Nebula at the tournament, and I was really happy that I was playing, what's her name? Sable? Not that Nebula, excuse me. I was really happy that I was playing Sable because the Nebula matchup is a lot worse if you can't run all the time. Whitebread Eric? No, Montreal Eric B. This is a list like this. I know there's some changes to make the deck more scory. The hard part about Nebula is you don't know exactly how much pressure and threat they're putting off, because you can't tell what Nebula deck you're playing against until it sometimes is too late. I thought the games that I actually ended up playing where I played good Sable into Nebula were kind of interesting and fun games. Like, I'll be honest, they were fun games because I was able to run every turn. And specifically this game, I'll explain how the deck works. Like, we got to a point where Eric had 2 false leads scored. I had 1 false lead and another 2-pointer. But like, the game gets really messed up when false leads in your opponent's score area, because functionally what this deck does, let alone any deck that has 2 false leads, let alone this deck, is once your opponent has 2 false leads scored, which of course were both fast advanced from hand because I didn't run on a single turn. Oops. This deck can just like take your turn away after giving you a lot of tags with an Oppo research, and then you have 4 tags. And so then they can just flatline you with either multiple end of lines, or if they just want to do it, touch ups into end of line as well. So they have a couple options there depending on their money. It is a bit expensive, but it is the deck. The version I was playing around could score out a bit better. It did have more things to put on a table. It actually built a remote server. It didn't ice it, but it had like Vlad grid, so they could score out from there. But this is the sort of archetype I was playing against. And I think I score a false lead on like turn 2, so I know it's a false lead version. And so what I really need to do is make sure that I'm running somewhat aggressively. I know that the deck probably can't score out to 7, so I just need to hope that 2 false leads don't get scored. When 1 false lead is scored, I have to be very careful that I'm not running on a weird window where I can hit a ping, and that will be a problem for me and I'll lose the game. So I have to be a bit careful, but unfortunately 2 false leads go across, and at that point things are really bad for me. Luckily I'm Sable and I'm playing twinning, so I just build up the twinning, and then basically I say on the 1 turn that I roll a good mark, I'll try and like sweep HQ, sweep R&D, and hopefully steal enough points that that I win on that spot. I'm not playing any hard tech. I have a no free lunch. I'm not playing stone chip, so I can't just survive the combo. You sometimes can steal an agenda and install a class act, but that actually might work sometimes. But I think I went the whole game without drawing a class act. I'm just looking for a class act the whole game, can't find one. I did get my no free lunch on the table. We managed to take it. Again, I do think Eric got to, like, at this point, once 2 false leads are scored, I'm like going to sit back and not care and just set up my twinning by playing an operation or playing an event every turn. And then Eric keeps scoring out points, and Eric is on like 5 points. I think 2 embeddeds are out and 1 tomorrow's headline is out. So I'm like, I don't know at this point, like he can still score out from anywhere. So I just have to go there. I've wanted false lead banned since I started playing the game. Like, actually, yeah, me too. I think this card is like hyper cursed. When 2 are scored, the game is like really cooked. But anyways, it was Nebula. It was fun. We ended up stealing the last 3-pointer and closing the game out. I think at some point Eric ran out of money, and so I actually could start running, because even with the false leads in the score area, if Eric doesn't have like 12 plus credits, he can't do the combo. So he's on like 5 credits. So I can actually run for a couple turns, build the turning wheel, and then we managed to take it. It was getting scary. I was pretty confident with 2 false leads scored that Eric could not score to 7, because I did steal like at least 1 embedded reporting, but that's not the case. And so I actually had to run a bit more. Next game I'm playing against Roberto, who's back and playing. He did really well at the event. He's playing Hoshiko, just good stuff. Hoshiko with Banhar into my wiki deck. My HQ has 2, I end up putting 2 in a row, BOX on HQ. He runs through the first one with a Banhar. I res the second one, and he's playing Echelon. So he can spend all his money, 7 credits, just to protect his Echelon so it doesn't get trashed, because his other Echelon he already trashed to Banhar or something else. And so he has to do it. And at that point, I am on 5 points. I'm just trying to dig for the last points. The remote server is good enough, but not really good. He can always get through it if he wants to. So I'm just trying to score out my last points. On turn 1, he runs HQ with the raindrops on turn 1 after I keep my hand, and the ice on HQ is a Winchester, which I don't know as a Winchester into a no board state into a raindrop, so I don't. And he 1 in 5 my above the law from hand, which is the only agenda. I'm like, I'm gonna lose this game for sure, because not only is above the law a 3-2, and that's actually a really big weakness of this deck. If you end up losing too many 3-2s, you almost can't win, because functionally you only have in the deck like 14 points because you can't really score your slash and burns. You can, you're trying not to, but you don't. Off the books and the above the law are so important because they're your 3-2s. Otherwise everything is a 3-1 or a 2-1, and that's a lot more work. So losing above the law on turn 1 to the 1 in 5 felt really bad, but we ended up clawing it back. On the last turn, he knows he can make 1 run on R&D. On R&D, I have a logjam with 5 counters. I got 3 of them, 4 of them naturally. I advanced it once with a KPI errantly, and he has on Rising Tide with no other fractures in the bin, so it's very expensive. I put something in front of it so Banhar doesn't just take 3 damage. And he has basically the final turn where I'm saying like next turn I'll win. On the turn into that, I'm drawing, and all I'm trying to do is find one of my last 3-2s and find a slash and burn. And I end the turn with a Spin Doctor in a remote server behind 2 ice, and with 5 agendas in hand and 2 non-agendas. I kept drawing, and I kept finding 1-pointer, 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 slash and burn. Finally, I found an off the books. So I'm holding 5 agendas in hand and 2 other cards. And I have to make a decision here. What do I do? Do I hold the agendas and assume that he's not going to run HQ through the double BOAC and then the ice behind it? Or do I discard the agendas so that there's 4 points in archives? Or some amount of points in archives. Actually, I think it was like 3 slash and burns I had in hand. So I threw out 2 slash and burns, kept a slash and burn, kept a 3-2, and then I had some 1-pointers. So I didn't know what to do. And I decided I'm going to throw out the 2 slash and burns into archives with a Spin Doctor, so that if he wants to run R&D, he has to waste a click running the archives because I'll shuffle them in. I think in hindsight, that was a terrible play. I was really worried that with a twinning, and he had a twinning with 1 or 2 counters, and he had a stone chip, that he would run HQ and just say, I know you've been drawing so much, I'm going to flush HQ. And if I'm holding 5 agendas in HQ and he flushes, I 100% lose, right? Like if he sees 3 cards in HQ and I have 5 agendas, I'm going to lose 100% of the time. I wasn't confident for that line. So I actually ended up discarding 2 agendas, holding only 3 agendas in hand. And then he runs archives, he shuffles the agendas back into R&D. And now he's like, okay, I can run R&D. That's the last run I'm going to make. At the start of the turn, when he put Banhar on R&D, I'm like, shit, I made a mistake. Because if he doesn't Banhar HQ, he's not getting into HQ at all. I probably should have kept the agendas in HQ. So he does it right. He click 1 runs archives. I have to shuffle the agendas back in. And then I'm really worried that he's going to pop his stone chip to charge his twinning to see another counter. And then he can charge another counter by playing an operation or whatever companion he has. But instead, he pops his stone chip to draw 2 cards. And I'm scared because I don't think he's messing up. Roberto hasn't played in a while, but I don't think he's making a mistake. I think there's something in his deck that he wants to draw into, because he's using his stone chip to draw 2 cards instead of getting the free counter on the twinning on the turn where he needs to see more cards, which means he's on finality. His deck has like 8 cards left maybe, so he's trying to draw into his finality, and I'm pretty confident, as much as I just put 4 points back into the deck, with my hand the way it is, there's not that many points in the deck. I think he's on already only 2 points from that turn 1 above the lost steal, but he needs to steal like 3 agendas if he's lucky, and so he needs to see enough cards. So if he finds finality and dumps the twinning, he can see up to like 6 or 7 cards, and I could lose to that. Click 2, after running archives, he draws. Click 3, he plays some sort of operation to get a twinning counter, and then click 4, he says, I don't have the finality, and he just runs R&D. He ends up seeing 3 cards, stealing 1 agenda, and obviously that takes him to 4 points or 5 points, I forget what it was, I think 4 points, and then next turn I score out. If he got his finality, which was like unfortunately the second last card in his deck, he would have actually won the game. There was enough agendas because I shuffled back in. So what I think I learned is like, I probably should have just kept the agendas in hand. I think I could have read that there was no way he's running HQ through BOAC into BOAC. He probably didn't have the money. And I think that on his way that he saw the board state, R&D was the game. That was the one server he could run. Whether it was the right server to run, it was a server that I think he thought he could run. And then I would have no chance of losing on R&D. So I did roll the dice a bit. A finality would have cooked me, but we got there. The round 4, I'm playing against a player who I haven't met before, who is a new player. And this player is playing against me, and I'm undefeated. So I'm like, wait, this player is kicking ass right now? I think they were 2-1 going into this round, and they're playing BANGUN. And they're a new player. I met them for the first time, let alone they were playing with a Magic the Gathering playmat, let alone they're playing a deck with no sleeves, and the back of their cards are modern NSG card backs. So like, you know, sometimes you can tell how old the player is if they have like knee saver in the back of their cards or they have promos, but like unsleeved deck, new player. So I'm sitting down, I'm like, okay, cool. We're a new player. You're playing BANGUN. Apparently they've won a BANGUN deck game already against more experienced players. So I'm like, there's something in here that I have to respect that I'm not going to see coming. So I'm going to try and play slow and methodical and make sure I don't make a mistake. Opponents also playing slow. They're figuring out the game, and they're like very, very new to the game, where they're like installing Antil excavations face up on their turn. I'm like, oh no, you don't do that. You don't want to do that. You can install it face down. You don't have to tell me what it is. Like basic rules questions new, which I'm saying as not to be like, that's bad, as in to be like, that's sick. They're coming out and playing, and we're working together to make them like figure out the lines. So apparently they're just playing this deck. I learned at the end of the game that they only have core, so they don't have end of the line. Their whole card pool is basically system update, system gateway, and elevation, which is why they're playing BANGUN. So their deck has like retribution. It might have a public trail. There's a chance they didn't have public trail in their deck. They have measured response, of course. They have bite, which is how I think they won their game in round 1. But they're basically figuring it out. There's like some funny rules things, and it's really cool to play against a new player because you see the sort of like misunderstandings that come up with new players. For instance, the player wanted to res a BOAC, and unfortunately this is a hard thing to fix. When they res the BOAC, they forfeited an off-world office from hand. So they showed an off-world office and threw it in a bin. I'm like, oh no, that's not how that works. Also, shit, I know you have an off-world office, and it's not my goal to like, you know, use that information to like stomp through a new player. But yeah, like these sort of things show up a fair bit. Understanding how upgrades work. Do you have to say if it's an asset or it's an agenda? Like basic stuff, as in like welcome to the game basic stuff. So they are jamming things into a remote server. They have an off-world office. It's in front of 2 ice. I let them score the first off-world office. They actually like touch-ups me for tempo, which is not something I would expect. And so I lose. I've had worse in my deck. So I lose, steel skins. I lose 2 steel skins from my hand that I was camping. And I'm like, oh, that's not gonna help. Centrals were wide open, so I can just touch cards with Sable. I didn't find anything too spicy. I think by turn like 1 or 2, they played like 3 petty caches and 2 hedge funds, so their money was really good. They get a Samax on HQ really quickly, which I can't deal with too easily. It cost me a lot of money. But they scored an off-world in their remote server, and unfortunately they now, of course, because they're BANGUN, they're installing all their cards face up on the remote server, so I know exactly where the points are. I think I steal an early 2-pointer off of an open R&D, and then I steal a 2-pointer from the remote server. I make a risky run. When I'm up on 4 points, I run the remote server who has 2 unresed ice. The first unresed ice turns out to be a Pharos, which is pretty expensive for Kurapira. And I'm like, if I break this with the Kurapira, and I've already bravadoed this run, so I'm kind of invested to go deeper, that will leave me with 3 credits. And the ice behind it, which I'm pretty sure can be a BOAC, because we saw a BOAC because of the earlier rules interaction, and I returned something to hand with Hermes. If the card behind the Pharos is a BOAC, and I have 3 credits, if my opponent reses the BOAC, in which he would have to forfeit his off-world office, I only have 3 credits. And I need 4 credits to break this with my revolver. And I decide, F it. It's a fun, like it's a Saturday. I don't care. I will take that risk where if he reinstalled the BOAC and forfeits his 4-2 to res the BOAC, he's allowed to trash my half-empty revolver and my Kurapira, which I have extra copies of, so I'm not too stressed about it. I take the risk. Probably shouldn't have taken that risk if I'm like playing to EV, being comfortable as a player who's played the game for more than like a couple of weeks, as opposed to my opponent who's like figuring things out. Turns out it was a tithe, which was such a good relief to be like, oh, okay, I'm fine with that. And once I'm up on 6 points, he still puts an agenda face up on the remote server, and there's no ramifications to that. I think he thought that I would not be able to deal with the Pharos on the remote server. Unfortunately, Kurapira, I run R&D, farm the Samaxamoon, I run the remote server, and I get through the Pharos for free. My favorite part of that match, we talked after and we talked about like, oh, how the difference with core is. I think the issue he had with his deck is that he wasn't able to tag people proactively. I don't think he was on public trail. So I showed him public trail. He's like, oh my God, I need to have this in the deck. And he's a player who's been playing largely Magic and has been getting out of Magic, and her Netrunner was great. And obviously was having a great time. I think he ended up going like 50-50 at the whole event, which is incredible for what might've been his first event. So absolutely sick. I think my favorite interaction was the amount of time that he had to like pick up my Hermes, reread the Hermes and put it down. And his response was, that card is really annoying. I'm like, yeah, boys, his Hermes is going to suck. I returned so much ice to hand, but yeah, Hermes was the absolute pain in the ass. And I'm glad he found that out so quickly. Hermes is, yeah, it's good. Honestly, really impressive. And like, for what, again, tone flag, super positive. I think if you're a newer player and you're playing against more experienced players, like playing a deck that can get you wins because your opponent messes up seems sick, right? Like games are being won because of bite. And like people are probably a bit aggressive because they think you're a newer player, so they don't have to respect shit. And then you lose to a bite on centrals. Like I don't know exactly how it happens, but I do think there's something worth it, to it at least. If you're a newer player, I think it might be harder to win modernly if you're just playing like scoring PD. But if you play like, you know, Bangun with bite in it, I think the issue is installing your agendas face up. I think that requires a fair bit of like board understanding, but pretty cool. Got here just in time to hear that Hermes is a pain in the ass. How's it going, Hart? Learning to play against Leela is a time-honored tradition. Back in the day, I would give Leela to new players as the learn to play deck because it was very fun when Leela popped off. Hermes isn't even that bad. No, I was even explaining, yeah, I was like, as Bangun, I can't bounce your agendas. Hermes is not as bad as it should be, but I kept returning the ice back to hand that kept getting reinstalled. Anyways, super glad that person came out. I think they had a good time. Very, very nice. Excited to see what they keep brewing, but they obviously have like good card game fundamentals as much as like Netrunner is obviously a different game than Magic. Round 4, so we still haven't lost a game. We're 4-0, and then I get to play back-to-back against Antoine. You might know Antoine won the showdown, what was it, 2 showdowns ago earlier this year. Local player, has been playing since he was a wee kid. So I've known Antoine for a long time, and a great player. I really enjoy playing against Antoine as much as Antoine plays some like pretty mean stuff. Playing a lot of like combo decks, kill decks, stuff like that, and he's playing Nebula. Again, I don't know what to say about Nebula. I don't think I like the design on this one. I'm playing against Sable, but it's like turn 1. I don't run because I want to set up. I draw. I have economy, so I play economy. I play like a Hermes. I say, if you score out, that's fine. I'll open up a central. It was like econ play, operation, ice central. And on turn 1 for like petty cash or whatever, he scores out at tomorrow's headline. Like, I can't get over that. I just don't like it. I blow up HQ because of Hermes, and then I can do a transfer of wealth. So it wasn't maybe that good of a play. But the fact that, like, you didn't run on turn 1, I score a 3-2 from hand for, like, 1 credit, like, doesn't sit with me well. That being said, the game was fun. I find out pretty quickly that this is just a fast advance deck once I start seeing nano management, so I don't have to be scared about false lead combo. And I think that matchup does favor me. Eventually, the ice on HQ actually gets really difficult. Like, the ice on HQ is F2P, which, like, I have a Chesva, so I break this functionally for 4 credits, 2 of them being Chesva. And then behind it is Mesna Chesvo, which, with an advancement, that is really annoying to break when you're playing garbage Shibboleth. And so I basically had to keep boomeranging the Mesna Chesvo. I ended up drawing on a classic draw. My 2 options were Wake Implant and Info Bounty. I ended up taking the Wake Implant just because I needed multi-axis because I haven't found my twinning yet. But I ended the game just locking the top of R&D. My opponent Antoine was on 4 points. And I think on 4 points, I was not that scared because I'm pretty sure that this wasn't the king-making version. So it doesn't really have a way to fast advance 5-3s. So in my score area were 2 embedded reportings. In Antoine's score area was the Tomorrow's Headline and the embedded reporting. So there's no more 2-pointers in the deck, or at least no more 3-2s in the deck. So I thought I was in a pretty good spot. It turns out I'm not. Antoine keeps getting money, but like with not a lot of ice on the table to res, I'm like, I'm not sure what you're doing with your 25 plus credits. Turns out you can lose, because sudden commandment into double nano management, you can fast advance out of 5-3. So Antoine is just sitting in the waiting room waiting for a 5-3 to do sudden commandment, biotic, score out of 5-3. I don't even think he needs to be on the other side of Nebula. But basically every turn I'm making one run, taking a turn off, hopefully, making another run, and just making sure that he constantly stays flipped. It was actually fun. Like, I had a good time. Obviously, Run-Based Criminal likes that list. I ended up locking the top of R&D and finding the 5-3. But if Antoine drew the 5-3, he would have just scored it out from hand. Again, don't have anything great to say about it. Not that I'm not playing a fast advance deck, but these sort of decks that don't build remote servers, I think it's just pretty bad Netrunner. In general, I don't like it. Last game, we flipped the table. Antoine is now just playing good stuff flat. Nothing too flashy. I think there's at least one deep dive in there. Pinholes, Fermenters, kind of what you expect. And I'm playing Zwicky. I get him good. I score. I ice up early a Spin Doctor. And so I just start scoring out points from hand with Slash and Burn. I get an early Biowack in front of my Spin Doctor. And then there's one point where I Slash and Burn to score at something. And so you can either run the archives, which will force my 4-2 back into the deck. But Antoine thinks I'm going to take a turn off and set up, because what's the chance you have another Slash and Burn and another agenda in hand? And I do. So the single Spin Doctor gets to put back 2 Slash and Burns. I'm very quickly on 5 points, but I can't close the game out. One deep dive goes through because I have like now 2 BOACs on the remote server plus a third unres BOAC unknown to Antoine. And then Centrals is like a descent into Maskarovka and R&D. So the ice is not particularly good, but because Antoine is playing Revolver, running through the 3 BOX server is actually pretty difficult. I think I made a pretty big misplay potentially, where I have a Plutus in the remote server, but I don't have a way to fast advance with it, or I'm missing a 3-2. So I don't know whether I should res the Plutus so far. Like, I don't know whether I res the Plutus just for tempo, because I generally, when I res a Plutus, I actually discard my hand because I don't want to forfeit an agenda, because I'm currently on 5 points. So if I forfeit an agenda for the Plutus, I now have to score out 2 more agendas to win the game. So when I'm on 5 points, all I'm trying to do is get rid of my hand and then use what's left of my hand to win the game. Problem is I can't find a 3-2. I think I've scored out 2 of the 3-2s. I think Antoine has stolen 1 of the 3-2s maybe. So there's not that many cards left in the deck that will actually let me win the game off of fast advance. So there's at a point here where I don't let res the Plutus and I draw up. And now in hand, after I play some of my clickless econ draw, I'm holding a hand that has the last, not last, but the very important off the books. And I have a remote server that has BOAC, unresed ice, and unresed Plutus. And so I'm thinking, Antoine, who has a coupulation on the table, can probably run HQ and send the coupulation and see 3 out of my 5 cards. There's a 40% chance there that I have the off the books. I also have a Spin Doctor somewhere on the table, I'm pretty sure. I think it's rezzed. I don't think it's been contested. I'm not sure. Maybe the Spin Doctor's in the server. I forget how this works. But the short of the long is I need to know what to do with the off the books. I decide to keep it in hand and say that if Antoine goes for the HQ run this turn and throws the coupulation, 40% of the time I still win the game, because I can just off the books fast advance with the Plutus. What I probably could have done is trash the Plutus and put the off the books in the remote server and say, Antoine, if you can get in, that's fine. It's going to be very expensive. You're going to use your Revolver. Turns out Antoine also had a Plongi that would have helped a heck of a lot, but I just need to keep you busy. Instead, I keep it in hand. The coupulation hits it. So I'm now, it's like 5-4. So that's a bit scary as much as I don't have any 3-pointers, but I basically am no longer on game point and have to find the next off the books. And it's a bit awkward. I think we talked about it. If I put in the remote server, Antoine would definitely run it because clearly I'm over installing something. The other line I could have done if I was really scared is I could have res the Plutus before Axis and trashed the agenda into the bin. And I do think I had a Spin Doctor or some way to deal with it, because that was a line I could have considered if I just wanted to take no risks. But I was going to take the 40% and be okay with it. I end up basically breaking lock very aggressively. I top deck a green mail and I'm just like, okay, I'll score the green mail so it's out of the game. So I'm up to 6 points. This means I can actually forfeit to res a Bioac or a Plutus. I end up resing a Plutus just for tempo. It gets pinholed the next turn, which sucks. So it fired once for like a hedge fund. And this is where I now start the turn with a sudden commandment in hand. And I need a slash and burn and I need the off the books. And so I sudden a commandment, I hit a hedge fund, I draw with the hedge fund, I get the click back and I just do some nonsense to put something in the remote server to keep busy. I don't have the agenda. And the next turn, I have another sudden commandment. And there I sudden commandment. I play something that gives me a click back or gives me credits. So I draw another card and I finally draw into an off the books and a slash and burn and I score out from hand. Antoine was running the top of the deck, like seeing the cards. But that's the cool thing about sudden commandment with Zwicky is you clicklessly draw 3 if you fire this, which is quite nice. And so that was the event. We ended up going 6-0. I played against 2 Nebula and a Bangun. The Nebulas, I think, were interesting matchups, but I'm very happy I was playing Sable, that's for sure. And I thought I had a really great time. Like, I was surprised how good Reg Sable was, how good it felt. I do think, again, like the card pool is small. I feel like I'm very risk averse now in my runner choices. Like I need to be able to deal with the mean decks. And I felt like if I brought any other deck to that event that could not deal with kill combo Nebula that doesn't build a remote server, or fast events Nebula that doesn't build a remote server, like I'm not sure what I would have brought to be happy with. And I think I brought the right choice, that's for sure. On the corpse side, I got a score out every game. I scored to 7, which was good fun. Played against Criminal, Shaper, and Anarch, and they all felt relatively different, which is cool. But I think this Wiki deck is actually like really hype. It's probably not the best thing you can do, but it was like the pretty good midpoint between fun per minute, cool lines, and like has a chance to actually like go fast and do things, which is great. Harp, I've not been playing Netrunner for the past month and don't expect to play much until Montreal Cons, so I feel like I'm going to have some rough surprises. I think Harp, the meta definitely between now and Cons, I'm assuming there'll be a ban list change. I don't know whether it be mid mega cities or between mega cities and continentals. I think it's kind of expected. So if you're looking at the meta now and thinking there's some like issues with it or whatever, like obviously things will be fixed. I don't think people like, there's obviously comments about, you know, scoring corps being really difficult. I think we're still going to see scoring corps. I think people have been publishing deck lists this weekend that are scoring corps. You could argue that they're not as good and consistent as the other decks, but now we're in this weird spot where now people are teching for the damage decks. So like, what do? Do you shift to the scoring decks? I don't know. There's Roberto. What I learned Saturday, 2x finale instead of only one. I think I learned I should have kept my agendas in HQ, but good game. Roberto came in, I think, second place, only losing that one game to Zwicky. Your memory for this level of detail in these matches is staggering. So maybe it is. I don't know. I think that's something that comes with time. And like this also comes with Netrunner in general. It's like a lot of people look at players who've been playing for a long time or playing at a high level. I'm not saying exactly that's me, but and the idea is like, how do you process this so quickly? And the idea is that it just becomes pattern recognition, where you play so much that the sort of things that your opponent's asking for you, the certain board states, the problems you're dealing with, they don't become like a lot of small details. They become one big puzzle piece to be like, oh, I have to run centrals this turn, or I was in a like, oh, I lose here if I don't lose here. My memory is not particularly good. In fact, it's something I'm quite scared of, but yeah, it definitely comes with time. It gets a lot easy. Are we considering modernism deck scoring corps? Yeah, I guess so, Jai, on a technicality, but I don't know if you're talking about Nuvem or not. That's why I think maybe. The Nuvem is scoring with threat. This Wiki deck, mind you, I play 2 measured response in the deck. They were totally useless. I would cut them out in a heartbeat. I'd rather have a better card. The problem is I can't tell what the better card is in this deck. I have no idea. Hey, Lucas, I haven't played Netrunner since 2016-17. I started in 2012, but a friend has been working for me for months to try Energy version. I think I finally cracked Weyland for life, baby. Oh, Lucas, welcome back. The Weyland decks right now, you have a lot of cool options. There's a lot of really interesting stuff, and we're going to be playing more Weyland today, but welcome back. Hey, Ares. Hey, Lars. It's the same as people who play Bridge. It becomes a conversation almost. Yeah, I think that's how it is, right? Like, I think more newer players who are less experienced enter every board state as in like, I don't know what's going on. And then they're just kind of like struggling to grab their footing. But again, the more you play, the more you just see board states that are similar to this board state. Yeah, it becomes a bit more of a conversation where it's like the ideas, you can remember what happened. Like, oh, this was the problem. This is how I solved it. You know what I mean? My partner wants me to go with him to Montreal. Well, you should. I don't know if you mean for concert in general, but Montreal is really lovely in the summer. Every time I play Netrunner, I may as well be unconscious. I remember none of it. That's also like a really good thing to do. How's it going, Duckland? Is that if you want to improve as a player, taking a journal is actually very important. If you go to a tournament specifically, but even casual play, like meditative play is really important. Structured play is really important. But after I play a game like this is what was so cool. And so even with Flesh and Blood, which I talked about earlier on Friday, is after I played a game and I won the game or I lost the game, actually, usually the emphasis should be in the other way, is that I would love to be able to have a journal where I write down, I played against this player. This is what I learned. And like being able to contemplate and reflect on that, like from the stories I've told, I actually got a couple of good learnings from that. Like reading where Roberto is going to run on the last click. I made a mistake into that. I shouldn't have made that mistake. The sort of like how do you play against a new player who's on BANGUN? Like that's also an interesting thing. But I do think actually like remembering this sort of stuff intentionally is really important for improvement. For Continentals to be my first event. Oh, sick. That's really, really hype. Would you build this deck differently for open deck lists? Yeah, I would cut out the measured response. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure what to do with an open deck list. I haven't seen a deck like this compete in open deck lists. There's like no fast events tech. I think the ice is like, you could face check on basically all the ice besides BOAC and be fine. I think them knowing you have Antil actually helps you in open deck lists because you can consider jamming those, but I honestly don't know. I think if they just go hyper aggressive here, like maybe that's the thing with open deck lists is you need the measured so they don't just go aggro. Because in theory, like Hermes might be a problem. You have 13 agendas. I also need to shout this out, and I was talking about this on the weekend. NSG, please. You gotta not make expend just a Weyland thing. This design is so damn cool. To have such a powerful effect attached to an agenda is fire. It is awesome. Because it's basically like giving an operation with the trash cost, but it feels better and it feels worse for the corporation. Like if touch-ups was on a 4-2 agenda, obviously that would give click compression, but you know what I mean? Give touch-ups a trash cost. But like, it is just such a good space to be in where it's high risk, high reward. And I feel like I want so many more cards that are like this. It's good for the corporation because it click compresses your pieces. So you have more deck slots. Immediately, if I lose every slash and burn, this deck probably loses on the spot and then you become a Plutus deck. But like, I know expend is Weyland coded, but like, I just wish there's ways to make your agendas do things, even if they're not in the score area, because then the game comes back to being about agendas. That might be one of the issues. Some of the decks right now don't feel like they're about agendas that much. Maybe that's not true, but you know what I mean. It's just like, it makes the agendas important, and I feel Netrunner is my favorite when the agendas are important. I'd say that being extremely rigorous and self-critical by replay review was my single biggest gameplay improvement factor. Yeah. As a content creator, as someone who records myself actively, let alone when I was editing stuff and like spending time watching my play, other people's play as a commentator, also was one of the things that helped me fast track on play. Watching different players, better players, I don't want to use the term worse, but you know, any player functionally gives you a lot of insight into how people think and what they value, and it's very, 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 very useful. Found 100% go. Only prep you need is getting some reps playing in person. Might be lower stakes event before August 2 you could find. Yeah, I would definitely like, I'm not saying don't make cons your first event. I think you definitely want to get in paper play, and I'm assuming you are playing because you need to be able to close a game in 40 minutes. You don't want to go to time. That's just doesn't feel good. But I'll make videos about this in the upcoming future. There's ways to prepare for big events. It'll probably be loud, but I would highly recommend it. Thanks so much. I've played a bunch of other random FFG stuff, Star Wars Unlimited recently. I've quit after Damon left and the Degenerate Museum of History lock deck was around. Yeah, that lasted for a bit. A lot of people dropped off around that point, Lucas. The sort of like Mumbad assets era. But yeah, the game, FFG like kind of swung the game back, and NSG, as you might know, have been doing this for now longer than FFG has, and they've been doing a great job. It's kind of like muscle memory for remembering combos in a fighting game. You just don't think about them anymore after time. A read becomes intuition similarly. Yeah. Or like playing music. It's like if I want to play a triad or like a chord progression, I don't think of the buttons I'm hitting. I just, you know, you just do it. You play the C chord. Depending on if I have the money, I'm going to play in person with my partner soon anyway, so I'll definitely get practice. Heck yeah. Moonpools make agendas do things when they're not in play, also Regenesis. Yeah, no, like the Jinteki decks actually care about their agendas, which is really cool. This deck also was a Moonpool deck at some point, which kind of makes sense. Hey, Ba. Sorry I've been playing Meat Space tonight, but have just pinged you my list on Discord. Feel free if you want to see /play. Thank you, Ba. We're going to be diving into some gameplay now, so we'll see how far we get off of Josh's before we transition, but I think that'll be cool. I don't do it as much nowadays, which is why I'm washed. Sorry, Jai. One day you'll be the people's champ again. All right, let's play some Netrunner. That was our story time for a bit. Hopefully y'all are doing all right. I haven't heard. The plumbers are meant to be here. I hear no pipe sounds. I don't know whether I can use the bathroom. Living in my apartment with the fear that if I need to use the restroom, I can't. Like, I don't know what to do. Luckily, there's the cat toilet back there, but I feel like she'll be upset. I would be very scared of a Jinteki expend agenda. Yes. Face up, though. All right. BANGUN. So former team has published a list. My Weyland opponent was not having a good time. Last tournament, I learned something very important. Starting the game with 3 imp, so Banhar and Strike Fund in hand is unfair to play against. I think people are pretty, you know, Banhar seems like a very powerful card. Let's just say that. All right. Second place at Toronto NPC with some notable changes. So former team unfortunately lost in the finals to the King. Shout out to Axum the King. Their podcast went up to yesterday. Replace Antil with Regolith like that. 3 KPIs, 1 Mindscaping, 1 Faust to 1 Oppa, 1 Petty Cash, 2 Predicted Planograms, 1 Descent. Okay, hopefully that all makes sense in a way. Okay. So I'm going to read the notes really quickly on this. This is BANGUN, which not a lot of people have been enjoying. You can install agendas face up. I think I really appreciated playing against Solomir like a month ago, where Solomir installed the first agendas face down, then the mid-game agendas face up, and the last agendas even also face up. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's cool. I think if you're scoring out an eminent domain, you should install it face down because they might not run it. So it's up to you to like read the board state. I think we were trying false lead in BANGUN and we just felt that we lost on centrals. I don't know how this deck doesn't lose on centrals. It doesn't have bite in it. I think 2 measured response like doesn't make a lot of sense. I think Oppo research is maybe the way that this makes sense. So our goal is to get a lot of money and then Oppo off of a central. Funhouse is really cool too. The size is frustrating to deal with. It feels like not a lot of people are on Ficerum anymore. So there's just not a lot of good ways to deal with this. Worlds is looking to be the highest attended all time, Lucas. People go to Edinburgh. I just want to go to jump back in after 8 years. Yeah. Edinburgh Worlds looks like it has like 420 people going. It is gonna maybe be the biggest Worlds of all time. I'm not sure if that's bigger than Magnum Opus. Yeah, a few people might be going to Worlds. How's it going, Ollie? Does Esther Strike refers to Andres? Maybe these litterbox. How's it going? I don't know how to feel about Eminent and BANGUN. 1-pointers are bad at getting to threat 4. Yeah, I agree. And I don't know how much of this is threat 4. This deck is also on End the Line, and I do think that is the argument too. Do you play Measure Response or do you play End the Line? Tag really matters in BANGUN, and making the tag matter is the cool fork. So it does feel naturally like you want to play some combination of tag matters and hand size matters, because that's what BANGUN's text does. It says they both matter. Pick which one that you want to lose to, and hopefully you have both of those. Angelique is cool. Tucanon's really cool too. I think you need cards like this to make your remote server matter, because if you're just scoring out like, you know, my opponent was scoring out just an off-world office and core, I don't care. Like that is just 7 credits. You paid 4 for them, but like you need some way to make the board state a bit more proactive for you. So that's kind of neat. 2 BOAC. Okay. We have Eminence. We have 1-pointers, I guess. And we'll go from there. My BTL's 6 1-pointers and it still gets a threat 4 eventually. This is the thing about Measured Response. I think Measured Response is overperforming from my expectations. But the way that it's seeing play is, I don't know if the way that the designers intended, at least looking at it and looking at Scorched Earth and cards like this, it doesn't feel like it's the way that I expected to play out, which is not about like playing fast tempo games and saying you'll never keep up. It's more about like playing something that is akin to, I wouldn't say a siege, but there's like an inevitability baked into Measured Response, where you're just saying you're playing Nuvem, I'm going to jam into the remote server. You have to deal with it. But it's not so much like you have to deal with it at my speed. It's just like eventually by like turn 12, you're going to run out of money and my ice is still going to be logjam. So I don't know. Are you planning on making commentary videos from Worlds? I loved every single one you've made so far. What do you mean commentary videos from Worlds? Your cases, how's it going? Like Worlds commentary? Like part of the NSG team? I hate Measured Response. I lose to double MR. Double MR is better than it looks. I don't know how you tech against this. SDS co-op when I can't take it anymore. You have to beat Trail at the same time as Measured, have 8+ credits. Yeah, this one's not on Trail too. I imagine you could play Trail. We'll try this. Orange Man might mean I have to refund my Worlds tickets. Sorry, Harp. Yeah, traveling gets a bit bad. Actually posted the King's Court podcast on his YouTube channel. Yeah, it is on Axu. If you search Axu on YouTube, it doesn't always get you there. If you search Axu Netrunner, it definitely gets you there. All right, look at this shot. Measure Response is overperforming in a big way compared to what I thought. Yeah, me too. And especially for how like killy the meta is. I believe a player brought like Diogen's list to Denver megacities and did really well, which is just like HB asset spam with, you know, 12 influence on Measured Response. And it's like just the worst timeline. And I don't mean because of Diogen. I just mean like that's how you make an HB deck good, is play 3 Measured Response and hope that nobody knows you're coming. Okay, so let's the changes. Not you. This. I have open up multiple JNets. Okay. So hold on, edit. I feel like we're super zoomed in. So chat, we gotta remember this. -3 KPI, -1 Mindscaping, -1 Funhouse. No, my fun cards. So -3 KPI, -1 Mindscaping. Oh, Mindscaping. You could play Complete Image, I guess. -1 Funhouse. No. Plus an Oppo, plus a Petty Cash, plus 2 Predictive. Plus an Oppo, plus a Petty Cash, plus 2 Predictive. So we have 12 ice. 1 descent. Oh, okay, never mind. We have 13 ice. We're good. I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me. I think we have to make our opponent misplay into this. We have 13 ice. We have no logjam. We have a single Pharos. Shylander is annoying. I feel like I like Maskarovka way better than Treeline. I don't know what I'm missing here. Maskarovka versus Treeline. The Kurapira math is the same functionally. The Botulus math is worse for you. The Banhar math is worse for you. Probably worst take Axu other than your top-down solutions. That's a meme card, you know. Axu, like a real talk. I think top-down solutions is one of the best cards of the set. Card's so cracked. Tucana but no ping. Yeah, I wonder if the, like those sort of lines that I know that we chased when we were playing this were maybe a bit cheesy. But yeah, you can do Tucana to the remote server, so when they score, you can ping. This deck also doesn't have like Tucana into Anemone or any of that other like cheese stuff, so maybe it's a bit more consistent. But I'm very surprised. Like, we're doing a Ket, but we're not playing Maskarovka. I guess we can get advancement on our ice, but we don't have anything that scales besides Pharos. I guess you can scale Treeline, right? This is very weird. Very strange. It's not the, it's like parts of it are the Bangun deck I'd expect, but then parts of it are like not even the Weyland deck I'd expect. Will be at least one in the top 4 deck. There's a monster. Top Down is such a good card. It's such an absurdly good card. I don't get this. I also don't understand how nobody's on Fly Swatter, but like I put 2 of in every deck. I should have had 2 of in my Zwicky deck. It would have been done work. Is there a good place to see the meta? I know NetRunner obviously has lists. Lucas, what you can do is there's a website called Always Be Running, so alwaysberunning.net. And if you go to, you spell it right, but if you go to alwaysberunning.net and then you go to result. Okay, there was a website called Always Be Running, I'm pretty sure. And if you go there, there's results that people post. So you can, if they link their deck list, you can kind of see like global meta. Hey, best of luck, have fun. Otherwise, I would just go to NetRunner. Tucana is your eminence score. Yeah. He's safer. Stream is off. Okay, we're playing against Lou. Lou is going to get down some little gremlins and trasher stuff. Our opening hand, false lead on the table is not bad. I don't mind this. Like, I'll tree line on HQ. I'll Shylendra on R&D and just say, like, we'll make Lou not fire for a bit. Cool thing about the new imp is that it can't trash agendas, which is really important because Bangun has an agenda cause. But it's Axis, actually, so it wouldn't technically matter. And then ideally, we're scoring our false lead behind one of our end run ice. The problem is our deck is only on 13 ice. 2 of them are BOX, so we only have like 9 ice and 44 we can draw that we can score behind. Yeah, it looks like the site is down. I don't think it was just me. I typed it right one of the times, so I'm pretty sure. I think our best draw here would be some economy. Lou Mulligan, okay. Hey, Gale, Surveyor is a good source for meta-analysis. Yeah, Surveyor is really good for like stats-based meta-analysis too. But that's more like competitive big tournaments as opposed to like, actually, no, that's not true. Surveyor, does cover other events. So we'll ice up HQ, we'll put the Shylendra in R&D. It doesn't stop accesses, but it is annoying. These two work well together because Shylendra can advance a tree line. Shout out to Logjam Gaming. I wouldn't want to res a Logjam here, I'll be clear, but I do value Logjam a lot. All right, spending 2 influence on 3 credits. Don't feel bad about this. Orbital face up, false lead face down. Baya. All right, don't mind this. This sort of card's actually really good in the matchup because there's click, compress, draw, and tag removal. So not that they want to hold it for the first part of the game, but it's actually a really good card in the meta and in this matchup too. I feel like I'm off center. Mulligan. All right, so here we get like Eminent on the table behind a BOAC. The problem is like we don't have real teeth. So I just want to draw into a tree line. They've drawn through a lot of cards, so they probably have a way to sneak through 1 ice. I mean, do we just do nothing? Maybe we should have mulled. I think we just do nothing for a bit. What are people guessing the Lou influence is spent on? I have no idea. Simulchip, maybe? Looks like Azimat. We've seen Clean Getaway by a band, so we've already seen, like, what is it? 5 influence? 4 influence? Botchless and Shylendra, fine. Demolisher, sick. This will work out relatively well for us. This is why we play White Space. Not for this res here, but, like, we'll see what happens. They could die to bite here. Like, players are not respecting bite in Bangun, which I'm noticing. The strat is to get 3 false lead and install up to 3 face up. I don't think we even have 3 false lead in the deck. I think we only have 2. Yeah. So false lead is just good because you can do oppo into end of line stuff. So they broke the net damage. So they're going to lose 2. We can advance. What does this do? This is not good because this will get Botulist. It might be fine to advance the Shylendra, but we might trash the Shylendra. I don't think we will if it keeps the Botulist busy. So they saw the top card as a hedge fund. They didn't. Would you rather have custom biotics or Hearse Chandra back in the game? Custom biotics because it does something. We drew every ice that does nothing. So ideally we get another ice here. This can still be a threat. They knew we have the hedge fund, so we played it. Sickest loot deck right now is the one that DB uses the detente to get the loot triggers on the corpse turn. Feels like there's a bunch of aggro anarch decks that are spending influence on like interesting criminal consoles. There's a Gourmand. Their credits aren't there. They can just send it through the Shylendra next turn though. Fuck. This is awful. Our Biowax are now in our hands, so we like don't have a great target with this Eminent. Yeah, this makes sense. I feel like Scrounge is a 3 of in loop for sure. I don't think so. It's a pretty slow card. I think if you're playing Lily Pad, maybe, but I'd be surprised. It's not a card you want in your opening hand, so I wouldn't say 3 of. Maybe a 1 of. This looks like an end the run now. We could have advanced the Eminent when might have been better, but I just don't want them to run it. I feel like our ice is not very scary that they could consider running it. They're considering less influence on Simon Chip. Oh, it's no influence. It's just like a lot slower. They imped an SDS. And they're not running to get it. Okay. So do we Eminent for a Spin Doctor? Where's the... Oh, they stole the SDS. They didn't imp it. Okay, we just can't see the art. So they're in 3 points. Trying 2 Bioax is so bad. So what are we searching for? A free Pharaohs for the remote, I guess? We can leave R&D open. It keeps getting worse. It's pretty bad, let's be honest. I think we just get free Pharaohs here. Gourmand says non-agenda. Yeah, they just took it. So we just do this and we jam next turn. So we'll throw out this Bioac. I mean, we'll be on threat 4 soon, I think. Thrashing cards was really good, right? They get a credit, they draw 2 cards with Demolisher. Or sorry, with the little guy. This guy. And Lou. So this Shylander, like, admittedly, this is pretty fine for a Botulus, but we could put a Winchy here if we want to. I'm actually okay putting False Lead in the remote server. I think we do Angelique False Lead, and then we put a Winchester on HQ. Fetch SDS for the culture. With their board say with the 1 Azumat, I don't want to do it, especially scoring it out. I think scoring on a False Lead is also kind of cursed. An Eminent doesn't do that much for us. We could do the Orbital push. We do Angelique Orbital, but I think we'd want to do a False Lead into the Orbital first. I'll stall this face up, see if they squirm. I don't know if I should be. So if they run R&D here, they're probably going to pressure. And rather than run this than here, I think we need credits. This is going to be 4. This is going to be 3. Yeah, we just need to make money. I don't think we can install an ice there. Demolisher Azumat is a mad acid hate. Yeah, but like at least Demolisher works with everything. Because it's not even a card you're accessing. So even ice destruction, like this is going to happen. Oh, we just lost our Pharaohs. Oh, this is fine. So if we res this tree line here, they'll double charm it and crew it. It drops us down to 4. I think we're happier if they double charm this, as much as an open HQ is pretty bad. It's not really good deep dive tech to try to hit it with 2 damage. Yeah, it's not bad. It's as good as all the rest of them. It's definitely an option. It's a bit expensive. Yeah, if this gets bounced, we're fine. Gotta run, but thanks for the stream. We'll try it more time. I'm enjoying working through your videos. Happy to be back. Hey, welcome back. Thanks for the kind words. Hopefully getting back into the game is as easy as the bicycle. Assuming you can ride a bicycle. So they make money off of this. This is a very important. If they steal the Orbital. This is what I mean, where I feel like Bangun to central pressure is not a good interaction. Winchester, they'll gourmand that for sure. Okay, that's what we wanted on HQ. I think we can just leave HQ open. If we had an Eminent, we could score it and get ice. That would be a bit better. But if we score this, we go down to 1 credit. We try not to go down to 1 credit. Funhouse, we can't really afford to res. I guess we have to put something here because of credits, but Winchester would have been really good because it threatens both of these. Again, False Lead, we don't really have to move. We get some slow advance it. Where are we running? Okay, Funhouse, we just won't res this. I'm not resing 5. Another Katurga? What did they bring back on the first one? I didn't even pay attention. They Katurga a Gourmand. Oh, that's cool. They really want a Mystic here. If they miss the Oppo, they're in a bad spot. But I guess they're going to get 2 credits off of this run. They hit an agenda, it's actually really bad for them, which is kind of funny. Yeah, they hit the Eminent. That's actually really bad for them because they're on threat 4. They can't gourmand. At least now the Boomerang is like here so they can come back. But like, no one's respecting Bite. So if we res this, we bottom out. They probably can't go through this on a click. So this brings us down to 0. I think we do res this. If they go for a tag, we have a small chance of top decking Planogram and we can win. But this stops him from firing Lou and Demolisher this turn, which is worth a fair bit. So we top deck Planogram and they go through this if they don't hit the 1 and 3. Oh, wow. Okay. So still unlikely we win, but it's a possibility. They're floating a tag. Hit the oppo, they'll imp that for sure. So we topped. Oh, no, they draw 2 cards. Fuck. Planogram would have been so hype. This feels like a BANGUN game. Josh, if you're watching this, let me know what I'm doing wrong. I think I overextended for the remote server. I think we need more ice on centrals. I think this is the issue where like once you get the card face up on an upgrade, they never run this and you lose on centrals. So I think we need to recalibrate for the centrals. It's kind of funny how many times I actually want trying to find something to trash with Gourmand and just hit Gendies. Yep. And now this is camping the remote server. It's only a BANGUN game if you shout it's a disaster. Yeah, Spark. Call the disaster relief, but not for me. It's bad. It's not going well. Our text so far has been entirely blank. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good we have that. Do we want to go down to 0 credits? It opens up a remote server, which is good. I think we go down to 0 credits. They're probably going to trash our funhouse, though, so we have to clear our hand. Starting with the gun, starting down the Gourmand barrel. Yeah, this is doing more work than we are. All right, we don't need money. We'll top deck a Planogram, right? We probably should have mulliganed too. I think our opening hand it wasn't bad. We did end up flooding though. 6, 10. Yeah, we've seen 10 in top 20. Yeah, it's not the worst. It's only a bit worse than you expect. Cool. Advancement, please. Triple advancing Pharaohs actually does beat Devil Charm, which is cool. They could lose too. It gives them a card draw. It's actually probably worth losing it. Yeah. They broke the advancement too. Interesting. From listening to the King's podcast, it sounds like the upgrades mostly went on centrals. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's the big issue is that we're always over-indexing on the remote server. The problem is we don't have money. How does this deck make money? Just hedge? I think it has petty cash as well. It has... Oh, did we not add Regolith? Wait, I thought the deck said to play Regolith too. Hold on. Don't deep dive me. I'm pretty sure that Regolith was mentioned. Replace Anthill with Regolith. Okay, so we forgot to do that, which we should be on 2 Regoliths, which that makes more sense to me because we want to get money fast. So we didn't do that, but it's not like we drew into the Anthill, so no harm. Oppo, okay. Did they trash a card? I don't know. We just need to click for 3 and do nothing. Petty cash isn't great money. No, it's not. It is definitely not. So we could put something in the remote server, but if we don't have money, we can't do anything. This does feel like playing a corp without Rashida. Like I click for 3 credits and Lou still just like plays a whole huge synergistic engine package. Lou's money hasn't been good, and now that we're not actually pushing forward, Lou is recovering, which is not good for the oppo in our hand. We are 1 SDS away from losing the game. Now, the thing is, like, we haven't seen a steel skin. Oh, wow, huge correction. We've seen 2 steel skins. So this end of line is only so good. Our opponent knows that we lost 1 oppo. We lost a predictive. Okay, so now we're going to lose the ice on HQ. 3rd Katurka. Man, if they're doing this, they probably should play Transfer Wealth. I think that would actually lose the game. Oh, cool thing about this, they actually have to encounter it, so they have to take a tag. So this is a 2 and 4. 2 and 5. Yeah, so they still take a tag on this. I don't feel awful about that, but like we're not really playing the game anymore. No whammies. Angelique, okay. Wow, that's a bad hit too, because they can Azimat trash that. They did get the Demolisher already, but at least that was a credit and a card draw. Buy bands to clear the tag, love it. 50-50. All right. And now our ability just tells them where the winning agenda is, and our text doesn't matter. Like, I don't think we should concede, but you know what I mean? Like, it's really, really rough now. Really not getting reprisal last cycle is pain, yeah. Well, measure response, right? So we can do credit, credit, hedge. That doesn't change much. So I think we just do draw, credit, credit. I'm not a very smart man. This is going the way that I thought it would. Now, again, I think we over-index for remote. I think our Angelique should be on centrals. We just did not get the money. I feel like that Pharaohs really wants to be on centrals. I imagine if it did, it would have just been trashed to, you know, crew charm. So I'm not too upset about it. But I do think 3 ice for the remote server is 100% not what we should be doing. I do think we had a better ice for the remote server, we'd be okay. Like, we just need 1.5 good ice for the remote server. But our RD ability has been entirely blank. Imagine not being active on turn 1 like Oppo can be blah. Yeah, but little Oppo on turn 1. It's like, whatever. Get a little agenda brew there going. There goes a spin, making money with Lou. Let's see if they run it. We can always false lead this. Okay, 1 and 4, we just lose. Oh, GG. All right, that was bad. That did not feel good. That's kind of what we expected, though. Hey, thanks for the game. They put on a lot of pressure. I think that is one of the issues with your ability being remote-based, is that central's pressure is really alive and well in the modern meta. And that is hard to do this. I do think we overextend on the remote, so we definitely need to run that back. But so what did we not draw into? Regolith would be okay. So we have 2 anthills that regoliths. We didn't draw into petty caches. Our deck has no money in it. Like, we have, oh, thank you. We have 3 petty caches and 2 regoliths left in our deck. That's not enough money, is it? Is it? I'm surprised that like a measured response deck isn't playing government subsidy. Because I don't know how you afford double measured response if you're not playing government subsidy. Let's change the regoliths in. That, yeah, that was kind of what I thought that'd be like, but I'm not giving up. Like, Shylander maybe is what we want on the remote server. Maybe. Maybe that's what we want on the remote server. What's Tucana doing? You put in the remote server so when you score out, you push yourself forward. Right? Because that's the issue, is if they just ignore the remote server, all we do is get the text on our agendas, which is like not bad. But when we score on the remote server and it buttons down our centrals, that's clearly like where we lose the game. So it seems really important. GovSub is just not a very good card IMO. Better have more regos. I disagree. I think GovSub, if in the right deck, is really good. A 5 credit click is like absurd. Hey Izzy, how's it going? Playing KPI, the card slaps in Weyland. The update of the list that Formatine brought to an AMT Toronto cut every single copy of KPI. I think KPI is not bad if you're playing like a heavy, tall deck, which I'm not sure if this deck is meant to be. But like KPI gets really good once you start installing that 2nd or 3rd ice, once you start advancing agendas. I think the other text on it's not that good. A bit of a combo deck, it's like not bad to get the draw card shuffle, because if you flood up, it's bad in the modern meta, and that's like worth a bit more than it felt like it was a month ago. Milanomi, I don't know which one got you retroactive entry in the meme contest. Do you want to play against something? Sure, Harp. I'm not sure what that would be. I don't think the plumber came back. They said they would come back. Maddie's like trying to take work calls. But I don't think I hear anyone, so hopefully everything's okay. They said they'd go for lunch. Maybe they went for lunch for like 2 hours. All right, let's go. Why don't we have any lock performance indicators? All right. It's Arsana. Okay, so I'm going to ice up R&D with so much gusto because we don't want to get illuminated. This is probably Blingari. It's Blingar, right? This is the deck that is going to beat our Funhouse. Luckily, we only have one of them. Okay. This hand, no good. The Oppo's nice, the hedge fund's nice. Supposed to get a text so I can plan between calls. Never happened. Yeah, it's really annoying. Right? I think there might be like a disconnect now with work from home. But like if my partner's in the other room trying to take calls, like it has an impact. Can't just like come in and talk. Plumbers eat lunches? Classically, most folks do. It's not like it's Jai out there sweating it. Hope stream as well. It's going well, Saran. How you doing? But they eat only small gizmos and gadgets. Do you know the game Gizmos and Gadgets? Is that why you bring that up? Or just because those are fun words? There's a really cool game I grew up on called Gizmos and Gadgets. All right, Ari, we don't have the ice for... Does this deck have Spin Doctor? Yeah, it does. We didn't draw it. This deck doesn't have ice for Central, so we're going to get Illuminate on turn 1. We could draw for turn 1 for Illumination, to deal with Illumination, but I think we're just going to give up and just Regolith and dump credits. If Harp trashes this, are we upset? Yeah, this hand's not good. At least we can do Little Oppo. Oh, no. Gizmos and Gadgets, core memory unlocked? Yeah, Gizmos and Gadgets was sick. There's a whole couple of those games. I think we played all of them. The one in the school I don't think was my favorite, but Gizmos and Gadgets was awesome. Got from the library. All right, she didn't illuminate. What F is Gizmos and Gadgets? Hold on, I'll show you on Harp's next turn. It was this old PC game from like the late 90s, early 2000s. It was a series of them. They were educational games. Is this the one? Yeah. Where basically it's a engineering platformer. And so you were basically picking up pieces by doing puzzles and then using your pieces to build like a blimp or like a box car and then taking them against races against this evil mustached villain. It was sick. It was just like nerdcore, late 90s science computer gaming. It was really, really cool. Taught you a lot of good science stuff. You build like electric circuits and balance scales and stuff. All right, so now we have money. I think we can do Pharos into false lead into Tucano. We want to get one card on the table, so I think we'll just do Pharos take 6. That's some elementary school learning game. Yeah. I grew up as a PC gamer. Oof. My parents were not into video games, so we didn't have consoles, but we did have a computer. My dad was like, this is important in the 90s, and he was right. Shout out to my dad. And so a lot of times we would get like cool educational video games from this library. You pick up a CD-ROM. So shout out to like Jumpstart. The Jumpstart grade 3 to 6, I think, slapped really, really hard. Match the simple matches to their matching parts on the everyday machine. Did you hear the VA line? I don't remember that at all, Spark. Incredible Machine Core, but real Incredible Machines we also had. I think we had like a pirated copy of Incredible Machines. My brother wrote on the disc, and he's not very good at spelling, so he wrote Incedible Machines, and we gave him shit for like his whole lifetime about that. Probably shouldn't have done that. But we had a copy of Incedible Machine. That game you could put into a CD player, and because it just had like MP3 tracks on it, or maybe wave tracks, it played as a music CD, which was like pretty cool. But I played a hell of Incredible Machines. Regolith is so swingy, it's wild, very, very dense money card. 100% I agree. It is an incredibly dense card. And if the corp can get it off, it feels like they're good. If they can't, they're struggling economically. Like, people think Rashida is swingy, and it's true, but like, honestly, Regolith, at least it's slow. And you know, next turn, the corp's not going to do that much. Okay, it is an Orca. We're fine with that world, I think. Can't remember the name, but I'm sure someone else played it. There's also one with the Al and Sid, the cat and mouse, were built a Rube Goldberg machine to get the mess. I think that's Incredible Machines, Gyro. Or at least one of those types of games. All right, it's Arsana. So we can do ice, install. That seems fine. What's your favorite DOS gaming game? I played the hell out of Raptor. Raptor was the flying game, right? My first game I ever played was Commander Keen 4. That was my first ever video game. Game's still good. There was this really okay one that I liked a lot as a kid where you were, it's like a, you know, 2D side-scrolling platformer, except it was educational. I forget the name of it. I could definitely find it if I tried. But you were picking up either words or letters to spell out like small words. What are we spraying about? Oh, are we going to spree into chromatophores? That's fine, I think. This cost us a lot of money. I think some of the old heads are still hurt by private contracts, so Regolith feels weird. Being a good card. It's really quite good. So Orca's going to break this for 4, and then Pharos is for... I think we can res all this. We will have a money issue, but... I thought we were going to go light ice on the remote this time. Yeah, me too. But against this sort of deck, like, it's clearly Arsana trick, so we need 2 ice on the server. I can't tell who this is going to be worse for. Word rescue. I think that is word rescue. Gorillas with the TNT bananas was the best. Yeah, this is Sprematophores. The problem is like none of this lines up well with Orca. It does charge the coalescence, so it's a bit cheaper than it looks. But this is going to be expensive enough. So this is still 4 credits. So Harp can do it, but Harp is going to be bankrupt. And then we can do Kana for centrals. So I think it is Word Rescue. They teased at the end of Word Rescue if you beat it, like a Word Rescue sequel. Yeah, 100% was Word Rescue. About like the grotto or something, and I could never find that game. But Word Rescue was hype. It was really, really good. This is the first level. It's just like a platformer. Okay, so it's gonna be... Oh, the emergency, but not for me. Okay. Let's not forget Aristicana fix B. No, for sure. So we'll just get something cheap on R&D. Credible Machines was fantastic. It was really, really good. I know they keep making games like that. So Harp is bankrupt. So at what cost? It's just a false lead, but that's going to be 2 meat damage, which like Arisana cares about cards in hand. So it's an Orca and an Overclock. I wonder if this is a knickknack. And so we can get something. In theory, this is all the ice we can't get. A cat on R&D is entirely free. We want to get something that Orca doesn't farm. As much as it would be Orca Chromatophores. We also get to keep the 2 Kana, which is nice. I think we'll just put the Aket, right? Because I think this deck is going to struggle with barriers, assuming it's also on the other one. So Harp has to do credit card clear tag, or she loses. Oh no, she can coalescence. She just loses the charge engine. I'm trying to make space for Spree in my Pudma deck. Slots are hard. Yeah, slots are really hard in the Pudma deck. I'm trying to figure out. I think I should play 2 Orcas because I can't get it consistently. Oh, she could draw 1 more time so she doesn't lose. Pinger and Enemy would have gone hard here. Yeah, an Enemy would have won the game. I think she was on 1 card in hand. An Enemy would have won the game. This deck is meant to be a bit more consistent, but yeah, totally true. Steam is Contraption Maker from one of the old Sierra devs from Incredible Machine, though it's not as refined as UI, and the sound effects music really suffer compared to the amazing Tim Contraption soundtrack. Yeah, I remember liking the Tim Contraption soundtrack. So we could tempo her hand. I don't think we want to. Problem is we have a money issue. I think we could do credit, Oppo. It drops us to 1 credit, but then she's like really in a bad spot. I mean, okay. How's the banguning? Bad. David, pretty bad. This is only game 2, but game 1, awful. Sierra was the GOAT. Dr. Brain. Oh my god, I played so much Dr. Brain. That was another really good one. I never beat Island of Dr. Brain because it was really hard as a kid. But the one where you had like all the different puzzles on the top, that was so good. With like spelunking and the traffic one and alchemy and the caveman rock one. Fuck, I would play that. My partner was in Zoombeanies. I've heard the name. I'm not sure I know what that is. Okay. So we stalled her economy. She can't charge us anymore. Let's find something to put in the remote server. Oh my god, that is going to be hard. Oh, she also got to put the chromatophores back on the outermost, which is pretty important. I think we need to put this in the remote server. We're not going to score it at any time quickly, but like it's just much better there than anywhere else. Like obviously this is super cursed into Orca, but I was also raised on PC video games, but mine was on big floppy disks, was still fantastic. I'm a slightly younger than that. I don't think I ever actually played something off of a floppy, as much as we probably had Doom on a floppy. Time Machine and Dr. Brain, I remember that one from the 5th grade computer class. Yeah, Time Machine was so good. That one has a lot of different games. Hey Damian, how's it going? Happy to see your streams. Hopefully you're doing well. How's your evening? To this day, it drives me a little crazy that I beat every puzzle in Time Warp of Dr. Brain, completely exhausting the Genius puzzle pool, except I never got past the 3rd puzzle, Caveman Rock Genius. That one was hard because it was like, it tested something different than a lot of other puzzle games do. So if I'm not mistaken, Caveman Rock, you got a while. It was a game in which it basically played a soundtrack, and then you had kind of like sections, like little pieces, and then you had to line them in to recreate the song. So it was like listening to like, oh, can I isolate the bass track and then try and plug the bass track in? I've never seen a game do it, but it's like a reverse music puzzle game. It's really cool. Can we just trash the chromatophores for SDS? They can, but they need to get in here. And they can't easily get in here. They can even trash the Coalescence. It's just like it's better here on top of the Tucana. Kind of, thank you. Dr. Quandary, quite nostalgic. I don't think I know what that is. Caveman Rock Genius 3 has so many pieces that sound completely identical to each other. Oh, that's awful. Y'all play Super Solvers? Midnight Rescue is a good one? That sounds... Is that the one in the school? Yeah, this is the other. This is actually from the same... This is the same universe as Gizmos and Gadgets. This is the one that you go through the school. This one was frustrating because it had some like weird platforming boss stuff. It was another one of these like puzzle games. I liked Gizmos and Gadgets way better than Super Solvers, but Super Solvers was still really good. It's the same villain and everything. That art style is like, it's hard. I should have let the false lead go. Yeah, I think she should have. Dr. Quandary's a proper callback. I need to look up what that is because I don't know. Oh, we're short here. So the problem is that we can't score out. If we do just triple credit into hedge fund, man, this deck has no money. Now we wait for them to forget about the tag. Oh shit, she's on a tag. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that won't matter. Well, that's game. Was it? Or not? I don't think it was. I think she was on 4 cards in hand. Oh, she was on 3 cards in hand. Oh my god. Okay, chat, we'll get it back. Don't worry. Yeah, we could have just played end the line. Never mind. I was too busy in DOS Games land. Because she returned the 4th card to hand. Yeah, that's a bummer. This has been a bit too tilting. It's okay. We'll get it on the next turn. Hey, City, how's it going? I have a question. What's Red Crim? I started to play not so far ago and not understanding all the slang. Yeah, I need to do a video about the slang for sure. So when generally people say the word reg, it means something slightly different to everybody. I think people define it differently, but we're basically saying the same thing. Shout out to Cement. We did have cement on our computer in elementary school. So the term reg means regular. And so it's a description of decks that are generally considered usually like first order optimal decks that play all the good cards, but don't have like a weird synergy package or they're just like generally a combination of all the first order optimal stuff. So the good cards. So it's not like an engine like this deck where like you need Orca and then Orca charges your I don't know, your Coalescence and then you have an Urban Art. Like this is, you know, a bit of a build around. So when people say Red Crim, it's basically like all the econ, all the running stuff. Your multi-axis is generally something a bit boring like Twinning or Wake Implant, and you're just basically playing Crim that runs a lot. You're not playing a Baz deck that wants to cheat out resources at weird speeds. You're not playing Masterwork Hardware Engine. You're basically saying I got a couple icebreakers, I have some Chesvas, I have some Class X, a bit of multi-axis, and then everything else is like your console and then just like nice events. Same with Hoshiko. Red Hoshiko is just good stuff Hoshiko. A lot of people use that interchangeably. So it's generally your deck is just like breakers, multi-axis economy, and nothing flashy. Your deck can have some cool synergy points, but it's not like a high synergy deck. It's like on average, every card independently is very good. And together they still work, but it's not like a combo deck, right? Why Reg Anarch has an engine? Reg Anarch is like, technically has an engine, but that's just because all the Anarch card pool has an engine. So like the idea that... Do I trash Urban? No, I don't care. So the idea is like... Excuse me. The idea is that like moshing really worked well and the price really works well with Steelskin and Strike Fund. And that still is reg because that is like the Anarch good stuff package. But as opposed to something like a mulch deck where if you're playing Audrey, you have to play Audrey, then you probably play like Cookbook, and like Cookbook is not a reg card because it doesn't do anything really. It only works with a synergy package. So the more you see it, the more you'll know, but it's a deck that's like really fundamentals driven. It's like icebreakers, money, half your deck is money, and then a bit of multi-axis. No real big tricks here. Oh, that's interesting. Reg and good stuff synonymous 100%. Reg and good stuff are total synonyms. So what did she see? Oh, we don't know yet. End of the line. Okay, well, that's gone. She has 4 cards. She had 3 cards on 2 turns ago. I think we missed it. And then the 4th card was the Chromatophore. She urbaned back. DOS Gaming bring out the best in everyone. DOS Gaming made Harp survive. Have we brought up Magic School Bus games? Yes, those are also really good. I forget which ones we had. I think we had the space one. That was good too. They were really fun. Click on a lot of stuff. Never felt like more of this chat during this childhood educational games discussion. Watching a video about every banned card from like 2 years ago. I feel like a ban list video of just NSG cards will slap quite hard. Yeah, it's probably worth looking into. I think I might wait for another ban list because I think the next ban list is going to be pretty interesting. It looks like she's going to just lose her Orca. Let's see how important that is. There's no shot we shoot the Chromatophores, right? I think we just do this. We actually could destroy the chromatophores at the same time. I'm so sorry. Gotta nuke something. I say the gotta something something all the time. I don't know if people know that it's a reference to The Simpsons, but it's always the funniest thing to me. Gotta nuke something. Okay, what are we getting on the table? We pay 3 credits fewer. We actually might want to trash the Aket so it breaks this engine, so I think we will. So we'll just get an ice and R&D. I think we'll just get a little tree line. Tree line is weak. I think we'll just do Aket again. It's like the best midpoint against Slap Vandal. The expensive big ban list, I think it'll be a pretty sizable ban list. Is this your first time SDSing Orca? Alex, I think it is. It's a special treat. How you doing? It is also shuffles the deck, which is nice, so that we can get back to our end of line in the near future. Hey, Oscar, my reg decks are definitely not synonymous with good stuff. Oof. Yeah, I think the ban list will be like potentially pretty big. It might not be a lot of cards, but I am assuming it'll be an impactful list. I do think there feels like there is a misalignment between runner and corp power, at least on like the average playing field. And I think the feedback that it feels like runners didn't rotate and corps did rotate is something I do experience as well. Thanks. Like you and your vids because you're so nice. Oh, thank you. I studied to play Netrunner with your championship commentary in your last streams. Thank you for your content. That's very kind. Welcome to the game. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. This game is pretty intimidating. There's a lot of lingo people use. So, ooh, tempo predictive. Don't mind if I hit every button on that. So we have the end of line back. I think we're going to just install the SDS and we're going to trash the telework. Knew it would bite me. I mean, real talk. You floated 3 cards for a turn. And I was too deep in chat talking about DOS games from the 90s. I don't mean that as a flex. It was a mistake on our part. Oh, we have a click left. Yeah, of course we do. I'm never going to res that. I think you mentioned a while ago on some VOD, but a history of various Netrunner metas and how the progress would be great. And that's a really hard thing to do, I feel. Like, it's not... Yeah, I think so, for one turn. It's, like, really hard to dig it up. If you want to listen to 2 last years of that happening, Sangren has some great videos recapping last year and the year before. You can find them on Sangren SC. But the amount of work it would take me to do a recap that I feel comfortable and accurate with, digging up all the sort of metas, is, like, very, 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 very hard. It's like a month and a half of work. And even then, I don't think I would do a good job. So it's something that I think like having that history is really valuable. I just don't think I'm set up currently to be able to deliver that. Yeah, your Sangren's last meta recaps are good. They're very good. And they even reminded me of things that I forgot. But just like the amount of work you have to do trawling through ABR and meta reports and like conversations, it's very hard sometimes. I've been slowly coming around to unbanning Kayembe. I don't think I want that. I think I don't want advanceable ice to exist in the game though. In my pursuit of acquiring core starter sets of all possible TCGs and LCGs, rather than diving deep into a single game, I now own the Sorcery TCG Precon decks, which I'm excited to try out. Oh, nice. Enjoy them. I actually got really good feedback from a player who used to be in Montreal, who was asking about like feedback from Neuroscape, and they're really into Sorcery. Apparently there's some like really good Sorcery YouTube content creators in Montreal, and they like were like asking if I wanted to get into Sorcery TCG. I know very little about it. Making these recaps is his profession. Jeff's? No, Jeff's profession is he has a lot of different professions. That's the problem. Yeah, it was me. There's Matt. Yeah. Matt's really into Sorcery TCG. He offered even like, I'll help you with the starter box. And like, it's such a kind offer. And I don't know. Like, I feel guilty about it. Cause like, what if I don't like it? What if I bounce off of it? I love Sorcery. Yeah. I think Pat was talking about Sorcery a while ago because one of the artists behind it is like a well-known one. I think they have like pretty well-known, fantasy artists. It's hard not to planogram for 3 and 3, but if we flood, we're in a bad spot. Do we planogram for 3 and 3? She could trade her Simulchip for an Orca. If she overclocks, it's not the worst. But the chromatophores being on the inner side, I think we actually trashed the Urban. So I do think we planogram for 3 and 3. Oh, she cleared the tag. Okay, so that makes it easier. Oh, so we can't trash it. So I think we just do double. Never mind. I wanted to do a series of videos playing the top 2 player decks from each world tournament of Netrunner, but I found that gathering the information on how those decks should work was a bit hard. Jeff also did that. I don't think the final video came through. I think that was a hard time, or not a hard time, but like Jeff had a kid. So like time was a bit more important suddenly. But he did that sort of like best of the best decks where he grabbed decks from different metas and made them compete after each other and then trying to distill it down into like what was the best deck of all time. And I think he actually got some interesting results, as much as I couldn't tell you what they were off the top. I think they have 4 distinct precon decks I can just treat as a board game. Yeah, I think that's my favorite thing about, like, I think that's the only way that I would currently interact with TCGs is like have it as precon board game, because the gameplay can be really cool. Receiving a gift by itself is an act of love, bouncing it off with the second order result, and I don't worry about it. I don't get the cards. Thanks, Ares. All right, well, fortunately we trash. I think we actually trashed the coalescence because it comes back on the simul chip. She might simul chip on this turn, so. Now we install the eminent face up or face down, and we just do not care. So this takes a card out of our deck, which I actually don't think we want to do. Like, we have to pay 1 credit for all of these cards. It's weird that I don't want to do this, but I don't think we do this. Because this just reduces the install and res cost by 3. All of our ice cost at least 4+. Our credits are just enough to score the eminent. I think we're going to cancel this and keep a card in our deck. You make a lobby with type pre-constructed. All the world's matchup finals since 2013 are available from a drop-down. Oh, yeah. They added that, I think I want to say earlier this year. Okay, Orc is back. Still a face up for the culture. I mean, like, I will. One more SDS. Would you agree if I said elevation ideas in both factions feel feast or famine, but mostly famine? I do think that some of the corp IDs do feel feast or famine. I think I've experienced that a fair bit. I do think some of them aren't. I don't know if most is the case. Oko obviously snowballs really bad. P2 and Qian, if you flood up with agendas, it's really bad. But generally, Netrunner, if you flood up with agendas, can be pretty bad anyways. Same idea. If you flood up a fair bit with poetry, it's bad. Leo, early game is hard, but Leo's really good. It's just like you have to get through the early game. Zwicky is fire, and it's just super consistent. BANGUN, still holding out to figure out what to think about BANGUN. NBN, I don't think Synapse is a thing. Definitely feast or famine on, not even feast or famine though. The consistent pressure you put off is actually just kind of feast or feast, but you can't get run down by criminal. If your whole deck is about fast advancing from hand and you just get flipped every turn, yeah, I guess it's feast or famine. So maybe, yeah, maybe, but it just feels like corporations are lacking the tools to give them any sort of like, you know, consistency to get over a bad early game. Like, again, this is the Rashida problem. It's like, if I have a shit ass hand, but I have a Rashida, I have a game plan where I can now convert my hand into a winning game. And now if I just have a shit ass hand in my bad, like, I don't know, insert your favorite corp ID here. Like, I just don't have a shot, it feels. It's really awkward. Like, there's so much to be said about Rashida, but like, I don't know. People probably aren't building decks with a Rashida size hole to fill, but expand it. Server 1 face up. We're gonna do credit. We can do credit end of line. Goodbye, fence. You did nothing. Mostly famine. I love that. I don't mind rotating packs, but said that IDs also rotate. I think it's good that IDs rotate, kind of. I've been in the game for a long time, and if I still have to play against certain IDs that have been around forever, like, it's bad. It's also just restricts design space, right? Like, one day op will rotate. Will it be sad? Yeah. But will the card pool change fundamentally? Yeah. You can play Eternal. If you mull into 2+ agendas in some decks, it feels cooked turn 1. Exactly, because you just don't have a plan. If you draw too many agendas in the early game, it feels really, really bad in the modern meta. I feel like the mulligan is more important than it's been in a long time. I want my Max Val Wizard back. I mean, I would take Max back, maybe. What are your thoughts on Arsana right now? Is there a niche for her that competes with Madani Shaper? I actually don't know, Roshni. I know people have been playing some cool Arsana brews with like bling. I think Madani is still really good, but it's probably not the only hardware that you want to play, only console. Like, the other consoles are still pretty good. So I don't know. I do think also Arsana, even if he did not print Madani, did lose a lot of cool things in rotation. And maybe not the most important things. I've heard Ika is really important, but just like, Arsana doesn't feel that different in a world without Q-Bond. What is off? May never die. Oh, sick, cataloger. Okay, so with 2 clicks left, we could lose. I don't think we'd play enough 3-pointers to possibly lose here. Wait, how do you break in a cat? Oh, Ari, right. I do like the formats that let you play other IDs to see how they work with newer cards, but I don't think it's good for real competitive play. Like, just not them rotating. ETF would absolutely not be bested. 1 credit a turn doesn't cut into the rest of your cards, don't win you the game. I mean, ETF would be a good HB identity right now. Would it be the best HP identity? I don't know. It'd still be very good. But I think like that was the problem when we had AETF back in the day, is like all the other HP identities saw 0 play. Hey, but Strong, people wouldn't be saying if they miss IDs if they had to play against IG again in this card pool. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's good. I think that things rotate. Not sure I understand the coalescence trash with SCS instead of chromatophores. Because the coalescence can actually come back with what's it called? With simulchip, and then actually gives her 4 credits. The chromatophore, she's definitely playing multiple copies of them. It does slow down the urban, which is worth something. But she definitely has more copies of this. The thing is, like, this card doesn't do anything unless she has a breaker. And the coalescence actually does do something on its own. I think they're both like totally fine. All right, ID text didn't do that much, but this game was weird. Big game. I think the deck needs HQ multi-X and obviously no other changes. Wow. Yeah, probably not. It gets weird if I score it, but it doesn't lose the game for you. I think it'd be a good call for banning IDs and not rotating them. Example, Captain Pudma is so unique and allows a very narrow but fun game plan. Sure, but I think it's not so much that we need Pudma to exist. It's just like you could reprint a new type of Pudma that's like maybe slightly more powerful. Hey, Eric, dropping in after missing the deck building. Has BANGUN been doing any better this time around? No, it hasn't. I'm going to try a couple more games. I think the first game was like total pilot error. This game, it felt like we were pretty favored in terms of the interaction space. We're going to try this a couple more times, and we're going to try a Boz deck, which I'm excited to see because Boz shared it. I hope that I didn't see my other coalescence. Beans. Are you on Lobby? Any BANGUN W's due to ID intimidation? Yeah, it's like a hard thing though. And not accepting the reevaluation of the belief at this time. Is that like the ID actually changes how your opponent plays? Both because they have to like passively play around bite and other things that we're not actually playing. The breakers are 3 Orca knick-knack. So that's sometimes hard to tell, right? Like your opponent plays differently because your ID, but like our ID fired once. Would Harp ran the remote server if we didn't have BANGUN's text? No. We would have installed our agenda face down. So like, what does it change? I don't know. We doing stealth Baz? No, I need to play Fire Isles list. We definitely should at some point. Spearfishing Ari? Yeah, I guess it is. With prolonging Carbon first. That was cool. Neat. I guess we're just charging Cataloger. Rainbow Orca deck. It must be June. How's it going, Zeb? I'm trying to find the best home for stealth, and I still feel like Muslahad might be it, which feels weird and kind of bad. My guess would it'd be Baz or Az. I just don't think there's a big payoff for stealth right now. But I haven't played enough. It's like also really tough to play Baz right now because there's a bunch of decks that have like 7 ice in it, 6 ice, and that just feels awful. -1 Fencer, -1 Hush, plus Cup, plus DZ. Yeah, HQ pressure is good. We didn't have the issue. Like we built the assembly line, so we take cards from here, put it in here. So we're not too worried about HQ pressure. The key to making BANGUN something is to shore up centrals. That's going to be hard in this meta, but I think that has to be the starting point for the deck rather than how the remote is punishing. Yeah, I agree. Safer. And I think that's the issue that we've been running into the last game is we overextended on the remote server, which you always do because this text does a lot of work. And so we should put our ice and our upgrades on centrals. Issue is we flooded in the first game. So like if we didn't push our agendas, we have no shot. Our economy wasn't there. And then our ice got destroyed. But we definitely over-indexed on the remote server. I think we probably should, whenever we fire the Eminent in the remote server, we ice up centrals. That didn't happen this game. The wide board BANGUN, I don't think it's real. I think central pressure is just too big in this meta. Oh, that's weird. Cool, Keiko. It's not an argument that Merc is arguably better than Baz in nearly identical decks because Merc forced the interaction versus just not resing versus Baz. I think the argument is that like if your Baz list can get in without reses, you're okay. I think Merc is probably a bit better than they look. I haven't seen any Merc decks, but like Devidata drones is kind of cool. Yeah, I kind of believe in it. Yeah, Rejig's ambitious. Sprees are cool. Thanks for the game, eh? I feel like the understanding that I don't have access to a bathroom is making me psychologically need a bathroom more. We are in the hells that we create. Or some literary quote. All right, let's do another one. I really think BANGUN misses one specific phase of agenda, and they would be auto-included in gameplay shaping TBH. Yes, I do think the agenda suite does not help BANGUN really a lot. I do think in the context of elevation, it makes sense that we don't have a weird BANGUN agenda, right? Maggie. All right, let's look at this hand. I don't like this hand. Opening with the BOAC feels bad. The Ferris we can't afford. We have a petty cash. These are like the BANGUN hands. They look really bad. Best of luck, have fun. I'm going to send this back and hope for the best. I mean, it has a regolith in it. I think we need to get a regolith off, or we, again, don't have a game plan. Hey, Ren. Have you seen Sokka's Knick-Knack Az deck? Looks like a fun attack. Yeah, we tried a deck like that. I only got to see the first, like, 3 turns of Sokka playing it in the last video, so I haven't seen the whole deck. But it is something I wanted to play more. I think we only had time to build. Did we actually even build it? I think we did build it. I feel like we played it. Yeah, this sort of like Knick-Knack Az. I think mine is probably different. I want to see the differences, but we built this very quickly. We didn't iterate on it, but it's like, it's a fun archetype. That's for sure. I don't know if it's better than not playing Az. Like, you could probably play that in Sable and be fine, but it's cool. Okay, Central's Pressure. I don't think we care. We could do Regolith on the table, hit it. That's fine. We don't have an oppo to respond. If we do install Regolith, install Pharaohs predictive, we can res the Pharaohs. That could be ugly, but then if this gets trashed, we lose the game. I feel like we need this for card draw, but I guess we're taking 8. I don't know. Testing out Moosely Hot Leapfrog deck. Free card draw is nice. What's Leapfrog? Certified not banger hand. There's 2 BOACs in this list, and we've been drawing them super consistently, which sucks, because you obviously want to emanate them, and you can't emanate from hand for some reason. All right, we'll see if this Maggie is doing some 6-click gaming. Touching R&D here. I don't think we mind this at all. Again, we talked about how we have to ice up centrals, and this is our play turn 1, but oops. Lily pad? Yeah, I'd hope it's lily pad. Looks like we're going to get an install here. So they know the top deck. He's seen the top card. You can in fact choose to have 15 points in your bank and be 1-pointers. Yeah, but then you really lose on centrals. Why is it like this? Again, play, fly, swatter. We can ice up R&D. We can ice up HQ. We can take money. I think we're going to need a BOAC on centrals. Lilypad, UAV, and Tranquilizer and Slap Vandal. Oh, that's the Moosely Hot deck. Tranquilizer doesn't fire Moosely Hot, right? That's weird. UAV and Criminal is like still really hard. I think the problem is UAV and anyone besides Arsana is the click compression to reinstall the programs you've installed is very, very difficult. If Criminal had a card like Savoir Faire, like I'd be so excited to play UAV and like Az or anybody else. Like the fact that you could install while making Chezza runs, but that's the problem I've seen. I don't think I've seen any UAV deck that's not Arsana because reinstalling your minor value Trojans is just so click taxing, right? Like you have to spend 2 clicks install run, and that's so expensive. You need a card like this. Like if you had Chezza, you could maybe get away with this. That card was never particularly good. Oh, this is fine. Matryoshka Moosely has been nice. Hobjob, yeah, I think I would probably consider just playing Matryoshka. I think the numbers on it are good. You just have to be able to deal with the 2 ice in the format that like really get you good. $1 Costco churro. Glad to see you live on my lunch break. You have churro lunch? Do we do false lead face up? We could purge. Harp run though, be know me. I think you're a bit behind on chat. Sorry, you're gonna hear this in like 3 minutes. Funny how muscle memory makes us pinhole archives. I mean, no tricks. I think we'll install this face up. Yeah, I am okay in advancing it once so we can jam next turn, and we'll just hedge fund here. This means we can double advance. It means if we top deck a Tucana, we can do something. The single advance is nice. Hey, Red Face, happy Taco Tuesday. Happy Taco Tuesdays. We had a good Taco Saturdays. Again, I need to shout this out. The event on Saturday was so good. And the food was great. The company was fantastic. It was just like so nice to have more than a dozen people in the same space just chilling on a Saturday, playing casual games. We also like the prize support doesn't matter, which is like this weird thing that's happening a lot of GNKs. Not only do a lot of people go to multiple GNKs so they have the prize support, the GNK prize support was just entirely raffled off. And I need to show it, but I'll show it probably on Thursday. The prize support that I got for having, I just hit these arbitrary things that Eddie put up. There was like this point system that you didn't know. I got a point for wearing blue. I got a point for being criminal. I got a point for being one of the first 5 people there. I missed the last 2 points. I forget what I had to do for those points. But with 3 points, I got a full playset of hand-drawn copies of Docklands Pass, each drawn by a different one of Eddie's children, which is a very unique playset of cards, and that's also pretty hype. Okay, measured. Probably trash that for 3, right? Anyways, yeah, the event was really quite nice. But yeah, we raffle all the prize support when the game starts. So it's like we're not even playing for cards. Losing Cubone was rough for Ari, but it's okay. You can play Peach of Shao and click the artist, and it's basically the same. Damn way to make us jealous. It's cool. Oh, there's the cup. Okay, so they're coming for us eventually. Okay, it's back. So we can score measured jam SDS. I'm okay with that. We also could just purge here, and then he has a money issue. I don't mind purging because he has no credits. But he's going to cup this hand, so we probably score the false lead, jam the SDS. So is BANGUN doing something? I don't want to lose this to a cupulation. Yeah, let me get it actually really quickly. It should just be over here. 1 second. All the price support? Yeah, it's a GNK though. It's like, it's not a lot of price support, with all due respect. You can't do that for like sanctioned events. These are so good. So hold on, how do I full cam? This? This all, I think the character, it's a shot from Fifth Element. And so each child did a different version. So they look similar because the spec was the same, but they are, I think, technically tournament legal copies of Docklands Pass, which is really funny. Okay, what happened? Lilypad Simulchip, we have a Shylendra. I think we can Lilo Dallas multipass. Yeah, it's the multipass. I don't think I've seen Fifth Elements in like a decade, maybe. But yeah, it does make some amount of sense. Yeah, I think these are tournament legal, which is so funny because they're also, you don't see like this full art design. Anyways, I thought that was absolutely so charming. So Simulchip has access to not a lot. I want to get these signed at some point by each of the younglings, the young Eddies. So if we get res this, yeah, we're fine probably. Hey Zoe, how's it going? Fifth Element is my #1 favorite movie of all time. Yeah, I don't think I saw it when I was like a teenager. I think I saw it when I was in maybe college. I don't remember that much about it. I know Bruce Willis is in it. In which do you run in decks with one? Sorry, Vicetron? Like which decks run 1 or 2 Docklands? Reminds me of the full hand drawn proxy deck. I don't think you're allowed to do that anymore. Because technically this isn't a hand drawn proxy. As much as it is a photocopy of a hand drawing. Knick-knack, sick, okay. Are the young Eddies called the Yetis? Well, Eddie is actually Eddie the Yeti, so they're all Yetis, yes. All right, we're running that. We're knick-knacking it. It looks like someone might take a tag. So our access here for Simulchip is not a lot. So we're just forcing the res here, which I like. Alter it's all. You're going to have to pick. Oh, yeah. Which ones? I think I'm going to randomly pick which ones if I'm playing. I don't think I played a deck with 2 Docklands in a while. So this tag is going to hurt a bit. Could anyone watch the Fifth Element and forget Chris Tucker as Ruby Rod? Oh, yeah. Chris Tucker. I don't know who plays the female lead. Chris Tucker was fine, I guess. I don't know. I think I was a bit young for like all the Chris Tucker hype in the late 90s, early 2000s. Installing a fermenter into the SDS might have been a mistake. We technically don't need to score this, but like what else are we doing? Clicking for credits? Like this is where like something to put in their mode server that has an impact on the game would be quite nice, but I guess we'll just get to threat 4. You can technically Simulchip this back action before pass. Gary Oldman's a fantastic villain. Oh, Gary Oldman's in it. I had no recollection of that. Gary Oldman's really cool. Big fan of Gary Oldman. That movie launched Chris Tucker's career. Really? That was before Chris Tucker is... What else was Chris Tucker in that was big? Is Chris Tucker in... I don't think I've seen that Jackie Chan film. Mila Jovovich? That sounds right. Rush Hour, yeah. Was Rush Hour before or after Fifth Element? I saw it in theaters many times as a teenager. Extra info told me I still use the name Corbin for many things. Though I know how to spell Corbin in the film. Corbin is a sci-fi ass name. I've heard that in a couple other things. Muse for Coalescence, that works a bit better with Knick-Knack, which is nice. Yeah, he's in Rush Hour, cool. Jovovich. All right, so we're getting access here. Let's see if he cups. Measured response is relevant. Both of our measures are in the bin now, so, oh, not in the bin. Oh, cupellation wasn't loaded. Now it's hyper loaded. Bummer. Looks like Fifth Element was a year earlier. Okay, so that did start his career. Element was 97, Rush Hour was 98. Cranked, how's it going? You playing this weekend? I'm assuming you're playing this weekend. It's OTG in Minnesota. Corbin and Zorg never meet. We're all just saying words, I know. Wasn't Corbyn a UK political official? Yeah, Jeremy Corbyn, I think, is a politician. Is that right? In the UK? I'll be there, not sure if I'm doing comms or playing. Oh, cool. Who's streaming Cranked? And where is streaming? Friday 1995 launched Chris Tucker's career. I don't know what that is. 1/3 of them getting the trash balls, actually 100% of them getting the trash ball. Illinois, I still think you're behind on chat, but I'm still enjoying it. All right, he's seen the descent. He's putting on no multi-axis pressure. Our econ sucks. If we put a card behind this, he has to deal with it quickly. Buffer drive. Weird. So a top decking, I guess we need to score an SDS. Like, do we even install a face up? You've never seen Friday? I don't think so. Orbs is streaming, not sure what his channel is though. Okay, if you can find out, I'd love to know so I can plug it. I think Orbs has a Twitch channel, right? I'm hoping it's on YouTube though. I feel like a lot of people have been moving to YouTube and it's good for like archival. It's really frustrating when the tournament's gone. So I guess we just do 2 types. F money. Friday's a classic, but it probably didn't play on loop on Canadian TV as much as US. Let me see if I can figure out what that is. Friday film. YouTube streaming so much better. I don't think I know what this is. Follows Craig Jones, Cube, and Smokey Tucker. Oh, it's with Ice Cube. Sick. No, I don't know what this is. This doesn't seem like something I played on Canadian television. I used to work at a Blockbuster, and so like I recognize a lot of. I don't think I remember seeing this on shelves. Friday, Fifth Element, Rush Hour is a pretty sick run. You notice how we're like chatting between rounds, like between turns? It is because what we're doing is so, you know, relatively simple in terms of at least micro. That is, you know, I'm checking out a bit. This is now a Friday reaction stream. How even asking the most important question? How's streaming? What do you mean, Solomir? Oh, yeah, where streaming? Okay. Scary Lizard. Yeah, quite. Friday 1995 reaction stream needs to happen on Fridays, though. BANGUN when the yapping strikes. I know. It's like your Animorph stream. Where did the money go? What money? We emptied a regolith and played a hedge fund. That's all the money we had. All right. At least we can force out a couple breakers here. I'm going to ask for an action. Why? Just to frighten your opponent. All the choices on the other side of the table, and I think that's beautiful. Yeah, it's like math is for blocker stuff. I feel like the Bladderwards and Techie decks are so poor as BANGUN, but somehow BANGUN feels poor. Well, because the Bladderwards do things. All I got was a Pharaohs to spend 7 credits on. We have to remember we have False Lead too, but I don't think it's going to be relevant on this board state. Is the micro commentary complaint about BANGUN or about the game itself? Oh, about the BANGUN. 100% the BANGUN. I wonder if we didn't have to res that. There's a chance we didn't. You got to play with Argus Crackdown if you want more thinking for BANGUN. Yeah, I like Argus Crackdown. It works on all your iced servers. That's kind of cool. Turns out simple, he says after missing the kill last game. Shut up. You're not wrong. When discussion strikes. And like, how are we meant to not threaten out the measured response when we have no measured responses? Like, our only kill line is end the line into tag. Rahit, you good? How you doing? So we can't res this. Mutual favor, Maggie, sick. We've run centrals, we got a unity. So this server, I don't know how you break this. Probably the cheapest way is, if we top like a tree line, we'll hit the Pharaohs. No. You know what this turn is gonna be. Click for 3. Laura, we're banging. I would not use, we are lazily listing along The river of Netrunner. I thought Weyland was supposed to be rich. The problem is this deck doesn't draw cards. I want to play Zwicky. I want to see half my deck every game. Oh, man. It's rough. Click for 3, let's go. It's like the worst. We've clicked for 3 so much. And you could argue maybe we've mismanaged our economy. But all our plays are so expensive. Maybe we just should play slow. Like we're Personal Evolution 2013. I cubed for the first time on Sunday. Got absolutely shreked. Netrunner cube, I take it? Cube is fun. Which cube did you play? We've had so many click for 3 turns. That's why I'm checking out. That's why we're talking about the seminal films I haven't seen. And like, now do we score above the lot to go to 2 credits, or do we trash the knickknack? It's like, technically scoring this doesn't even matter that much. It's good. It means we win off of an eminent or a false lead. It also means that we can trade a false lead for an SDS, which is kind of cool. It was super fun. Okay, cool. Yeah, cube is good. What is cube? Cube is where someone brings a curated collection of, well, I can show you, of like 300 cards, and then you break it into packs of like 15, and then you draft a card, you build a deck, and then you play a cube tournament. So it's like a draft cube. You're drafting from the cube. Loki, we have gone from landing turn 1 Rashida to turn 1 Regolith. Yeah, we're so excited for it. Like, I don't know if we score this, but we have no kill. I put Breach in my decks in my only factor and didn't read the last line of text. Yes, that is a cube rite of passage. To be like, I got my good Breach, got my Alias, my Passport, got the best criminal breakers. I love cube. I have one build for Winston drafting. It's been a blast. I have my own R cube over there. I was considering grabbing it. I need to replay it. We haven't played it in a minute. We only got 1 game in. So if we knickknack the Coalescence, I mean, what else are we doing? Losing to Conduit in a turn? Cards also be stored in a cube? Yeah. You also have to watch the Canadian sci-fi horror cube film at the same time. It's pretty good. Want to build an SG Elevation cube? I don't think you have enough cards is my guess, David. Like, the cool thing about cubes is when it actually supports, okay, hold on, not cube gatekeeping, but what I imagine one of the cool things of cubes is when there's a lot of different archetypes that can support, like, oh, there's some stealth cards, oh, there's some, you know, damage tech, oh, there's like damage synergy cards, right? Like, I think cubes really need, if it's just SG Elevation, I'm assuming you're just value drafting. Is Cube like Sphere? No, it's a lot more faceted. Cube is a great film. Cube is a great film. I've seen Cube multiple times. Cube the movie's Canadian? Yeah, it's Canadian. It was filmed on a really low budget. You can't actually tell. Besides, it has that sort of like Canadian TV lighting from that era. But Cube is a really cool Canadian film. I think all the actors are Canadian too. Cube is the best when there's a lot of different archetypes and you can still just force reg and or crim. I cube draft, I value draft so much as a corporation in Cube. Oh, there's the Basilar. It's time for Spites. Okay. With 2 measures out, that's pretty good. Canada has films? Oh my god, does Canada have films? You haven't watched Bon Cop, Bad Cop for your 3rd time this week, as the government has mandated? Canadian ultra budget entertainment cube. It was the Stimac cube. It's an awesome list and it has higher power level than I expected it to be. Okay, cool. Yeah, shout out to Jonas. Those cubes are really fun. So our opponent here is on a lot of clicks, lost a deep dive. That's great for us. Add Descent? No. So the false lead's going to suck a bit more. Wait, it hit 2 deep dives? Oh, one got buffer drive back? Did I miss it? Deep dive and deep dive trash the core damage. Okay, sick. Really, really good. All right, we can't play petty cash. So are you ready for a click for 3? Or do we do click for 2 jam Angie? I think we do Angie on centrals. Yeah, we're going to try and do Angie on centrals. The problem is we either rise the Shylendra or the Angie. I think we'll do Angie. The problem is if we res the Angie, we can't. I don't know. It might have been more responsible just to hedge fund because we can't really threaten to fire Shylendra or Angie without not playing petty cash next turn. Beta run's also fine too. I just don't think they can make the run. Like here they have to like simulchip super aggressively. So simulchip for Muse to Coalescence, that actually gets them to environmental testing. Maybe they can. Ritual for draw 4. Antoine on the weekend playing good stuff lat cut Ritual. And instead was playing Nuke and Stone Chip. And there's a chance that Antoine is right about that. I cannot understate how much worse Ritual is. I think now Steelskin Scarring is good. Like fine. I will pay 1 to draw 3 as opposed to Ritual for 0 to draw 3 sometimes. Like, I do think if you want a good, if you're spending 2 influence on a draw card in your criminal deck, firstly, play Lilo, also play Dr. Nuka. But like, oh my god, a Steel Skin's so much better than Ritual. Holy shit, Ritual's so bad. I can't believe that they made Ritual that bad. And there is like, that's a hard thing to get over. It's like, for players who are now jaded players playing for a long time, knowing what this used to be makes it physically playing it feel worse. But there's a chance no Rituals in a Shaper deck is like defensible. If you play Basilar, you can copy and pick it in. Yeah, but even then, like, play 2? I don't know what to do. It's awful. I think this is the biggest fall from grace of any card. We'll see if he like couplations here. He probably shouldn't, because if we had an agenda, we'd jam it. Okay, we're happy that he is. I'm booing and throwing tomatoes at Ritual. Yeah, that's the idea. Holy crap. It's awful. It's generally like, went from the coolest card you showed every MTG player to like card that I'm embarrassed to play. Imagine the ideological implication of an energy drink being worse than morning yoga. I mean, that makes sense. That shit's for cars. We're drinking it. Give Ritual when they had to introduce literally any other draw cards to the pool and have them compete. It's just like, it doesn't make sense compared to Steel Skin. I don't know. She finally getting correct. Like, you bet off splashing for VR-cation if you want that kind of power draw. Yeah, I agree. Or Nuka. Or, you know, play the neutral one. Play Verbal. Installing a Game Dragon, okay. So our remote server eventually, this gets run. We don't know what the Fractor situation is, but how do we score our last point? Are we going to lose on 5 points? I'm so used to playing Petty Cash for 2 and drawing a card and feeling okay about it, but playing Petty Cash here is genuinely not good. So I think we can just like, oh, we trade a false lead for the Eminent. It's still fine. It's not good. Guess I'll play a Petty. That feels so bad. If we install this face up, he has to run it. If he has to run it, that favors us. I will install face up. It might be wrong too. Chat, are we installing this face up or face down? Face up or face down, chat? Ritual really made me hope that they reprint Hyperdriver. I don't think we want Hyperdriver considering the way that Shaper's playing right now, let alone Deep Dive. How is it bad when almost every Netrunner introduction guide recommends drawing first before doing anything, unless you run against HB? There's more face ups in chat, okay? But there's not no face downs. I would consider face down. We aren't fooling anyone? I mean, we're playing Regolith. It could be anything. This is where we'd rather have the Angelique here. Left, right, left, right. Bangun doesn't hide. Sometimes the best thing you can do is hide. All right, so we remember we can always trade the false lead for the Eminent if we want to. He needs to run now. He has no, he can muse for a Fractor, right? Yeah, he can. Ritual's bad because if you draw during your turn, you essentially shouldn't play. Yeah, it's a dead draw. It's literally a dead draw. It is the worst card to draw on click 1. No, okay, worst card to draw on click 2. Very bad draw card on click 1. It just feels bad. That totally should have been face down. I agree. I would have installed this face down because the cost of running it is very, very high. And here the extra 2 meat damage and a tag. I guess if he runs last click, but like, I don't know. See how they made Panic Run and lose their last deep dive to Bangun value? The third one? One of them's on the bottom of the deck. Like, we're not getting to it. False lead, I don't want to trade 1 point for 1 point. I'd rather them run this. Like, if they run it to get 1 point and have to deal with all this ice and deal with Bangun, we're happy. I'm not going to trade 1 for 1. Because now they're going to float a tag. Not that we can win, because we have 1 card in hand. Oh, okay, never mind, we win. Going with the democracy proving to lose the game? Seems like we're okay. So this is 4, this is 5, 6. I think we just res the Angelique. We can't lose, right? Yeah, we can't lose. They will break this. They have enough money. Yeah, I don't care. We win. Worst part about Ritual is that it has so much text for nothing, while 0 cards draw 3 is punchy thing on Diesel. Yeah! God, Diesel had so little text. It was like the coolest card. Res both? I'd rather just, we click less buttons. It's totally fine to res both because we can't not win. We're playing ESA with Ritual and Titanium Rose for the Eternal Side event at Pittsburgh Megacities. Oh, cool. So you're going to do like running hot into, amped up into Ritual. That's sick. They definitely can get through the Pharaohs. They just have to like muse for a fractor. They're on 2 buffer drive. Hit the second deep dive. That's going back. Okay. And that's game. They didn't run a lot. I don't know. Felt like banking. I guess we did trash the thing that wanted them to run, which was their knick-knack engine. A bit too fast for me. How fast was this? This was turn 12. That's like kind of average, I guess. Yeah, you're definitely just farming. I mean, if they had a way, and surely they could run less click. Can you look at a replay or at least show heap? Well, we know they can because they can simul-chip the muse back and then muse for a fractor. They had 17 credits. He definitely can do it. He just chose not to. But there's no way because he has access to this muse that he can't get a fractor. Yeah, but such is Maggie life. BANGUN seems on average quite boring. I think it's cool if you can set up forks. Like the idea that like, oh, if you run this, you have to worry about measured and you have to worry about end of line. But yeah, it does feel boring. The winning point was installed face up. Yeah, he should have ran it. He doesn't have Hermes. It's not like you can bounce a face up card. But yeah, he definitely should have ran it. Unfortunately, but I don't know. Not sure. Hey, thanks for the game. But yeah, with the access to 2 simul-chips on the muse, 100% he can get his breaker. He just simul-chips, trashes the muse, brings the muse back, gets a propeller. And then he breaks this for, what, 3 credits? And most of the propeller? Knick-knack getting hit by the law might have been the decider there. I mean, with 11 cards left in the stack, I'd be surprised if it was the biggest thing. This deck doesn't look like it's playing spec work, and I do think spec work is on average better than knick-knack in most board states. But honestly, I really like that BANGUN as an evergreen is kind of weird and clunky. BANGUN will be better in the future, for sure. All right. They're a newer player too. Like they're getting into the game, from my understanding. And if that's the deck that they're playing to get into the game, like that's a pretty cool fight to fight. That is a tricky deck for sure. Okay, so Ba was kind enough to share Ba's list, which let me grab on screen. So this is Ba's BANGUN list, which I'm not sure if Ba has played. I don't feel like Ba has streamed in a moment, if I'm not mistaken. And so this is the list that actually wants to put something in their remote server and let it cook. So there's 2 things to this deck. This has a more direct win condition. This is more like one of those 7-point combo decks, 7-point 1 agenda decks. If we put an orbital in the remote server and we let it cook, when we score the orbital superiority, first we touch ups for clicks 1 and 2. Then if we don't have it, we grab it with a Malapert, and then we just do end the line. Now people are teching into this more than they were when Ba was testing this before the I think the summer showdown. Otherwise, if they don't run something like the Basalt Spire, we can Neurospike. Cool thing you can also do, which is if you get an UZF in the remote server and you single advance it, you can now do clicks 1 and 2 touch-ups. You can score the UZF. UZF can Malapert, and then you can go get Neurospike. That's actually kind of neat. That being said, again, people are now teched for damage, but that line does 6 damage, which is kind of neat. Kind of a neat list. We have 2 Fly Swatters, Afshar, shout out to Fly Swatter, 2 Hammers, neat, bit expensive. It's good tech into certain things. I do like Winchesters. We're not on BOX. We only have 9 agendas. We're on Antvil. We have some money. We're on 2 measured still. We're not on GovSub. We're on KPIs, but this also looks like it has a more direct win condition, potentially, because it's more about getting 1 agenda on the table, and then technically every agenda on the table engenders interaction, because otherwise you can just get blown up. We're on Treeline, Masquerova, and Knockette, so a lot of cheap mid-range barriers, but no logjam. Let's give this a shot. This is cool. I could see this making some sense. I do think some of the games we were playing, our opponents were not respecting bite, like running last click, running with not a lot of cards in hands for centrals. Like that also makes a bit of sense for modernism. No Regolith? No, this one's on Antil. I do think Regolith, like we could play. Antil is also kind of fine. It gives you more card draw. And we are clearly missing card draw for 4-way tempo, so I could see both of them. I don't know if you play both of them though. New Corp deck. BANGUN. Baz. BANGUN. That was bad. No, City. Good game. I think on the last turn you had to run the remote server and like do some sort of convoluted muse for Fractor, because obviously the card on the table loses the game there. But like you have an ambitious engine for sure. The deep dives didn't connect. I think you probably could have ignored my remote server and just send a deep dive. And if you deep dive centrals more aggressively, I think I lose the game. I have no active text on centrals. You got 2 measured responses out of the game. Like I think if you just like set up less and pressure deep dive with 1 ice on the table, I do think I lose. You have so many clicks you can deep dive and steal 6 points. That's a very big fear for me. I don't care if it's how you say it. I'll always call the idea of BANGUN. I like saying the word goon. Goon makes me happy. How's it going, by the way, Mad Dog? All right, it's Maggie again. No quote. Sorry. So this hand is definitely one of those hands we've seen. We have the Basalt. We have the Hedge Fund Afshar for HQ. Hey. I don't like Op. It turns the Corp turn to Solitaire. The Corp more involved with their own deck than when the runner's doing. That's how it feels when you're playing Analog, feels to me. I disagree. I think Op is super flexible. I do think without border control, it feels like Op is firing more on the runner, on the Corp's turn than the runner's turn. I wouldn't say it's more Solitaire than most other Corps. Like, you still do combo stuff, but you have a lot of agency and a lot of flexibility in a toolbox. You can respond to people. I don't know. I was searching for my Basilar. Yeah, the Basilar is good for the deep dive, and I know it hit 2 deep dives. Long time watching. Oh, cheers. Let's do this. I don't think I like this hand. The hedge fund's nice. That's better. Yeah, I like Op a lot. I do think without border control, there's less tricks you want to fire with the runners running. But like once there's a virus on the table, even the 2-coster, the you know the one, the Cyber Sand, like you do have a lot of agency. I don't think it's very solitaire. Opera is super interactive. You get a ton of mid-run options. Yes. A lot of mid-run, a lot of like pivoting, a lot of response. It's one of the corps that feels like they can respond to the runner, which I value, as opposed to this deck where we're just sitting there being like, sure, I hope it wait till it's our turn. Especially with Anvil. Okay, we gotta forget that card exists. That card's cursed. All right, so we can do Petty Cash, Ice Centrals. Against Maggie, I'm not super excited to Ice HQ. So what is going to be harder to deal with the remote server sooner? Both Treeline and Maskarovka line up entirely the same to Propeller, but Maskarovka is another credit. So I think we'll do Mask. And we don't have the Orbital push yet, so we probably just ice up Centrals. I don't know how much ice this deck has, but this deck has 14 ice, so just about the same as the last deck. So I don't like playing Petty Cash, but I think we will. And then we'll just ice up 2 Centrals. So we'll do 1, 2, and hopefully we draw and end the run ice sooner than later. This ice, all the ice besides Hammer, I think hard ends the run, so we'll be a bit better at building our remote server. We're not going to draw into a Bioac or something like that. Ban gooning? I mean, people can goon if they want. Is there enough Netrunner gooning? I'm not sure. Maggie on 6. Let's see what Jixu drops down. Nuka? Get a Maggie install. True? Yeah. The set was pretty goon light. Muse? Let's see what we're getting. If it's just a Coalescence, I don't mind. Yeah, that's fine. Because this is an install for 2, 4, 4. So Jixu needs some sort of way to interact with Coalescence. All right, we'll just Petty Cash. Shame it doesn't draw a card, but I guess we can't all be Zwicky. We'll draw for an ice. Antil on the table, I don't really want to do. Fuck. I think we'll draw once more and discard 2 Petty Cashes. Yeah. I don't like playing this card if you don't draw a card. My streamer. Gooner champion. Okay. Let's go. Fortune Green Mail feels like a bait card. Goons everywhere said. I think kind of similarly to Diesel into what's it called, into Ritual, but not as bad, is I know I'm playing Zwicky, so I draw a card, but Green Mail just feels bad. It emotionally feels very bad to just skip your turn and add a card to your score area. I don't like it. I wish it was slightly different, that maybe you got 1 credit more. I don't know. I just wanted to feel like I'm doing something, not just passing the turn. I feel like if Petty Cash exists, draw past discard and clickless gain 2, the slot could be better saved to something else. Maybe. I do think like you just need enough econ in your deck. We just drew too much econ, but it's not a great play. Like, we kept saying we draw to end the run ice, and instead we put our 2 ice on Centrals, and now this is what we have. So I think we just do Antil on the table Hedge Fund. JXU looks like they're just setting up. The Stone Chip is an issue. Like, this is what I mean. Back in the meta where I think Ba was working on this, people weren't so teched for damage. But this is probably, like, this kind of looks like a D's list, which is very good at not dying. If the Anthill fires, we're happy. If it's just Muse for Coalescence, I feel like that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We saw 1 spec work so far. I think like this play is overvalued. Oh, actually, D's list wasn't on Muse, I don't think. So we'll see if a knickknack comes down. Was the order there good? I wonder if they didn't have the credits. In theory, if they did Lily Pad into Muse, they would draw. We get a free Antil. They're not running. They're just setting up. And look how much they're doing while we're just like... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh geez. Oh geez. I also don't think your Ice Central's on the list here. Kill combo deck. I agree. I think now we played this like the way we should play the other deck. I don't think they want to overdraw too many. They should. Discarding your cards is not a problem. Just discard extra cards is fine. Imagine not running Muse in the year of our Kickflow 2025. I think it's totally acceptable not to run Muse. I mean, this is our remote ice now. We have to discard 2 cards. Do we just install an Azyef here? We're a click short of the Azyef. No. I'm honestly joking. Tempo touch-ups time? It's not worth it. We want to keep it for the combo. We can play it because we can hit the tree line. But I don't want to pay 2 credits to get 2 cards out of their hand. Okay, Knick-Knack, let's see where they run. Already at 6, so it's kind of whatever, yeah. This is what, like, I think people are, you know, under-evaluating Knick-Knack. This run on archives didn't actually do anything. Gets you a bit of information, which is nice. Actually, a lot of information, arguably. But it's where, like, spec work seems a lot easier. So you need your runs to be good. So this was install for 2, run to draw 2, gain a credit. Like, it was down tempo. It'll be eventually better. But this was installed for a click and 2 just to run archives, which is kind of useless to gain 2 and draw a card. It's a wash. Hopefully it gets better. Okay, let's get a good end the run ice. SMC, okay. I mean, good enough, I guess. So I think we're going to go for the Azyef line. So we'll do server 1. We'll do install. We'll advance it. And so next turn, we might be able to do up to 6 damage. The problem is with Stone Chip, Maggie, and like we have no chance. We literally cannot kill. I think this is a non-game. Could you put 2 agendas on the table? We can, but it really doesn't do much. We can't score them out, so they don't have to run them. It's value? I mean, eventually it's value. But yeah, we're playing against a deck that we literally should not be able to kill. I think this is going to be a problem. Like, they can just sit there and, you know, do this. So they're on 8 cards in hand functionally. Still think we have to try it. What do we want to call with the touch-ups? This Maggie deck seems unbeatable. It's beatable. D is very clear on D's version that's beatable. You just need to play a deck that scores out points quickly. Like, we just need to transition to scoring behind this remote server and force them to interact with us. If you're just trying to do them in 1 kill combo, yeah, you probably won't flatline them. I'm going to say action because in theory they could fire the Stone Chip before. Board states like this makes me miss best defense. I mean, I'm happy that's not in the game. I think we'll call, like, event. I'm going to call event. Even if it hits a deep dive, we're happy. So we see the hand. Okay, it has 1 event. So program would have hit a compilation of Gauss Revolver. Simulchip. Okay, so we called not the best. At least we trashed a deep dive. Oh, not trash, shuffle back. Can I not? Oh, it's up here. Cool. That sucked. So we can't even make them pop their Stone Chip. Oh, we'll just keep tempoing. I think the game is over, unless we can score the 7, which we're not very good at doing. Now, Runner feels less about value than ever. I don't know. I do think some of the Sable decks are like this good mix between value and tempo. Shaper's all about value, right? Like, Jixio's ran how many times so far? And we're still losing. It's because this engine is way more powerful at, like, just setting up and getting to the late game where inevitability, right? Like, they're not going to run until they deep dive us and then we lose. Like, they should steal 1 point early and then do that. I think we just do triple advance. We can do double advance, put the spin on the table. I think we just do triple advance. Double advance spin is also fine. We can get the touch-up specs in the deck. So we can do touch-ups end of line. That does 6 damage. Again, not enough to flatline. No ice on HQ? No, I don't care. We can't ice up everything. If they want to run HQ, we know that they have a coupulation. They know we know they have a coupulation. We can always spend Doctor to res, but not much we can do about it. All right, so we're interacting. That's okay. We have to race out this environmental, but with 2 simul chips, we can't really. So the after we res for 3, they break for 2. So fine. We're going to have this ice res sooner than later. The hammer is a problem. They're going to have to break it. We know that there's a revolver in hand, which at least is slightly ugly. So they'd have to like muse for the revolver. I'm going to ask for action. But yeah, the revolver in hand, at least we know that's there, right? They didn't discard it. Oh no, they discarded it. It's in the bin. Okay, so that's really bad. So we res this for 6. They break it for a simul chip and 2 credits. So pretty bad res. Technically, you can't score after asking for action. Since you pass pay to win and they close the window. Can't score after asking. London, how's it going? You can't score after asking for action there. Before we score out? Did I ask before we scored? I guess we did. You're right. Technically, we passed priority. That's really funny. Yeah, because we all had priority. We shouldn't have had to ask, and asking for is actually really bad. All right, what did we hit? We had a leech and a muse. Okay. So now we lose to a single deep dive. I think we have 3-pointers. BANGUN very weak to stream sniping. The HQ suite. Yeah. Well, res it start a turn, so we can see if we can shuffle anything back. I think we're just gonna do this again. The problem is, again, they run the server for 4 credits. 2 meat damage and a tag. Like, that is not a winning line. Like, we concede here. Like, we have literally 0 chance of winning. Again, BANGUN. Kind of blank ID. This is 2 credits. This is 2 credits. Then it's 2 meat damage and a tag. They're going to have 9 more credits next turn, trivially. We have to score behind this shit server? What's a Ket going to do? Force out a propeller at a minimum? So maybe they spend 4 credits on this? Like, what are we meant to do here? Do we have measured response on the deck? Even that won't kill. Disaster struck is it's so tilting. Like, we lose to single stone chip. I do think Ba had much more success with this deck before people played this deck. I think we concede. Let's play one more turn and see what happens, but I think we'll concede after this. We could maybe tax out revolvers. This is the second simul chip on the table. If we don't score this or advance this, they don't have to run it. So that's kind of bad, but it's not like we have what we need in hand to flatline. We literally cannot flatline Maggie with Lily Pad Stone Chip. Heaven forbid another Stone Chip comes down, but like, so if they keep this around, right? So on their turn, they can Maggie install, so they end their turn on 6. They can simul chip on our turn, so that's 7, and then they can Stone Chip for 9. Like, we have no shot. Taxing seems vaguely possible. Yeah, maybe if they spend their resources poorly, we can like tax out a bit. But Hammer doesn't end the run. And this deck should be on like a Harmony, if I'm not mistaken. But this doesn't look like D's list. It's different. Oof, that's bad. That was last click too? Oh my god, people are running last click into bite. There's a fermenter. We can't beat that. So now we lose the single deep dive. We know we shuffled 1 back into the deck. So if we double advance this, they still have to consider running it. Yeah, it's not a game. Just embrace the fact that BANGUN is grinder nonsense. The thing is, like, you want it to fork. You want to be like, okay, I have bites and centrals, I have public trail to end a line, I have measured response, and I have an agenda remote server. And it just seems like you lack the tools to card draw or have enough economy to threaten even like 2 out of the 4, let alone 1. Like playing chess with mate in the board, but you're hoping your opponent's modern's gonna die for that. I mean, okay. Have we tried Jupe? No, we haven't. I know that a player played to the top card Jupe BTL. Forget the name too, but it was a name I very much recognized. No, it's Dubek. It was motion blur. Yeah, that was it. Gordy, how's it going? It was motion blur. Yeah. And like, I know I tried that with outfit in the last meta. I didn't love it. I feel like right now, again, in the meta, it's going to be worse than it was back, like even a couple weeks ago. But like they're on 19 credits with deep dive and we're meant to win the game. Like none of this makes sense. I think we'll just concede after this turn. Hasamalt scoring through list. Do you want to get another BANGUN list? Yeah, Solomir. I'll do one more with this. The problem is with this one, it can't win against like the tech you're expecting, is my guess. Maybe we botched the early game and we should. I think we did botch the early game. I'll play one more because I think you're right. We should have played this like you play you know, Asmari back in the last meta where you just ignore centrals and push in the remote server. And we had a good hand to push in the remote server. I think that's probably what Ba is gonna say. Cool. Has no impact on the game. Showing related, but I've seen BANGUN with either an enemy or Funhouse, both of which seemed reasonable. I personally had some fun with BANGUN and enemy FUT. Probably not competitive. Ryan, how's it going? Yeah, we had Funhouse in the last version. I think we had some board states where an enemy into Tucana would flatline. But yeah, we just lose to this little thing. Take a game. Thanks a game. I have no shot. Not so bad. It's a kill combo deck, and you functionally have like 8 hand size. So I got nothing. Yeah. This is what I expected. I deemed you current list for your perusal. Thank you, Solomir. Hey, thanks you too. Yeah, we flooded a bit. I do think we should just jam straight in the remote server and said we could hopefully beat Lilypad, Simulchip, Stonechip before like 2 of them hit the table. But I don't think that's going to happen. Hey, cheers. Catch you around. All right, let's try that again. Let's just leave centrals open, especially if we're playing against Shaper. Like against Criminal, I would not leave HQ open. Against Anarch, we could probably leave centrals open. Against Shaper, we probably had the best chance to just push. We'll give that one more shot. I don't think we've proven anything yet about BANGUN, but like I was hoping to get some sort of different. It might be the same list. I like parts of this hand. We think Harp might be on Wolf again. Okay, different silliness. Uh-oh, so this is going to be Illumination. All right, best of luck, have fun. For what it's worth, Stonechip and Simulchip Lilypad draw tech requires consumable resources. If we can land some core damage, we could force them to panic burn them repeatedly until they're gone. I don't think we can. That means we have to have like 3 different agendas in the remote server. We win the game before that happens, right? Like the thing is they don't have to pop them until we do the combo. And the thing is like with 6 hand size, they don't ever have to pop them, right? Like if we get 2 cards out of their hand, they're down to 4 cards in hand. Once we score at the agenda, then they can pop one of those. Like they just use a Simulchip, right? Like I don't actually think you can chase it out because you're not that fast. You're kind of right. Like it is limited, but it's not. They have like 2 of them, 3 Simulchips. They have Harmony. I think we'll keep this hand. It's not it. Get them low enough to friend measured is what I mean. I don't think it's realistic. Yeah, once we play 1 measured, they play 8. Like our opponent had 20 credits at the end of the game. Like we can't even thread measured. Like none of it just makes sense when they can make money just sitting back. Only slightly different. Okay, I'm still worried about Illumination. Hate playing Petty Cash on turn 1. So we could like say Illumination doesn't exist. We do anti-laugh share. Let's try that. That's true. I guess measured can just be paid through. Yeah, that's the problem with measured is if you're not forcing interaction consistently, the Shaper deck makes a lot of money. And then if we're not running, they have Fermenter. And so anytime they interact, they pop their Fermenter. They have plus 6 to 8 credits. Oh, okay. That's probably not good. What's the taxing ice? This list has hammer. Yeah. And I think in a revolver meta, I don't actually like the hammer. It's more about like just quick end the runs, right? Like our deck has 7 cheap barriers. So it's about like kind of Asmari it and like going fast with re-education. Should we ice centrals this game instead of the remote? Nah, we're going to try to do something different. We're getting punished. We iced centrals too much in the last game. This petty cash is costing us. Oh, I think she whiffed. So she knows the next cards on her deck. So we have Touch Up's Head Fund. We have a Spin Doctor for the full cycle. So she missed. We're going to need to get something there. Hammer on R&D is totally fine. So clickless petty cash is fine. So I think we'll break lock first. Okay, so it's just ice. So she assumes that we'll put a tree line here or a fly swatter. Kessleroid feels underrated. Yeah, Kessleroid's actually not bad. The thing is like the matchup it's good into is Seb and Crew Destruction. Specifically Crew Destruction, which is basically Seb. It's better than I want it to be. So we'll do Koge barrier for the remote server. For centrals, we'll do 1, 2. One break for work. What's going on? We've been struggling with some BANGUN decks. This is Ba Ramu's list, which is a bit more of a kill combo deck with like touch ups and line. I don't think it's ours on a deck. It's playing Stone Chip. All right, 1 and 4 here. For what it's worth, Harp knows a bunch of these cards. Harp actually knows 3 of these cards. I guess Harp doesn't know. Fuck. So bad, especially with no cards in the bin. Okay. Rough. But Harp knows the touch-ups, the hedge fund, and the tree line. That's the one unknown card. Okay, that might help for measured. I don't think we wanted to jam that. I think cheap end runner only isn't good when measured fork, but it doesn't cost enough to bring the runner under 8. Tell me about it. I didn't want to play around that. Like maybe you could play the hedge fund. Now Harp actually knows all these cards here. I'm happy that she's making these runs. We're just going to jam whatever we top deck. Because she hasn't drawn a lot. Of course, it's a charge deck. It has Stone Chip. Okay, so I guess we lose to that too. I think she will use it a bit more proactively though. Let's draw once. Okay. I guess we'll get 2 types of ice. We're not putting anything on the table, which means Harp can do whatever she wants. This deck is on burner. So I think we can respect the burner by just icing HQ and we'll ice the remote server. So a Cat on HQ is a bit better for us because it holds up better to repeat runs. We're on 13. We don't need a hedge fund this turn. We will actually because we don't need to ice this turn. I ran into BANGUN Assets Bab the other day, just putting a load of raw 1-pointers on the table and scoring some divested trust to get 3-pointers back instead of scoring them. How was it? I'm assuming not great. But I wonder if just installing... We'll try it. I mean, like, what else are we doing today besides playing BANGUN? We'll play Solomir's list and let's just try to play all the 1-pointer list. I really don't like Divested Trust as a card. I don't think it's what you should be doing. She's on 15 credits. Okay. Draw. I mean, maybe we hit a telework. I think we don't install this face up. I mean, I think we don't install this face up. There's no shot she's running it. And she will play into this poorly. God, this is ID ability. Is Ari any good currently? I don't know. I've never played it. I think Ari's on lost a fair bit to rotation, and you can do something similar with Madani. So it's hard to tell. I lost by his roping because I wanted to find out what F was happening. The term roping as like the card game thing, I'm glad that is a bit more universal. So why don't I not want to install this face up so that if she installs like environmental testing, otherwise she just won't install a resource into this. And I want her to install a resource into this. Roping, yeah, so it's from Hearthstone. In Hearthstone, you have like 50 seconds on your turn or 45 seconds, 90 seconds. I don't know what it actually is. You have some amount of time. And when you have the last 15 seconds on your turn, a fuse appears across the table and the fuse burns down. And once it gets to the end, your turn is forced to be over. So you can't get to the end of turn. So roping is when your opponent always sees the whole fuse through and waits the whole 90 seconds. It's a Hearthstone term. I do truly hate this term, roping. I like it. Look at us go. Roping is going to become as commonplace as footsies, and that's great. Is footsies like a fighting game thing? Yeah. Starting to petition to officially rename slow play to roping. That's what it is in Hearthstone. If people rope you, you're like frustrated and casuals. So if she trashes this, oh, she popped her Stone Chip. If she trashes this, she gets Cacophony. I mean, these are fine cards to go back. The first Cacophony counter is really important to deny because then you have to charge it. So she needs to trash or steal. Footsie's in the neutral dance of fighting games. Yeah, cool. Hey, Servo, how's it going? It's in Magic Arena too. Roping or footsies? Does Magic Arena have a rope? I guess it does have like that like, it doesn't the arc kind of burn down? Okay, second Stone Chip. Footsies in fighting games are where you're neutral and you're trying to poke it through the person. Cool. Okay, that's fine. So I think we do Angelique Aziev. The problem is we have to pre-advance this once because we have touch-ups. We want to do touch-ups Aziev Neurospike and the Stone Chip needs to go. She's on 15 credits. So next turn we do touch-ups Aziev. That does 4 damage. If we do touch-ups Neurospike Aziev, that does 6 damage. It doesn't beat Stone Chip. Missed the past 2 hours. How's the BANGUN been playing that much? How good is it? Bad. It's been very bad. I want to say I haven't played it perfectly and I've mismanaged where I should put my stuff, but it just feels, it's like the idea ability feels bad, but then like the core gameplay of you have no card draw, you have no economy also feels bad. Like it just feels like all the other identities right now in standard, barring maybe Leo, are using their idea ability to give them forward tempo, and this one isn't. And you can feel it. You don't have the economy or card draw to support like interesting play. The amount of turns we click for 3 credits is like rough. All right, stone ships popped. What do we charge? Oh, we drew. Okay. Yeah, it's felt bad. Roping is when digit cluster and repeated patterns across the 3 rows of columns that compromise a set of Sudoku boxes. Huh. All right, she's sending it. She has 8 credits. So if we res a tree line, she has to plonk it. So we actually do keep her out here. Because she can only break 1 non-barrier, or 1 non-sentry. Let's hope there's a sentry. I mean, here's hoping. And then splits her on, wait, if she's on 4 cards, this is a bit cursed. All right, Palangi. You can charge the Coalescence, so you break this for 4. This actually does line up better than Maskarovka into Orca Palangi. So that's cool. So she breaks this for 2 because of the Coalescence interaction. And now she's going to lose those 2. So if we score this, it's, again, if we nail that, we can flatline. Let her into Fire Angelique. I don't think we want to. We have no way to, we have no recourse if she hits Angelique. Right? Like this just does 2 damage, and then she's on 1 card, and we can't kill her. Miss Lethal? Koga, no way. Oh, fuck, RAD text. Oh, shit, Bangun. Pissin' ass. You would kill with Bangun? Wait. Stupid streamer talking shit about Bangun. I want to flatline my way. You know, Harp has like 3 steel skins. Chat, I know Harp has 3 steel skins in hand. This is the play. She lost 2 credits and she has 3 steel skins in hand. What are you talking about? This is totally the play. God, we're going to get the steel skins out with touch-ups. What are you talking about? Chat, you're so silly. Fuck. I'm comboing. Blank ID. Hold on, we can fix this. That's about right. ID text doesn't do anything. I don't know what the ID text is. I haven't seen it in the last little while, so I forgot it existed. I thought it drew a card or something, but yeah, this is a better idea, I think. It's like sometimes it makes mistakes, but it's generally trying to just have the best time it can with the tools it has. She's on 3 credits in a Coalescence. Pretend I do not see it. Oh man, yeah, that was probably on us. But like, she has 6 steel skins in there. So we're gonna give her tempo. No, thank you. Okay, so we won this game, like, right? Like, we'll write that down on the observations. It's like when my partner played Wendy Adams and completely forgot she has an ability. Yeah, it's a good one too. ID text only does something if you have tag punishment. Even they just play Amazing Amusements in any NBN deck. Oh, I forgot people used to play Amazing Amusements all the time in Bangun, and that left. I think the tags are really hard to deal with. I think tags are much harder to deal with than the modern meta and drawing cards. Like the problem with the modern meta is like everyone is like has all this like card draw tech because they don't want to die, but like nobody has mass tag tech because it doesn't exist. So if this was like a 3 tag card, like if it was an Amaze, that's a lot better for us. Idea suggests you wait until I change my ultimate attack energy. Like, what are you talking about? My 4 card combo that dies to a single stone chip? I don't know what you mean. The right way to play Wendy Adams is pretend none of your cards have abilities. Yeah. Okay, chat. You want to put your money where your mouth is? Wait, what is she doing here? She can't break this. Am I missing something? What's going on? How is she letting us do it again? Partners Bank deck has Amaze Amusement. Sends the list if I was home. Yeah, I like Amaze a bit. It's a good card. What's going on here? Why is this happening? Well, we can't unres the Afshare, so I don't think he's going to touch cards. Laundering overclock money? I mean, that doesn't seem great. Oh, Arsana. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. This ID text ability is not going to do anything. In 2 different game losing turns, he forgets about the ID text box. All right. So she is now going to take 4 damage with 2 cards in hand. If they're both Steelskin Scarrings? No, if one of them is a Steelskin Scarring, which obviously it is, she survives. 2 different turns. Yeah, it's O&R. We have no ID text. I mean, Axis? Yeah, they actually do it on both of the cards. Like the runner and the corp have text. I didn't think they would do that. I thought they'd only pick one. It makes the game too complicated when the runner has stuff too. I think she thinks this is a Tucana because that's what we had last game. Unfortunately, this is a lady with a horse and a gun. Game is so deep. Hey, Nick, I forgot about meat damage part of BANGUN. Yeah, me too last turn. Turns out I shouldn't have rezzed. Chad is really happy with me. That's a horse? Yeah, the horse is named Shoot. That's the back of a horse. You see the horse there? You see like the horse head and like the saddle? The horse is the bottom part, not the little floating orb. Not the one with the hat. The horse is not the one with the hat. That is a person. This is what I get for not reading cards, not playing since the first week of Elevation. I mean, blanking. New fave card, yeah. And the horse's name is Shoot, which is very cute. I thought it was the edge of a building. Wait, for real? All right, Hart. Show me the steel skins. Show me the BM roll. Not blank against this jank. I mean, how many steel skins you got? Shoot. None. She had none. So we misplayed. That was on us. I thought she had 3 steel skins. All right, good game. So she left there with a tag. That was a 4 damage blast. What did she have in her hand? She had Telework Muse. So probably would have called Program. So we might have done a bit of damage there. I put a bunch of fermenters instead of Keiko. Oh, that tracks. That makes sense. It always drives me nuts because, like, how is a horse stable enough to aim a gun off of? So I'm okay. Unfortunately, I'm like somehow the gun expert in Netrunner. I don't know why. I'm assuming. Okay, yeah, you're right. This horse has to be really, really stable. I forgot it was a bipod on the horse itself. But I'm assuming this horse is like incredibly well trained. Because yeah, that is a pretty bad thing to line up a shot on, I reckon. I don't know. I was gonna say like tech gun, but this doesn't look like a tech gun. It's a very good horse, as most of them are. Still need to figure out what the best version of this jank is. Yeah. It's probably not Cacophony. You have stone ships. I was pretty worried. I thought it was a real horse, just a cyborg horse. No, I think it's a real horse. The doorbell just rang. I'm gonna go check on that. I'll be right back in a second. I don't think my partner can be. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Thanks for the game, eh? I found it shocking. So that was somebody who was like doing a door-to-door thing. And when you come down and answer the door and say like really briskly, I'm sorry, once you realize they're, you know, doing some sort of advertising, they seem offended. And it's like, it's the middle of the workday, right? Like people are in calls and stuff. I guess I did answer, but I don't get it. Feel like it can't be more stable to put the bipod on the horse than aim the gun fully held supported? Yeah. I'm assuming in whatever the year Netrunner is, like, you probably won't need the bipod. I don't know. Art isn't conclusive enough to say it is for sure a horse. I think it's Lou with his saddle on. The narrative has been very clear that it is a horse. Okay, we'll do one more. I want to do the combo. Shooting for the horse while riding more plausible than using the horse back as a brace for a bipod. Yeah, weirdly, that's true. Chair is the best BANGUN player. Marksman rifles at most. This is bigger than a marksman rifle. It's hard to tell how big it is. I think... Welcome to the gun guy, I guess. My issue with this art is that the barrel is so absurdly thin. Right? Like, generally, the thicker the barrel, that means the bigger the projectile. And this is like her finger thick. Like, that is not a caliber of a... Assuming this shoots a projectile that you're really concerned about at any distance, let alone this far distance. Like, this barrel should be way thicker. Like, again, her finger seems to be as thick as the barrel. That's not the sort of bullet something like this would shoot, I don't think. Yeah, it's like a BB gun. It's like a... I don't know. All right, let's do it again. Oh, no, not again. Wait, no, I can't kill. This is the cursed matchup again. Why are we doing this again? Wait, this is Maggie that we can't kill. Future skinny bullets? Yeah, like laser? I don't know what it is, but I want a rematch. I mean, this is a non-game. Thanks, you too. I guess we're doing it. We're just gonna rush. But yeah, this is the Maggie with like stone chip, 3x lily pad. Like we can't. We have to just mulligan for the combo. Yeah. If laser, why bipod? To aim the laser. Like, it's not about the shot, I think, recoiling. It's about getting your shot on target. You don't have to brace for recoil, but it's easy. It's hard to line up at distance, is my guess. Okay, we have an antil. So we can do antil into a ket to start. Antil, a ket, Malapert. That leaves us with 3 cards in hand. Orbital Touch-Ups Neurospike is the combo, but we need money for that. So I think we just do antil, a ket credit. When disaster strikes is the question, the answer is like now. The answer is like consistently all the time. Please send help. Imagine flavor text that says GG. We had one. Subroutine GG. Just kidding. This is a fun flavor text. It's a bit you know, immersion shattering, but let's go. I'm also really happy Damn I'm Good showed up as flavor text. Yeah, that flavor text is already pretty on the nose. That one is pretty on the nose. Are we getting deep dove? No. Please don't 1 and 4 us. Okay, good. I remember this. Good card. Fermenter. Okay, 1 credit. Antil. Draw. Okay, we have a Maskarovka, so we can do double barrier. We have an end of line, which doesn't really matter. So I think we just do... I think we just do full combo. So I think we're just going to risk it. And then next turn we'll do Orbital, Advance, Advance. I assume we have enough money to do the combo. Have you tried to put an agenda face down to game the runner for 3-2 agendas? Yeah, I have, Diogen. On certain turns I should have, but I didn't because chat didn't want me to, but I have. And it's like the best part about BANGUN is that you can pretend you don't have an ID ability. What if there's a sentry with 4 end the run subroutines? Pretty sure we've had that. We have Janus. Janus 1.0 had 4 subroutines. It's very expensive. There probably is at least one other that does have 4 subroutines. All right, do you want to do Orbital into end of line? Or do you want to do Azyef? Azyef does 6 damage. Orbital end of line does 6 damage. Azyef is easier to set up. Orbital we have to do install advance advance, putting us down to 8. I think we do Azyef. I think we have to do it face up though. Well, we obviously do a face up. Oh, we have double neuro. Wait, so we do install advance advance, we do double neuro. Oh, but touch ups doesn't work with double neuro. We do install advance advance orbital. Starlight Knight can have 4 ETRs. Yeah, well, Tour Guide can also, yeah, have like 700 ETRs in theory. Those do scale, that's true. Hee-haw? What does the horse say? Nay. That's also funny, right? So we do install advance. We're an 8. They probably can't contest this. Well, actually, no. With environmental, they probably can. What does Azief do? You have to trash a card when you score it, but it does 2 meat damage. So Azief into Neurospike to Neurospike does, well, 6. It's more consistent than touch-ups. We don't have a third Neurospike, not that we need it. I mean, they just put a stone ship, but we got nothing. Unless we do install advance Orbital. This does 6 too, but this does a bigger dent. That doesn't matter. We're allowed to draw 2 cards from runner's hand and put them in their heap. Allows you to shuffle. Everyone has good ideas. I think we just do the Azief. And I think we go to 8. I think we go to 9. Because then we have touch-ups. The problem is if the touch-ups whiffs, we're in a bad spot. So if we wanted to advance this twice, we don't have to touch-up, so we can just do Neurospike. That might be a bit more consistent. Because here we need those touch-ups to land. Always love the hover card on Azief. The Azief art is pretty slick. The full art actually shows a bit more of it, if I'm not mistaken. But you see the wrecked tanker and like the operative walking away from it, not towards it, which is a nice little touch. Is this combo even best in Bangun? No, definitely not. Oh, wow. They took core damage. Okay, we're happy. I thought it wasn't featured in full art. I think the full art has different framing. I'm not sure if it's better or worse. Okay, our line was way worse because now they have 2 cards in hand, so landing the touch-ups was bad. We should have double advanced this. This is not necessarily GG. They lost a test Principia and an Echelon, but they only have 3 hand size. They say, oh shit. Not sure why. They can technically run the server. You have to be worried that this is going to do a bit of horse damage. It's not. Yeah, we're actually in a bad spot. Touch-ups is not consistent here. Okay, hold on. Chat, we need to name one of the touch-ups cards and hit. Okay, chat, hit program. We have to hit 2 programs? How do we mess this up so bad? We could have done Neurospike. So if we do touch-ups and whiff, we just hold, right? Textbox completely covers the hover car. In the full art? They have chip? We know they have chip? Oh, they have chip. They have chip. Yes, they have chip. He can draw. So he can go to 4 cards. So I think we need to advance this once more. Yeah, we messed up. We should have advanced this once more. We definitely should have double advanced. That's a huge mistake. Yeah, we're only threatening 4 damage. We need to be able to threaten 6 damage. So we're in a bad spot. It actually might have been right to touch-ups for tempo. I think we do. Event, okay. I was meant to hit program, but I evented, so we lose the deep dive. So that we know his hand. So now he's on 2 cards. And I think we just do credit. In theory, we could score right away. But we can't flatline. Touch-ups as you have Neuro 6. Yeah, only if we hit double though. Score Neuro? No, it doesn't flatline. Oh yeah, they don't have, okay, never mind. Shut up, chat. I don't know why I couldn't count. Chat's got off. Yeah, okay, we have 6 damage. Fine. We had 5 damage. I thought they had a stone ship on the table. Alright, good game. Bangun's text did not matter. Okay? It didn't matter. We could have played Zwicky. We could have drawn more cards. I thought they had a stone ship. They didn't. You want me to read all their cards? I'm not farming. I'm sorry. Thanks for the game. Yeah. Yeah, I had a weird hand there. But if I don't just rush the combo, I have no chance. But yeah, if they didn't install the Basilar, we wouldn't have won. I think they shouldn't have not installed the Basilar. Try to value an ID that makes your opponent not do stuff. That's always true. And like with Leo too, it forces them to play in a certain way, but you still do fire Leo, which is good. Again, I don't think BANGUN mattered there. We could have played a different Weyland ability. And we wouldn't have to show that there was an agenda on the table. Thanks for the game. Okay. Why did I not think that was lethal? Forgot IZF had text, I guess. All right, hold on. We'll try Solomir's. Discord? 5 cards on the table. You can't expect me to read all that nonsense. I mean, some of the Shaper cards have a lot of text. All right, this is Solomir's version. So this is BANGUN. So we're on 10 agendas. We have Green Mail. Cool, because we have BOX too. Off the book slash number Basalt above the law. So pretty reasonable agenda suite. Nothing too spicy. This just looks like, you know, in theory, this could be a Nuvem list. Single bite, love it. Double Nico, I saw this. Kind of weird, but not bad card. I feel like it is very Anthill coded. I'm wondering if we have too many of these. We'll find out. The cheeky bike I like. Argus is kind of cool too. This puts them in weird situations where they think they can deal with the server and suddenly it really shifts. So this protects every server that has ice, and it says 2 meat damage for a successful run. So the idea is that all this sort of stuff stacks up really well. We're on triple measured, and we have government subsidy Nico Anthill, so ideally we can afford it. We have hedge fund. We have 2 Daniela as well. I do think we might end up putting this on centrals. I'm not sure if overdoing it on the remote overdoes it on the remote. We don't have eminent. So our first agenda, like, I don't know what we do, if we do face down or face up. I do think a lot of times Solomir's been putting the first agenda face down. 14 ice. Doesn't seem like we've got over 14 ice in this deck. We have Mask and Tree Line. I like Mask. Tree Line, I can't tell what I think about it. It lines up the same, if not worse, to Propeller. It's good as an expend card, I suppose. I don't do that enough. We have Afshar, Descent, Shylendra, so the code gate slot in HB in Weyland's a bit weird. 2 BOX, a Hammer, and a Winchester, which is probably what I'd end up playing. Card gamers will do anything but read the cards. Face down or slash and burn your first 2 points. Cool. And then you face up the rest of the game? Import. No. No. New Corp deck. BANGUN. This plays probably more like mid-range Glacier to some extent. Like, we're not making fast tempo plays. We're just like building towards that inevitability engine where eventually we'll have 3 ice and we have an Argus crackdown and you have to run the remote server and we have triple measured, right? Like, we actually do double ice all centrals and we don't win on turn 12. I think we win on like turn 15, 16. That's my guess. I know I lost this once on stream and it was just like inevitability. Mitosis Gordon, lots of small agendas. I could see it. It could be fine. That might be a nice way for small agendas. I think if you play small agendas, you also probably want to play like powers that be. I don't think there's, what are the great synergy points in standard for small agendas, right? Like, we don't have Arella anymore. Once you have 2 points, you threaten getting to threat 4 each score. And if you have 2 from taking the slash and burn, you get to threat 4 regardless of who gets the points. If they have 2, right? I guess if we either of us have 2. Yeah. That's kind of neat. I imagine measured is worse now than it was, again, a couple weeks ago, but we'll see. I think we've only been playing into like Shaper, right? Which is not good at dying. It's 4 o'clock. Oh, hold on one second. Oh, no. Okay. I think Maddie's struggling on the other side of the house with some of the plumbing stuff. But we'll get there. You're going to run into scenarios where Basalt is absolutely dead. I haven't figured out how to deal with that. Dead because Bloodwreckers. Oh, this is a Smurf, I'm pretty sure. Dead because we lose on threat 4. Thanks, you too. So it's Dow. Dow right now plays pretty cheesy Hermes decks, which I'm not a huge fan of. So we need to ice up centrals. This hand doesn't do anything, I don't think. Barcode player? Yeah, kind of. Well, mull. Okay. Shylendra and R&D is fine. We don't want to ice places we don't want to ice because Dow will move the ice, but like a lot of Dow decks right now are just like Conduit Hermes or like Eru Hermes. It's just like the sort of kind of cheesy Netrunner I don't like. Not tone flag, like not a neutral statement. We can ice up HQ and R&D. We're gonna have to do it anyways. Problem is our ice is gonna move around a lot. Is Hermes a Dow console or a Mercury console? It's a lot of consoles for a lot of different people. As in like thematically in terms of the lore, it's Hermes. It's Mercury's console. They're wearing it on a necklace. You can see in the art. So if we install this, Dow gets a swap. We get no points. Like, sorry, we get no credits. I really don't like scoring this out, but I guess we will. Yeah. So let's see if we swap these two. We're not too upset. I just really feel bad about scoring this and it does nothing. Feels bad. All right. Every Shaper deck is the same engine. So I kind of want to get this going. We haven't seen the console yet. I think we have to just do Anthill into Bioac. GovSub is blank in our hand. We can technically res this. Sacrificing the green mail is like pretty good. The issue is like this doesn't do that much. Well, actually, if it trashes environmental testing, we're pretty happy. People in some games use ASCII symbols as their nicknames to anonymize themselves. Yeah, it's pretty common. Not so much in Netrunner. Trying to decide if I like BANGUN more with Oaktown in the pool. I mean, not really. I'd probably just play Oaktown somewhere else. I still can play Oaktown in an ID that feels like it does something. What's the Eternal meta? Do you play the format? No, not really. I did a bunch of commentary earlier this year for the Eternal Super League, and it was really fun. That was before Elevation, and I just don't think I've seen any Eternal conversations since Elevations came out, because obviously Standard and Startup and Core are all very different. So I couldn't tell you. But people do play Eternal. It's just like, usually it comes up more when the format is a bit more relaxed. Ooh, Spin Doctor's on the table. I think we just score points. We're happy. This is where Anthill is really cool in a fast events deck, because you can just do this and people don't respect the Spin Doctors. At this point, we're not too upset whatever happens with Dow. If we top deck above the law, that would be the best possible top deck. We're definitely on above the law, right, Joe? But above the law, the EV testing would be sick. We don't mind that there. Buffer Drive is a weird card to see in Shaper. Yeah, I've seen a fair bit of Buffer Drive and Shaper today. I'm not sure why. I'm an old head getting back into it. Last day to pack up was Democracy and Dogma. Okay, it's been a bit. Another Mumbed player who dived out. Oh, cool. That's not super uncommon. Pressure spike. Okay, we're building stuff. We only have 5 credits. Anna. Oh, shit. This is a hammer we can't res. They moved our ice. How could they? So we're 1 credit short of resing this. This would have been okay. 1 above the law is all Weyland deck should be. Yeah, okay. Maybe people like it because of Alco or something. Also, wait, I left 5 minutes and came back. What happened to Maggie? Flatland. Maggie died. We did a 6 damage combo turn, 5 damage combo turn. Play Buffer Drive and Essa? Yeah, it makes a lot more sense in Anarch, where like you play Banhar and your cards are resources, and you have cards that fire when they're just trashed. Generally in Shaper, okay, this is a bit awkward because we can put this back in our deck if we wanted to. In Shaper, it's a bit less necessary. So sometimes you can play this to bring back, you know, I don't know, deep dives. Wow. Sure wish we had an ID ability that did something. I don't mind Angelique on R&D. We just need to get to threat 3 though. Ideally, we don't res ice, so next turn we do credit government subsidy, and that should give us enough money to start playing the game. Oh yeah, it's totally worth noting that a synth clan got installed, which did not help the hand size problem. Cool. So again, slash and burns in the deck. The Spin Doctor should be challenged. I think we just do draw, then we'll do credit subsidy because we draw a better econ card. All right, threat 4, let's go. At least 1x Buffer Drive is default for Anarch. I wouldn't say default. Okay, yeah, it depends on the deck, because I think the good stuff Anarchs are still playing Ashen, so they probably play 1. Also, like Lagu is just not worth not considering. Yeah, this is worth doing. This doesn't cost them any credits. It makes a successful run. I think we'll bring this back. So we actually might have wanted to put that behind the hammer. Let's be honest. Their rig seems a bit greedy, so I'm probably on revolvers, my guess. I don't know if what else this would be. This looks like they're on coalescence or mantle. I don't know why they're on hyperbaric. That probably means overclocks as well. Oh, there's a very big chance that this deck is on like hyperbaric and then it's going to be stacking things in a row. Not that hyperbaric really needs game dragon, but it'll probably be like hyperbaric, big strength, and put all the code gates on R&D. Or any server, really. Does Rising Tide work in Anarch? Well, it's your best Fractor. It's not a particularly good card, though. Tree Line or Mask? What's the breakpoints? Ooh, Tree Line's better into Pressure Spike. We just need to get the threat 4. And we need to keep Fuddruckers busy, so Fuddruckers spends credits. I don't think I've seen like a big... It just seems like Rising Tide is not worth building around, and so it's usually just a Corroder, if you're lucky. I just don't know what other Fractor you're playing in Anarch. It's like kind of sad. Stone Chip got popped. We'll love to see it. This is where we did not install Face Up, so they might not see this coming, but I wonder if we can actually push it off the books. I just don't think our remote. Innermost Hammer is like kind of okay. Yeah, Begamot's cool. Begamot's actually like really good. And there's a lot of decks that are playing mid to high range barriers as they're taxing ice. The problem is like Begamot is a very specific deck. Sorry if my questions are annoying. No, not at all. Ooh, Class Act. Cool. So bunch of connections. Anthill. Okay, ugly. Yeah, I've only seen Begamot and Essa. It's really good there. So Nico's taking away. I think we wanted this Nico to fire, which means we probably don't do anything very clever. I'm going to put a piece of ice on Archives because I'm worried that this deck is going to be on Iru. So far, we've seen 5, 6, 7, 8 influence. But if I put ice on Archives, our BOAC ends up on Archives, and I don't think we can take that. We could do Antil Maskarovka new server, but as soon as we build a new server, our BOAC ends on the new server, which we want to avoid doing. So I think we could just put the Maskarovka on R&D, click for 2 credits, and just play Inevitability. Naked Antil is okay too. The problem is like they just check it with Hannah. Yeah, and this is a turn where we didn't do tempo stuff. Oh, at least it's Pentagraph, so it's not Hermes. That's good. BOAC ends up on HQ right now. Yeah, I'm not too upset about that. I wonder if they're scared of checking to BOACs. In theory, this could have been a BOAC. On the last turn, they ran the remote. It's a fair bit different because like HQ has cards in it. Archives doesn't usually. Unless we slash and burn and leave it there, which we could. I think that's a cool thing that I haven't done with Wiki enough is like pre-ice Archives. Speak of the BOAC. So this is going to pop. We don't have a code gate. Sometimes you can push before Nico depletes if the runner's expecting to have another turn to set up. Yeah, I feel like we could have done it there. So what are they going to do this turn? Environment testing is definitely going to pop because they can just simulchip Muse Coalescence if they're on it, let alone double simulchip. So like this is not a problem. They don't have any access to breaker tutoring currently. So this remote server, they're going to be on what 16-ish credits. Pre-ice Archives and Wiki specifically, yeah, because we're playing Slash and Burn. I want to play Slash and Burn aggressively, especially if you put a Descent on Archives, because then if they run it and can't break it, then you can pop your Descent back and like fix it. I'm also considering playing a Drafter in the deck, but I'm not sure if that's right. So we could do a BOAC here, install an off the books, advance it. We could do it face up. I think I'm going to try that play. How much money is this? We'll find out together. What does it mean when you call tutoring? Tutoring is from Magic the Gathering. It's an old term that gets used in a lot of card games. Tutor, Mystical Tutor, I think was the name of the Magic card, but tutoring is an abstract term of searching your deck for a card. So a card is a tutor card if it can grab a card from your deck. So like off the books is a tutor card. Mutual Favor from the core set is a tutor card. It's just a card that searches for things. SMC is a tutor. Yeah, tutor with a T, not Tudor like with a D. It was just called tutor. Oh, easy. Okay. Demonic Tutor, that was the one, yeah. So there's the Muse. So it looks like environmental testing gonna pop off. Let's see if they get a Fractor. If we score off the books, we have the dividends ability, and they're on 20 credits. Demonic Tutor, cool. Yeah. There's a bunch of terms from Magic that just get used in a lot of card games, like tutor. Mill is the term for like trashing cards off the top of your deck. So Nuvem mills itself. Technically, Nuvem surveils, I'm pretty sure is the Magic term. But there's a lot of like Magic terms that are just kind of ubiquitous. Scry? Yeah. Technically, class act scries, right? Sort of. But I think surveil is what Nuvem does. Why is Dow so rich? Because they just play Muse Coalescence, environmental testing, and don't run. Like, we haven't made them spend any money. They literally spend no money. All right, so we have this counter here, so we can put an agenda on the table. Is recursion a Magic term? Feels so netrunnery? Oh no, recursion is just an English term, right? I don't think it's specific to a card game. Shout out to Hoshika, played against 45 credits at one point. Peach Shaw on HQ. Shylander's going to get moved. We actually can trash this Peach Shaw if we want to. So it looks like they're just going to do one big deep dive. So no Dow. So we can off the books here to grab something. It's either an installable card, so we can put an agenda on the table. We're only on 13 credits. I feel like we don't. I think we double measured. We just hope that Fuddruckers does something weird here. Recursion's been used in other TCGs a lot, but for English word sense, not as a native jargon. Yeah, recursion just means it's English. It's just like card draw. I don't think it actually comes from a game. I'm not going to off the books. We probably should. If I knew the deck better, this might be a good play. Does Netrunner have wishes? I don't know what that is. I'm actually not a big Magic player, so there's a lot of terms I don't know. Like, I barely know what Storm is. Gun? It's on our turn. All right, if we res the Shylendra, that brings us down to 9 credits. They can't score an agenda here, but if they trash the measured, I think we have to res this. They're going to run through this a couple times. To get through the Shylendra, if they want to break it with Hyperbaric, it's a bit expensive because they have to boost up to strength. We'll see what happens. Wish is a mechanic that lets you search your sideboard. Oh, okay. Get another Angelique or Daniela. Is that worth an off the books counter? We boosting. So eventually this will be broken for 3 credits, but up now it's going to be broken for like 12. Again, Hyperbaric retains its strength. Okay, we're redoing it. So they probably just let this fire. I think it's overall cheaper. Yeah, there you go. Place advancement on a card. So I don't know. Sure. Hit the Ashen. Okay. Boost. If Netrunner had wishes, I think it would break the game. I'm like kind of glad Netrunner doesn't have a sideboard. Says the person trying to do like 5 kill combo and loses the Stone Ship or whatever. All right, they get a click. So they're going to deep dive this turn. They can't steal an agenda. Hitting the measure would be the worst case. Got some nice. Maskarovka advance. You can only advance an advanceable card. So we can't put it on the Maskarovka. Okay, now we're running. If we res the BOAC, it's only, what is it, 4 credits? That's a pretty bad res. Now, we're probably going to hit the deep dive from hand with Angelique, so I don't think we mind. I think we don't res this just so we can double measured. Yeah, we probably don't res anything. Oh, if we res the Angelique, we can't double measured. We have to top deck a hedge fund. Oh yeah, not Mesna Cheswa, it's Maskarovka. It's a different Slavic term. None credits with green mail? Yeah, that's true. None credits with green mail. It puts us off game point. Not really, actually. Yeah, you're right. None credits. They break it for 4, though. It's pretty bad. Puts them to 14. We need them to be on sub 16. They can pay through double measured anyways. Yeah, probably. Well, if they deep dive, they're on 16. They can always simulchip for Coalescence. Yeah, I guess we'll res the BOAC. We have to believe in ourselves. So click the BOAC. That's not super intuitive. We don't draw a card because we're not playing Zwicky. Good blank ID stuff, but... Okay, so they're going to triple deep dive us? I think we're going to hit the deep dives, though. So Peach Shell's in their hand. We know that guaranteed. We should ask if they're going to access. Of course they are. Cool. Hit a deep dive. That's a good start. They didn't steal, which is a good start. They have still 4 clicks, which is like, you know, great. They didn't get to do a swap. They're going to Hannah. So if we win, no, we're not gonna win. We need to top deck a hedge fund. So they steal 4 points. What was the text in the log about appeasing the rules? I'm not sure. I think Peach is Sean going back to hand. They can still triple, yeah, they have it all, but we can lose to that. Dow? Not swapping off of centrals. Hedge and bin? No, we shuffled every hedge back. Oh, it's a basalt. I didn't see that. I thought it was 4 points. Okay, so now they're very likely to win. Yeah, we could add the hedge back. I guess we add the Angie back because now we do 5 damage. Peach shot going back to hand, I think, is the jug from playtest. Oh, cool. So I think they're trying to double deep dive. I don't think they have triple. The problem is they have enough credits to play through measured, and we can't do double measured. So unless we top like a hedge fund, we can't win. Oh, they buffer drive it back. Oh, great. Good game. Do you love deep dive? Really cool. Wolf 2. I mean, sort of. I think so, game. I'm pretty sure that was CTC. All right. Yeah, that is the sort of deep dive gameplay where you don't have to do much and they just send centrals and win in single turn. It's really annoying. This is where also like BANGUN doesn't have text. I think if that was the case, if we wanted to off the books, it might have been right to off the books for another Angelique off centrals. That was probably the best case. If only it had Argus Crackdown. Yeah, Argus Crackdown makes that really hard. I think we probably could have off the books for another Angelique and put that Angelique on HQ. That has a chance. That's probably the only thing we can do there. No, I think we knew that was CTC. We played against Fuddruckers before. But yeah, that was going to be 3-6. Yeah, so with the 2-pointer here, it doesn't really matter what you access. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't like deep dive at all. Anyways, that's it for the stream. Take what you want from BANGUN from that. We definitely didn't play perfectly, but it's not good. It's like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. It doesn't do anything off centrals. Centrals pressure is really important. It either doesn't fire or fires, like it's up to your opponent to make a mistake into it. I don't know. It's like very obvious from what you saw there, like a lot of the range of what BANGUN could do. And the floor is very, very low. It does not feel good. I do not recommend. I know people are still going to play it and have a good time and win events and do stuff. I don't get it at all. I do think a lot of it is also changing how we play it, where like we need to prioritize icing centrals just the right amount and the remote server not enough and stuff like that. But yeah, how many games of BANGUN did we play today? 7? We won more than half of the games, but I don't know if I'd bring that to a tournament. It was the best despite the game pieces. Flip side, BANGUN is fun because I get to waggle eyebrows at the runner. I mean, you could play the same deck as Wiki and it's like more fun. It's like, I don't know. How many times do they run the remote server and have that text matter? I don't know. I do think installing the agenda face up is such a downside. It is such an incredible downside that it doesn't feel like it's worth it. It really does not. And I think the meta is like really tech to not die. BANGUN will be there when disaster strikes. They'll be suffering the disaster most of the time. That might be the case. Huge shout out to all these names here and more that support the Métropole Grid. We got a couple new patrons recently. Just earlier today was Eddie. Thank you so much, Eddie, for supporting the channel. There's a really funny one that's coming up. I think we'll see it in a second. I want to shout out also to Gordon for not supporting for the daily cast. We have the daily cast here. Unfortunately, their names are not here, but if you want to support the channel, any amount of contribution is incredibly appreciated. We recently got one. It was just here for the crash space, which is very funny. Crash Space is like the sister channel where we do Marvel Champion stuff, and someone wanted to support that, which like that's hype. That's really, really funny email to get at some point. Otherwise, if you want to support the channel, you can find a link in the description. If you want to just take a second to leave a like on the stream, that helps a heck of a lot for sure. We've been a bit soft at putting on Netrunner content on this channel besides streams. This weekend is going to be a bit busy. Next weekend's a bit busy. It's my birthday coming up, so we're a bit booked. I have family coming up, which is a nice problem to have. I forgot Patreon, just using my real name. Yeah, Joel, if you want to change that, let me know. A lot of times if you sign up for your real name, just ping me and we can change it. If you want to get an icon next to your name too, let me know. We can get that worked out. But yeah, that just happens for sure if you don't change it. If you had a broke tier for $0, I'll be there. Oh, Eris, if you just want to leave likes on the streams and stuff like that, that's super appreciated. It doesn't cost any money as well. Happy upcoming birthday. Thank you. I think I'm going to record some Wiki gameplay and do a deck dive on this Wiki deck because I think it's a lot of fun and it's a playable deck that feels like it does okay in the meta. And it's about scoring agendas and it's like just really fun per minute, which is good. You get to play some cool combo ass lines and have a good time. Otherwise, we'll be back on Thursday. Maybe Pat's here. I'm not 100% sure if Pat's here. Pat might be here. It's the first of the month. I should ask him. And then we'll be back next week. This weekend, there's going to be some streams. We'll talk about them on Thursday, but OTG should be streamed. The weekend after, it looks like Pittsburgh's Mega City. I think it's Mega City will be streamed as well. Well, otherwise, we'll be back in just a bit. Take care, y'all. See you next one.